Welcome in. It's a brand new day together. As always, we thank you for choosing the Rick and Bubba Show. We have got the Good Time Gang here, as well as Blazing Silverman. He's fired up, ready for another day. Rick, Bubba, Adler join us next hour for the main show. We have a charity charge check to present. Also, Buffalo Wild Wings bringing some food by. Going to have a good time. The Wheel of Meat has not spun yet this week. That could happen today. And Bible study live today, noon Central. So a lot on the table. We'll have some updates, some recaps from yesterday, and the news is crazier than ever. Good night alive. Over to my left is Mr. Greg Burgess, and to my right, it is Michael Helms. What's up, boys? How are y'all?
We're good, man.
Good.
Sorry, guys. I got hung up in a video of a honey badger fighting 3 leopards.
Yeah, I heard you doing some commentary over there.
Let me tell you this. The honey badger is a bad dude. I didn't realize. I've always heard that about it, but I got hung up in the video, and he's got 3 leopards getting after him, and he holds his own. They got him pinned down a few times. You think it's over, and he fights back.
Really?
Yep. Then he struts right off. It's pretty good.
The honey badger struts off?
Yes.
Or struts off?
Really?
Really?
3 to 1. He survived it. It's pretty good. I kind of fired me up. I'm ready to wrestle somebody.
You ready to go?
Yeah.
All right, on the rug, Blazing.
Get in here, kid.
We have a rug that has our logo on it that's right in front of our counter, and now everything that happens that's of significance happens on the rug.
It does. Bring it on.
If you want to call somebody out, go to the rug.
That's it.
So it finally looks like in our area, Lord willing, we'll have some rain.
I got a few drops on the way.
Yeah.
I heard on the windshield, and I was like,
is it going to be enough, though, for all the people planting things? I mean, I hear people planting for hunting season, and is that enough rain for that?
I have no idea.
I think it's going to be a half inch, maybe. He said
half inch is a lot.
Yeah, I think that's
compared to what we've had.
Yeah.
Some of our I think it's going to be a decent rain, but I don't think it's going to be here long.
Oh, wow. Okay, let me go ahead and just do this for Greg.
I have no idea. I actually watched James, and now I forgot
it's
what
Greg
he said.
Burgess.
It's the honey badger with the weather.
That's it.
But I'm probably wrong about the weather.
Yeah, some of the area already getting it.
I think I did hear that in some areas you get a half inch.
I did come out last
You
night.
did?
I did come out, and the truck was all wet. And I'm like, well, now, when did it rain?
Shirt on.
I'm like, when did it rain? And, the driveway wasn't even wet, but my truck was. And I'm like, well, that wasn't much.
But I was almost here this morning. I heard on the window.
How was it? Okay.
And I was like, I thought I'd run over something. It was, blowing up on the truck.
Right.
Okay. Anyway, it was just, but then I didn't even have to turn the wiper on.
Right.
I didn't even do
that. Yesterday was one of those ballpark days for Alabama JUCO baseball. Hoover Met is hosting all week long, all junior colleges from around the South to play in games, and so I didn't get to catch any of Major League Baseball playoff except for one inning. It was in between games because where the Hoover Met is, which it's a sports complex in the Birmingham Metro, it's about 15 minutes from home. And there was a gap that was just too much to stay at the ballpark, so we ran home. And I turned it on, and it was in the 9th inning of the Braves game. And I saw that they were down like 7-3.
Come on, Braves.
And I'm like, oh, no. And then Matt Olson hits a 3-run bomb to center field, makes it 7-6. But they just didn't have enough push there in the bottom of the ninth, so they lost. But then my dad calls me, and my dad calls me because he didn't know where I was, and it was the night the 5:30 game or whatever we were at. Hey, you watching this Astros game? I'm like, no, sir. He said, you won't believe it. And he starts giving me the rundown. Apparently, the Astros were down 7-3, then 7-5, and then they go into the last inning, and the Mariners go to the bullpen, and they pull out a pitcher that started in Tuesday's game, and he gives up a 3-run bomb, and the Astros walk it off 8-7. But I saw the Yankees won, the Dodgers won. Am I missing anybody?
We were watching Donaldson, thought he hit a home run.
Yes.
And it didn't go out, and they throw
embarrassing.
him out. They throw him out.
That's so embarrassing.
I mean, it hit on the very top of the wall.
Yeah.
And bounced. He's done slapped hands with the first base coach.
Yeah.
His turn towards second, all of a sudden they fire it down on him. He couldn't believe it.
That's so embarrassing. So Major League Baseball playoffs in full swing. More games coming up, but that was yesterday. But I didn't get to see any of it. But like I said, I saw that last inning of the Braves game, and Matt Olson, good night alive. He hit one dead center, but they just didn't have enough to come back and win.
Just didn't have.
Just didn't have enough. But this is always a fun day because we are able to award another check with Buffalo Wild Wings to the charity, the beneficiary of last month, and it is Hope Christian School. They have got a ham radio club, an amateur radio project that I know one Bill Bubba Bussey is going to be coming in. He's all fired up about. But we'll talk to them and present them with that check. And then Tim Spencer with Buffalo Wild Wings, he'll be here. He'll have some grub for the staff that wants to participate in that. So it's always a fun day. And then we'll announce for Monday, we have an organization called Bikes for Kids, and was able to talk with them and meet with them. Just a great organization. They provide kids with bikes year-round. They also provide a number of the counties in our listening audience, Shelby, St. Clair, as well as Chilton counties in the state of Alabama. They're foster associations with bikes for misplaced kids as well as foster parents. They go with food, clothes, toys for kids year-round as well. Great organization. Always love to meet these charities and these ministries that do just great work. And so it's funny because I was talking with Tim Spencer with Buffalo Wild Wings yesterday too. He said, man, these months are flying by. I'm like, yeah, it's like you were in here yesterday.
I agree. When I heard you saying they were coming by today, I thought, it's been a month.
Can you believe that?
Wow.
And sometimes it's, depending on how the calendar falls, it's not quite a month, but it's close. But anyway, so we'll have all that going on today. And as I said, the Wheel of Meat could spin as well. Lots of stories to update you from, and some very interesting ones as well. And so we'll kind of get through that as only we can do, skim the surface of those, and then Rick and Bubba will break them down a little bit more in detail for the main show. Blazing Silverman, he is your intern today. Did you see how tall he's walking right now? Because he handled TV last time, too.
Oh, he got a big deal.
And it's like I can do whatever I want to in here. Look at him. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
Our friends at Lear Capital sent us one of those free Kennedy silver $50 that they're offering for free to our listeners. Now, with the price of silver going up, this free silver $50 has value. It's a smart time to invest in precious metals, and Lear Capital has 25 years experience, an exceptional Trustpilot rating, and a risk-free investor's pledge. There's no purchase necessary. Just chat with a Lear specialist about investing in precious metals and get your free Kennedy silver $50. Visit LearBubba.com. That's LearBubba.com. Hey, business owners, have we got some good news for you? It's the A to B fuel card, and it's accepted anywhere they take Visa. You can use your A to B fuel card for maintenance, repairs, and more. A to B will even watch out for misuse and suspicious transactions. But A to B is more than just saving you money. They can help you track all your transportation costs and offer 24/7 support. Apply today at a2b.com/Bubba. For a limited time, you'll get a $50 credit. That's the letter A to letter B.com/Bubba to apply to get a $50 credit. Here's a question. Is there anything more precious than the security of you and your loved ones? Of course not. That's why we use and trust SimpliSafe Home Security. SimpliSafe protects you with cutting-edge security technology powered by 24/7 professional monitoring agents. SimpliSafe has affordable plans starting at less than $1 a day. Customize the perfect system for your home at SimpliSafeBubba.com and claim a free indoor camera plus 20% off with interactive monitoring. Go to SimpliSafeBubba.com or RickandBubba.com under the sponsor. Well, if we're being totally honest, maybe we don't always make the best food choices. The CDC says we should eat up to 6 cups of fruit and veggies a day. Now, there's zero chance of that happening. So that's where Field of Greens comes in. With Field of Greens, you have more energy, you feel healthier, and it can help you lose weight too. Join us and take Field of Greens too. To get you started, we got you a 15% discount on your first order and another 10% off when you subscribe for recurring orders at fieldofgreens.com with promo code Bubba. Fieldofgreens.com or go to rickandbubba.com. The U.S. Navy chose EnviroCleanse air purifiers to help stop COVID flus and colds from spreading on board ships and subs. Now it's cold and flu season, and EnviroCleanse mineral technology is available for your home, for you and your family. This is how you stop colds and flu from taking your family down. And it neutralizes allergies by destroying toxins, pollen, and mold. It's made right here in the USA. Just go to ekpure.com. Use the code Bubba for 10% off plus a free air quality monitor. That's ekpure.com, code Bubba. If you need a new sofa or chair and you want to update your living space, look no further than Allform. We have an Allform sofa. And folks, the Allform sofa pieces are made in America. They're easy to assemble and they're scratch and stain resistant. They come in a wide variety of shapes and configurations, and they ship right to your front door with a 100-day risk-free trial. If you don't love it, they'll pick it up for free and give you a full refund. Allform is offering 20% off all orders if you go to allform.com/Bubba. That's allform.com/Bubba for 20% off, or rickandbubba.com for a link.
Mom,
Dad's doing a crazy dance on the patio.
Ooh, really bad dancing. Sweetie, are you okay?
Vicious mosquitoes everywhere! Save yourselves!
I'll call Cooks before you pull a muscle.
You don't have to live with mosquitoes. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
Helix Sleep mattresses are made right here in the USA, and folks, they ship right to your door for free. If you don't love it after 100 days of sleeping on it, they'll pick it up for a full refund. But based on how we feel about our mattress and what the 12,000 5-star reviews say on Helix Sleep mattresses, we know you'll love yours too. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba for $350 off all mattress orders. This is their best offer yet, and it won't last long. That's helixsleep.com/Bubba for $350 off, or visit rickandbubba.com under sponsors. Raycon's everyday earbuds offer quality sound at half the price of other premium audio brands. They have optimized gel tips for the perfect in-ear fit, making them comfortable enough for all-day wear. And with 3 different sound profiles and 32 hours of battery life, we can listen to whatever, whenever. It's no wonder Raycon's everyday earbuds have over 49,000 5-star reviews. Go to buyraycon.com/Bubba to get 15% off your order. That's buyraycon.com/Bubba. Our friends at Lear Capital sent us one of those free Kennedy silver $50 that they're offering for free to our listeners. Now, with the price of silver going up, this free silver $50 has value. It's a smart time to invest in precious metals, and Lear Capital has 25 years experience, an exceptional Trustpilot rating, and a risk-free investor's pledge. There's no purchase necessary. Just chat with a Lear specialist about investing in precious metals and get your free Kennedy silver $50. Visit LearBubba.com. That's LearBubba.com.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba.
All right, 20 minutes past the hour. What's up? It's the kickoff hour here on the Rick and Bubba Show. Good Time Gang is here, and we've got the Bible study live today, noon Central. Will a meat could spend, charity charge check to present, and a whole lot more, plus your phone calls. If you'd like to join in the conversation this hour, you can do so. Blazin' Silverman is your intern today, and he's screening you up at 866 We Be Big. Just a couple of updates, and we won't spend much time on them, but just to update you, and there's actually 3 of them. 3.
You got 3?
3. All right, so Troy Aikman, the other night in the football game, he said we need to take the dresses off the quarterback.
Yeah,
basically, let's loosen it up. Well, now everybody's accusing him of that being a sexist comment, and he's in trouble.
What kind of world do we live in?
I don't know.
We're going to waste our time worrying about something like that.
I don't know.
That analogy's been used forever. It's not offensive. Who's it offensive to? Because I'll be honest with you, you're basically insinuating, get the dresses, treating them like women. There's probably not, women wouldn't be a very good quarterback in the NFL.
Right.
There's still a good analogy.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Is that offensive?
I don't.
Are we missing this great female quarterback? Were y'all saying women can't play quarterback? Yeah, I am. That's what I'm saying.
Right.
I'm trying to find how we're offended.
No one really is. Greg,
Yeah.
to your point, you can't find them.
Yeah,
they're
and I
going to
read
say
some
everybody
writer who
is,
came
but-
out. I'll tell you what, he crossed the line with this.
Oh,
And I'm
yeah.
like, no, he didn't. He didn't cross the line with it.
Yeah.
He really didn't.
No.
Nobody cares.
Nobody cares.
You're right, Hams.
Nobody
But
cares.
But the loudest ones.
Yeah.
Is that we have a small percentage of people driving the whole narrative anyway on anything nowadays.
Yeah.
Makes a little noise with cave.
Sure. So
if
there's
I was
that.
him, I'd come out and double down on it.
Oh, sure.
There's a few,
He better not apologize.
dweebs in their basement on Twitter.
Yeah.
That's all this is about. That's
If
all
he
it's ever about.
If he apologizes, I'm going to be very disappointed.
Yeah.
Well, he's going to.
They're going to force him.
ESPN's going to force him to do it.
Oh, yeah. You're all over that. So the man, also another update. And we have stories on these, and the guys will jump into them a little bit more. We're just kind of giving you some of the headlines. So the photographer that was shoved to the ground by Davante Adams after the game, we talked about that, the Chiefs-Raiders game, same game that Aikman called, by the way. The man that was shoved to the ground by the Raiders receiver Davante Adams in the aftermath of Monday night's football game against the Chiefs has filed a police report against Davante Adams, filing assault claim, and was taken to the hospital for evaluation.
Okay. First of all, Davante Adams shouldn't have shoved the guy down. He was doing his job, and you shouldn't have done it. But you're telling me that he was injured. I saw the video. He fell on his butt to the point that we had to call, I guess, an ambulance to transport him to the hospital. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
This is called building your case because you're fixing to ask for a check, and it starts with the ambulance ride.
Right.
So that's all that is.
Yeah.
Again,
Or
opportunities. The NFL should discipline Devontae, probably going to set him out some games and and they should.
Yeah.
They should fine him, whatever. But I have a hard time believing this guy was to the point he should have been transported.
Well, it may have been a
to
bunch of
hospital.
CYA too for whoever his employer is, to go, hey, we're gonna put you in an ambulance. We got to cover the bases here.
And
It could have been all
You
that.
filed an assault.
So the man identified as the photographer said that he made arrangements for private transport to the hospital after the
private
incident,
transport.
in which point he
expensive.
called the police as well. He reportedly
So he
suffered.
called the police.
He reportedly suffered
Police.
injuries that are preliminary, though not life-threatening.
He may have a broken tailbone or something.
In the
I
incident,
doubt that, but you're right. If anything's broke, it's his tailbone because he landed right on it.
the Kansas City Police
Big
Department was
He needs
quoted.
to take the dress off and get back to cameraman work.
That's exactly right. Why don't he quit being a little wimp?
The Kansas City Police Department said the incident will be investigated by their assault unit detectives.
Assault unit.
Upon completion, they will
shouldn't have done
coordinate
it.
with
Right.
the city and state prosecutor to determine any charges that might be put on Devontae.
I wonder if it was someone who didn't make millions of dollars a year that did this, would you have done the same thing?
I don't know.
You
know
because
what?
in the end, it's going to come down to a check.
Yeah. Well,
go
now
away.
there's just not incidences. There's I've got to take you to court on everything. You know, it can't just be. You know what, Devontae, that shouldn't have happened. It's
No,
rude.
he should be punished for it.
punished or whatever. You fell down. Okay, get up. He's going to be punished for it. But no, we're gonna take him to court and all that. But anyway. Also,
let's look at it this way. What if the guy approached it like this? Yeah, I'm a little banged up. I'm a little sore the next day, but I'm accepting Devontae's apology. I know it was the heat of the moment. He got caught up in it. He shoved me down. Shouldn't have done it. People shouldn't act like that. But you know what? Devontae and I having lunch today. That's a great TikTok moment if that's your fake world that you want to live in. And, by the way, the Raiders have given me a few season tickets or something to watch the rest of the games in a suite, and we're hanging out. I'm not suing anybody because that's stupid, and we came to some kind of agreement outside of the law, court of law.
Yeah, but we can't do that.
No, we can't.
No.
We can't be reasonable about anything.
Everything is – I'm calling the law and filing a report.
Speaking of filing a report, the other update we have, you remember the pink smoke field rusher?
They got leveled.
They
It
got
wasn't that
leveled by
bad
the
of a leak,
Rams.
really. I've seen worse
Right.
leaks.
Well, no, according to the police report, he had a mild concussion.
He had a mild concussion.
Yeah. I mean,
Well,
do you know
here's
how
the
many
deal. Let's
people
say
can
he
be
did.
diagnosed
Let's
with a
say he
mild
did.
concussion?
You know how you avoid a mild concussion? Don't run on the field with pink
Well.
smoke in the middle of a ball game
Well.
because people don't know whether you're crazy, whether you got a gun, whether you got a bomb. Yeah, that sounds a little drastic, but they don't know
No.
in today's world of protest.
Yeah.
So how about this? If you had a concussion, it's your fault. Too bad.
That's right.
Too bad. When you chose to jump on the field with your pink smoke, you put yourself at risk, and it didn't work out for you. So
Right.
guess what? Too bad.
Well, according to the animal rights activist tackled by Bobby Wagner with the Rams, he suffered a concussion, police say, after which now they're calling him a field invader, filed a report for blatant assault.
I do like that with Bobby Wagner.
Now,
I do like field invader.
field invader.
Because we were trying to come up with a term. I do like
It's
that.
a streaker we kept picturing naked. Because
Right,
really,
yeah,
to
we
be
don't want
honest,
that.
that's what a streaker is, a naked person
Field
running.
invader. I like that.
Field
Yeah.
invader.
I'm going to start using that when they have clothes on.
Right. Yeah.
And
That's
don't
important.
don't lose sight of how right now concussions are in the
Sure.
press, and we're all talking about concussions and how we're not protecting people. So it just so happens he had one too. Because it's a
Well,
hot button
it goes
subject, and he's going to take advantage of it.
Yeah.
This goes back to this has nothing to do with animal rights. This guy don't even care about animals.
He don't care.
He
about
cares
it.
about me. He's all
He
about
won't
him.
look at me.
Look at me. I'm on the field. Because nobody, look, I hate to break it to the guy, but it is October. And when we see pink smoke, that's for breast cancer awareness, period.
Yeah.
That's not animal rights.
You're trying
Nobody-
to tie it to animal rights.
3 people gave you cheers for it and liked your little Twitter fake universe we live in. And because of that, now we're going to act like a little baby.
Oh, I've had a concussion.
Yeah.
He'll probably never be the same.
No.
He may have to be on disability. Daddy had a job anyway.
No, Greg, he didn't have a job.
Sure he did.
There's a story that y'all probably
Mom's having to wake him up today.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Mom took care of him. Brought some
Had to
soup
walk
and he had that-
downstairs to tell him get up and do
Yeah.
something productive.
Exactly.
There's a story that y'all might not know about. If you do, you just do. But the Giants punter has been left in London from the Giants
How'd
Packers
that
game.
happen?
On purpose?
Jamie Gillen is stuck in London
What, is that a
as
pub,
he's not
Mrs.
allowed
Flight?
back in the U.S. because he has passport issues.
Oh, is he Australian?
the new-
is he Australian punter?
The new so the Giants basically had to leave him there in hopes that he can make it back Thursday, but they're having to try out 3 free agent kickers in case he can't make it back for the next game.
It's the passport, I guess. There, I was thinking maybe he was.
It
trying
says
to get
here.
back in American.
Wait, that's what it is.
So is he a foreigner?
I'm not sure. The passport issues have reportedly prevented him returning to the
He's from
U.S.
Scotland.
The Giants punter actually played in the 27-22 win over the Packers in London. They hope to fly him back on Thursday, but assessing backup options as they're trying out 3 free agent kickers in case he can't make it back. He was born in Scotland before he moved to Maryland with his dad. But you would think that maybe these issues would be talked about and discussed before you fly over
Consider
to
we
London.
and
The
this game's
Scottish
been
Hammer.
scheduled a while.
Hey, the Scottish Hammer's been left over there.
Oh, no.
That's
Oh,
his
it's the
nickname.
long-haired guy.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, I know exactly who
Yeah.
that
He's
is.
stuck there, and they're hoping to get him back by Thursday.
I remember him last year.
Why don't they just leave you there and you're stuck? They're
Who's
stuck.
he
You're
play
stuck
for?
there. The Giants.
Okay, he got traded. He played for somebody else last year. Was it the Browns? I've seen him.
sure.
He's got long hair.
Yeah, he does.
But what if your punter is stuck in
Well, you
Scotland? I
you
mean,
better
in
go
Scotland,
for it
London.
on the 4th, I guess.
Yeah.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Here's a question. Is there anything more precious than the safety of you and your loved ones? Of course not. So isn't it strange that not all home security companies truly put you first? Old school home security companies set you up with outdated technology, they overcharge you for service, and they lock you into binding multi-year contracts. That's why we use and trust Simply Safe Home Security Simply. Simply Safe protects you with cutting-edge security technology powered by 24/7 professional monitoring agents who always have your back. Simply Safe blankets your home in protection with advanced sensors for every room, window, and door. There are even hazard sensors that instantly detect fires, floods, and any other threats to your home. Their monitoring experts use proprietary advanced response technology to visually confirm when a break-in is real. Customize the perfect system now for your home at simplysafebubba.com and claim a free indoor camera plus 20% off with interactive monitoring. Go to simplysafebubba.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Hey, business owners, have I got some good news for you, especially if gas is a big expense. You now have access to the A to B fuel card, which until now was only available for fleet owners. The A to B fuel card is accepted anywhere they take Visa. You can use your A to B fuel card for maintenance, repairs, and more, or restrict your card to just fuel purchases for employees to use. A to B will even watch out for misuse and suspicious transactions. But A to B is more than just saving you money. They also make it easy to manage all your fuel and transportation related costs to help quickly prep your taxes and are always there to help with 24/7 support that answers in seconds. You work hard for your business. Get the fuel card that's going to work hard for you. Get A to B. There's no credit check required. Apply today at a2b.com/Bubba. For a limited time, you'll get a $50 credit. That's the letter A to the letter B.com/Bubba to apply and get a $50 credit, or go to rickandbubba.com under sponsors. Inflation is rising. COVID hurt the economy, and some say a recession may be coming. Remember what the last recession did in 2008 to your retirement? Yikes. I think we all do. A Federal Reserve survey broke some bad news dating back to the 50s. Whenever inflation and unemployment have hit today's levels, history suggests a recession may be near. Well, our friends at Lear Capital know that investing in physical gold and precious metals can be a brilliant strategy against what's possibly coming. Smart investors all over are investing in gold and precious metals, and they're doing it for 2 reasons. One is that gold can be a great hedge during a recession. The second reason is that the closer a recession gets, the more your gold could be worth. So talk with the team at Lear Capital about owning precious metals for your savings and retirement accounts. And right now you'll receive up to $10,000 in free bonus coins based on the value of the gold coins you purchase. Visit LearBubba.com. That's LearBubba.com or rickandbubba.com.
Mom, Dad's doing a crazy dance on the patio.
Ooh, really bad dancing. Sweetie, are you okay?
Vicious mosquitoes everywhere! Save yourselves!
I'll call Cooks before you pull a muscle.
You don't have to live with mosquitoes. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cooks Pest Control.
Attention, all you coffee drinkers. There's a brand new brew that you definitely want to make part of your daily ritual. If you enjoy delicious, good coffee like us, my coffee needs to be your new drink. It's organic, which is so important because if not, then it contains chemicals banned in this country decades ago. You've heard us talk about My Pillow for years on this show, and now they've got my coffee direct from the mystore.com website. Go to mystore.com, enter the code Bubba to save 25% off your order of my coffee, or find a link at rickandbubba.com. Folks, we've been talking about Relief Factor on our show for quite some time now. Do we guarantee Relief Factor is going to lower or eliminate your occasional aches and pains? No, we never make a claim like that. But what I can tell you is that the majority of folks who ordered the 3-week quick start pack for only $19.95 go on to order more. Now, what we really like about Relief Factor is it's 100% drug-free. It's a supplement that's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. For a lot of us, that's very important. Getting older, working outside in the warm weather, even exercising can cause frustrating aches and pains, or maybe it's the occasional back, shoulder, or hip pain that's bothering you. Relief Factor has helped us and so many of our friends, so when you think of it this way, is $1 a day too much to see if you can get out of some of that frustrating pain? To order this 3-week quick start pack for $19.95 plus shipping and handling, just go to relieffactor.com. That's relieffactor.com. Let's see if we can get you out of some of that pain. Also, you can go to rickandbubba.com, look under the sponsors button for a link.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another.
25 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning into the Rick and Bubba Show. So it's kind of funny because I know depending on where you live, weather's always, you just never know because we love our audience, and as we continue to spread not just nationwide but worldwide with apps and streaming options, you could be experiencing just about any type of weather, but the entire staff is on alert because where the show is based out of and where we're actually sitting doing the show, it hasn't rained in weeks, and I'm talking about you walk through your front yard and it's like, crackling. It's like, good night, what am I on? And it's like the grass is saying, please, somebody rain. And today we're expecting rain, so we're all looking out the curtain, going, all right, is it raining yet? So we'll see if that plays out today. And I know we'll have to get an update from Rick on are his fields prepared and Bubba, because I know a lot of people that have hunting land have been trying to figure out and be very strategic on when they plant. So that'll be kind of interesting today as well.
Well, and my hose pipes have been. Is that what do y'all say hose pipes?
I say
hoses?
hose pipe.
Yeah,
Okay.
I do say a hose
I'm a hose pipe.
Water
yeah.
line,
Yeah.
whatever you want to call it.
Hose.
They've been
we would
asking.
shorten it to hose.
Yeah. They've been asking me lately, hey, why are you running us so much?
Yeah.
Because we just planted a bunch of, well, let me rephrase that. Amanda had a bunch of stuff planted. I wasn't really on board. But I have been pulling hoses and watering. I bet we had 40-something bushes planted.
Wow.
And a sod, just one pallet. But hey, one pallet's got to be watered.
It does.
And all those bushes, I bet I may be underselling the 45. I don't know, but nonetheless, we've had water running, and I mean running a lot.
Yeah.
And so my system has been
making
going,
your own rain.
Hey, you calm down. There's no telling what my water bill's going to be this
It's
month.
gonna be a good one.
Yeah.
They're gonna say, yeah, you must have a leak.
The good news is that's what if normally, the power bill is usually it's down this time of year, obviously.
Yeah.
And so that'll be the difference. I thought I could have something and saving a little bit in the power, and now I can't. Water's getting all of
Of
it.
course, you can't save
Swag
that. Come
it.
on, you know
Can't
that.
have crap.
When we bought our house, it had 3-side, irrigation system put into it, so you can water the grass or whatever. But the back doesn't have it. So to Helmsy's point, you got to hit it with a sprinkler or just wash it. Just spray it or something like that. So We you don't want to run it every day because, to your point, it's like good night. But anyway, so we're on alert, so that'll be part of the show today. We'll have to get it up.
I'll have a little break in my day.
Yeah.
I'll have probably 20, 30 minutes I won't know what to do with because I've been usually just dragging hoses everywhere.
Yeah.
Isn't that fun?
And I got this one sprinkler.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
And it's like a tripod. It's a good one.
I like watching
But
it.
I guess it's getting a little older because every once in a while and it'll just stay in that one spot, and I got to go in there and flip, come out. So I set a timer on my phone for like every 10 minutes just to look out and check on it, make sure it's going okay.
You ever seen them big ones like that? They mount them in a 5-gallon bucket and cement.
Oh,
and they
no.
stand up tall and they can sling it.
I mean, serious business.
Oh yeah.
I like those better than the ones that sway back and forth.
I like the.
I did use one of those for the side, but
we've all used one.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
For some reason I like the sound it makes.
They're not near as fun to watch. You're right. Others are.
Love it.
Yeah. I got a sure enough good one that just really reaches out and sprays.
Yeah.
It's got the 3 prongs
Yeah,
that
that's the
go
way
in there, and
mine
you
is.
just kind of got to get it.
What about when
But the
you crank
ground's
it
so
up,
hard,
it's
you're trying to get it in, and then it falls, and it's been shooting straight up in the air.
Oh, that happens a lot.
But it's kind of a little bit satisfying to sit there and watch it
I
a
know.
little bit.
Same way.
But I guess it's been about a week. I was like, okay, I'm gonna start the sprinkler, and I'm gonna come back.
Yeah.
And I don't know how long it had been, but Terry came in with his face, and I'm like, what? And she goes, you want me to turn the water off? And I'm like, oh, my gosh. I think I'd watched a full episode of something.
Yeah, I've done that before.
And it was just out there just a running. I'm like, I
Caused
probably need to
fly.
set a timer.
That's why I always set it like 10, 20-minute increments. That way, if it does mess up, then it's only for 10 or 20 minutes.
Right. There you go. All right. So a couple of updates that we've hit you with in the sports world. I think we're good there. We've got a number of other things, too. And then there's this story out today that I'd like to kind of discuss a little bit. And I have to be totally honest, I haven't read the entire thing, but the headline did grab me. Why nobody should be using the thumbs up emoji in 2022.
Nobody. That's offensive now.
Yeah. Now, I do know that there's
Well, I
people
got
that
an answer
refuse
to
to use emojis, but
I don't use them, but I got one I'm going to use to the people who are offended by that.
okay.
And it also involves a finger.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
Well, so why are we offensive?
It says the 10 simple only symbols, only old people use that have Gen Z rolling their eyes.
Okay.
All
Is
right.
Gen Z the one offended by the
Yes,
thumbs
it
up?
says sending a thumbs up can be seen as passive aggressive and even confrontational, according to
Thumbs
Gen
up?
Z, who claim they feel attacked whenever it is used.
I'll tell you, sometimes Amanda gives me a thumbs up, and I know she's being smart aleck.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Really?
I just don't look
Oh,
at it.
yeah.
I
that
don't.
way.
I've
Yeah.
never given thumbs
Like,
up. To be
thumbs up,
smart
babe.
aleck.
Good response. That's
Well,
what I
that's-
get sometimes when I
well,
see
yeah,
it.
if you
That's
do
what
it.
you're talking about, though.
So, whether the
And,
chat
let's
is
say, and
informal.
sometimes I give her a thumbs up, passive aggressive.
Are you
Really?
serious?
Yeah.
I guess I haven't been
Yeah.
using it much.
I haven't
Now,
been
am
using
I-
it like that.
Look, I don't even know.
I don't even think of it.
I will
as
say this, and I'm not
passive-aggressive.
saying that it's the people that do or do anything wrong. I don't think I've ever sent an emoji one time in my
Yeah,
life.
you did send me one.
Yeah.
Did I?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Back to that other thing now.
It was a black middle finger.
Did I?
Yeah.
I don't think so.
Did you see him go, did I?
Whether the chat is
I don't
informal.
even know how you
choose,
do
you
ch-
can choose the
I-
skin color now with your emojis.
Oh.
It's the reason I said a black one.
I want a yellow one.
They have those.
I don't.
It's-
I don't even know how you do the emojis.
It says whether the chat is informal between friends or at work, the icon appears to have a different. It appears to have a very different rude meaning for the younger generation.
Well, then they need to.
This
get
is an
over, You know
age
what they need
thing.
to do? Get over it.
It also sends the 10
Deal with it.
emojis
Junior.
that only old people use, and
Okay.
I'm holding it up right
Which
now.
one is it?
You got the A-OK, the thumbs up.
Yeah.
You got the lips, like the lipstick
Okay.
deal. You got
lips.
the crap emoji,
Oh,
and
yeah.
I'm gonna clean it up there.
I like
The
it.
hand clap. It's got.
I didn't
It
even
looks
know those
like are we
existed.
laughing here?
That's That's crying laughing.
Okay.
That's really laughing hard.
And then this one
That you
here where
cry.
you show your teeth.
Yeah.
But it doesn't look like you're smiling, but you show your teeth like.
The only ones I use on that is
Oh,
the
whatever.
thumbs up and I'll use the green check mark. I know
Yeah.
I know it's black on that, but I use the green check mark
What's that
sometimes. Just like, hey, done, completed. Like if Amanda asked me to do something, That's what I'll throw out there.
They say
I'd hate
words.
for you to put "got it done,"
Yeah.
or something like that.
She believes-
that's one poke versus like 6.
They claim here the author believes that words are much better than symbols.
I
agree with that.
So the top 10 emojis, we got thumbs up. They say 24% of
What about the
old
pregnant
people use
man
that.
one?
The red love heart, 22%.
Yeah.
Okay hand is 20%. It says tick. Which one's that? I don't know what that
Tick?
is. Yeah, that's what it says. The poo emoji, which I've
The old pal.
loudly crying face,
Yeah, that's the one with the
16%.
pouring out. Yeah, I've seen that.
Monkey eye cover, 15%.
Oh, see no evil.
Clapping hands, 10%. Lipstick kiss mark, 10%. And grimacing face, 9%. If you're using those, then they consider you old.
Okay, good. What if
All
you
right,
don't use
how
them at
about my
all?
wa-
What do you consider?
So-
My wife will send me 4 emojis all in a row that are supposed to mean something.
yeah, and you're like,
And I'm like, I'm not sure what that face is right there, but okay. Especially if I don't have my glasses on.
Just emojis made me think of this. So I still give the thumbs up to people. Like, just in real life, I give the
Do you really? Is that how you do it?
Well, yesterday.
Have you used the
perfect
pregnant
example.
So you go tiny thumbs
Huh?
up?
No, I just do this.
Okay, yeah, get it on
My
up there.
thumbs are not very big.
Okay.
That's why it looks tiny, but it's really not. I don't really stretch it out there. It's just like
Right,
you know.
yeah.
But yesterday, a tennis ball that was on my court was hit on another court, and a kid, he had a Briarwood shirt on, hit it back over to us, and I just gave him one of those, and he gave me one back. Like, it was kind of like a thing.
Yeah.
But so I thought,
that
wow, so
offensive?
we just did sign language.
That's
That was
supposed to
pretty
be
cool.
offensive, right?
Mm-hmm.
But something happened Saturday I wasn't ready for. So there was 2 kids that was working tennis court related stuff, and one of them had to go, and the
Did you
mom
use the bathroom?
no had to go
Oh.
like
Was he
leave,
walking funny.
Okay.
and
Oh.
and the mom was like distance, like I'm talking probably 120, 200 feet from us, and she gave me one of these,
Oh, really?
wow.
which means thank you.
You want to tell everybody what you did?
Well, I touched my
Yeah.
chin and kind of went out.
What about one
and
of
in,
these?
in sign language, that means
You
thank
think
you.
she's deaf?
No, Greg.
Greg.
Let's just
She-
listen
he
a
was-
minute.
She was
Just
far
listen.
away, Greg.
But from far away, it looked as if she was blowing me a kiss by.
Oh no.
Oh.
And
And you
Lord.
gave her a
And-
thumbs
and-
up.
and
Yeah,
I
what
was
that
like,
sign you gave back?
I was like, what? What did she just blow me a kiss?
Right.
Oh no, that's thank you. And so I actually looked it up. I was like, what is thank you in sign
went and
language?
looked it up.
Because I didn't know what she was doing. I didn't know what that meant.
You thought
I didn't know
that's
that
weird.
meant. I don't know. Hey, Speedy.
You're going to keep coaching?
Speedy.
Hey, Coach
I don't
Helmsley,
know.
what are you looking up?
I don't know what thank you in sign language is. So I thought, I bet she gave me sign language. Because there's no reason for her to be blowing me a kiss out here.
Right.
So I thought, what is? And so I went and looked it up, and that's thank you. So she was thanking me. I thought that was. She couldn't scream at me and say thank you because she was
Yeah.
so far off. So she just gave me a thank you.
I know, but I bet when she got in the car, she thought, "Oh God, that looked kind
Well,
of like I was throwing a kiss."
People do. They do that with their kids. There's a lot of sign language at early ages, and she probably had a habit. She just did it, but I didn't know. I didn't know what to interpret it.
God, that's good. I bumped
yeah,
into
my grandson will give you the all done.
Okay, is that what that
that's
is?
the
all
waving
done.
of the
and
hands.
This is more.
That looked like jazz hands.
Knuckles together's more.
Yeah, when he wants more.
Uh-huh.
If he's at something he likes, he'll give you that. Then when you say you finished, he'll
He'll wave
All
it,
done.
Yeah,
All
wave his
done.
hands.
yeah.
I had an uncomfortable moment, which it wasn't terribly uncomfortable. I made it uncomfortable. I met another overgreeter that loves the show.
Oh no.
At the
was like a
ballpark last night
tornado.
as we were leaving,
two
and
fronts came together.
she had some family with her, and we were like, overgreeters unite and everything, and it was going well. And then I did the uncomfortable shoulder touch, and I didn't mean to. It was just it was just the pat, and she said, "There's the shoulder touch. You just couldn't help it." And I'm like,
she
"No."
actually brought it up.
Yeah.
Oh,
She said that was the kind of uncomfortable shoulder touch, but it was just
You know
more
what
of
that
a
means? It's
tap.
like you feel like for some reason I ain't giving quite enough. Here's a
Right.
little tap.
Well, it was
I
no-
gave a lot,
Right.
but I won't give more. So
But
here's a tap.
it's like we were separating, and the family was leaving. I was like, all right, and I'm like, just
Buddy, you need counseling. I mean,
And she walked away, and she
Got him in
stopped.
counseling.
You got to corral this.
Yeah, you should have seen us interacting.
Oh,
though.
I bet there were people around y'all were affected.
Yeah.
Didn't even know it.
The ball game stopped, and they're like, "What's going on over here?"
Time out.
Oh, we're just saying hey.
Woo!
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Paid for by Christian Care Ministry.
Let's see, if something costs less, but people are happier with it, That sounds like something to look into, and that's MediShare. Maybe you've heard switching to MediShare to pay for healthcare can save the typical family $500 a month, and that's huge. But it's also true that people are way more satisfied after making the switch, too. The customer satisfaction rate for MediShare is double that of the typical health insurance plan. MediShare works. It's been around for more than a quarter century, and members have shared more than $3 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. So, yeah, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care. So if you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan you're happy with, you can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. 855-51-BIBLE. That's 855-51-BIBLE. 855-51-BIBLE.
At Boot Barn, we take cowboy boots seriously and have for over 40 years. Simply put, the materials used to build a boot and how it's constructed are among the most important factors when determining how long it will last. American-made boots are known for unmatched quality and craftsmanship. For generations, Justin Boots has been handcrafting styles in the USA with quality in mind. A brand that began in America and remains in America. Justin Boots at Boot Barn.
Today on Hey Culligan, reverse to reduce. Here's Bob.
Hey Culligan, I love fresh water, but I got plastic bottles coming out.
Whoa, Bob, you are not kidding about the bottles. But did you know Culligan's reverse osmosis and always-on drinking water systems provide fresh, clean, delicious drinking water and help reduce the equivalent of over 15 billion plastic bottles from landfills worldwide?
Holy fresh, environmentally friendly drinking water. Am I right?
Right, Bob. And we're already on the way. Let us help you out with a free in-home water test from a local Culligan water expert at Culligan.com.
Attention! This is a special alert for all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an overpriced auto warranty or no warranty coverage at all. Due to the increase of new and used car prices, repair costs, and the price of gas, people are keeping their cars longer than ever, which is why CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on covered auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can save thousands for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. You could save thousands on future auto repairs. Our specialists are standing by for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-840-1546. Vehicle Protection Plan pricing is at an all-time low. Plus, drivers who purchase this coverage today will receive rental car options, free roadside assistance, and free towing. Call 800-840-1546 now for your free quick quote. That's 800-840-1546. What do you have to lose? Call 800-840-1546. Again, 800-840-1546.
Well, if we're being totally honest, we don't always make the best food choices. The CDC says we should eat up to 6 cups of fruit and veggies a day, but if you're like us, we don't always have the time or energy to make that happen. So that's where Field of Greens comes in. With Field of Greens, you'll have more energy, you'll feel healthier, and it can help you lose weight. We all want a simple nutrition plan with results so powerful that when we take our next physical, the doctor compares our old lab work to the new lab work, and he says, hey, keep doing what you're doing. This wonderful product is powered with a full spectrum of essential vegetables and fruits, plus science-backed herbs and prebiotics. It can help you stay healthy, plus it's organic. So join us and take Field of Greens too. To get you started, we got you a 15% discount on your first order and another 10% off when you subscribe for recurring orders at fieldofgreens.com with the promo code BUBBA. That's fieldofgreens.com. Use the promo code BUBBA.
Folks, a big welcome to our new friends at WizKid Clean Pods. You're going to love these cleaning products. First, they've developed formulas that defend surfaces against the buildup of dirt and grime in between cleanings, reducing cleaning frequency, saving you time. And of course, this reduces the amount of chemicals used in our spaces. You bring the water, Clean Pods bring the clean. These are concentrated cleaning products in water-soluble pods. And you're getting your homes clean with a smarter, cleaner system, which means less plastics in our oceans, rivers, and landfills. These are high-quality spray bottles with high-quality cleaning pods that get the job done. So get yourself some WizKid Clean Pods and embrace the smarter, clean philosophy. Get 10% off any purchase plus free shipping with code BUBBA at cleanpods.com/Bubba. That's cleanpods.com/Bubba. Use the code BUBBA or find a link at rickandbubba.com.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio! the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Waking on their blubber.
All right, we're rolling back 7 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Kickoff Hour. Rick and Bubba join us right after top of the hour. And this portion of the show is brought to you by Upside.com. Look, from cringing at the pump to getting an eye-popping check at your favorite restaurant, we all know that inflation is hitting all of us where it hurts. And as much as we're all out and about, you need to pay attention, because we're going to encourage you to start using something that a lot of folks have been telling us really works, and that's Upside, to get cash back on every purchase you make. This is a straightforward app for anyone who buys gas, groceries, or dines out, which we all do. To get started, just download the free Upside app and use the special show promo code BUBBA25, Bubba, and then the number 2 and 5 to get 25% off or more back every gallon of your first tank of gas. And after that, you just claim the offer for whatever you're buying on Upside, and you'll be saving. In comparison, you've got credit card rewards or loyalty programs, but Upside, you could earn as much as 3 times more cash back with the Upside app. So join and find out more by downloading the free Upside app and use the special promo code BUBBA25 and save 25 cents or more back for every gallon on your first tank of gas. And then, as I said, from there on, you just you just claim an offer for whatever you're buying on the Upside, and you'll be saving right away. You simply check in at the business, buy as usual, and then get paid. So check them out at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button, and enjoy. It's the free app. You can download the free app and then use the promo code BUBBA25 all together right there. So look forward to that, and actually have some friends that have talked about that to me before they ever started advertising about how it really works. Pretty cool stuff. Go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say, back to the thumbs up emoji being offensive to the Gen Zers, this is a great point from our audience member. We'll just call him John H. He said, why are we worried about a thumbs up emoji when there is a bird finger, which is actually intended to offend people? If they were really serious about this, they would go after that, not the thumbs
actually,
up. Great
that's
point,
his
John.
intent. Yeah, that's a great point.
So,
wow. Now, we're not bothered by that, though.
No.
You give me that thumbs up, I'm offended because you somehow have – I'm still trying to think how I've offended you, but yeah.
Well, I tried to talk to my kids who now are grown or growing up, 18, 20, 25. But, when we were growing up, if you wanted to have a conversation with someone, guess what you did? You actually had a conversation. And ours was face-to-face because we didn't have cell phones running around when we were in school. But now they want to have conversations and break up with girlfriends and everything through text messaging. And it's like, well, no, you need to be a little bit more personable than that, because you can't understand someone's inflection in their voice and stuff by reading a text.
Exactly.
So you can assume they mean the worst when really if they were just to tell you that, so just pick up the phone and talk to them.
Well,
or meet them. Don't text them.
Mark Zuckerberg yesterday was out, still trying to sell this metaverse with this virtual reality stuff, and I don't get why anybody would want to put a headset on and just spend their entire life living in a fake world when we have this beautiful world we can live in it's real time, real world. What are we doing?
Because I just don't know enough about it. I've heard of it.
Yeah.
I don't even know what that is. It's just something that you can do.
Yeah.
I mean, you go in there and you have this life in this alternate world, but then eventually
life's your oyster, Greg. In the virtual world, you do whatever you want to when you want to do it. Make as much money as you want to.
But you really don't, right?
You don't. It's fake. And that's the thing. And there is even, this is way on down, okay? And the headset's supposed to gotten better. I got caught up in it watching just brief yesterday. The headset's supposed to be better and not as bulky and better vision and all this good stuff. And that's cool, and it'd probably be good.
In a fake world.
But it's all fake.
Yeah.
But, I heard conversations like this. In 10 to 15 years, the technology, we will advance the technology in a way that we will put contacts in our eyes, and we will see the metaverse and the world, the fake world, through those lenses all day long. And I'm sitting here thinking,
I don't.
What in the world? Goodness
And
gracious!
this is good wine.
Well, it's
Wow.
Well, it's funny you said that because I would always the boys would be in the back seat looking down at their phone and I'm like, won't you put that down? Let's look and let's just look around.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah,
it's pretty nice.
You're missing
out.
a lot of stuff.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, and
kind of learn directions
Yeah,
too,
we're
and what
all-
streets are named. And
we'll be on that, but like great point. We stare at our phones now. This
Yeah.
would just be the next thing.
Right.
We all in the meta world,
sure.
and we can't stay out of it.
No.
Well, I'll just leave that alone.
That's
I'd be calling out somebody. I don't want to do that. So I got a busy day. Don't need that meeting. Okay. Well, I just in the regards to the staring at phones, and we're not a productive society
At all.
anymore. And so I look around when I go, and I know
Waste time.
everything goes back to tennis, but it is my second job. I have a job that I go to every day after this, and I see kids every day that used to pull out baskets of balls and go serve for an hour because they got there early because their parents dropped them off. Now all I see is them sitting on the bench on the court, and the balls are back there at the service line, and then they wonder why they're not getting any better.
Oh, yeah.
And they wonder why they're not winning the matches that they're supposed to win. And I'm like, maybe it's because your parents drop you off here 4 or 5 days a week for your 3-hour, 2.5-hour clinic, and that hour that you're supposed to be doing extra things like hitting with somebody else or serving or hitting off a ball machine, you're sitting on the ground or the bench staring at your phone playing a game. That's why.
That's life. That's,
Because everybody else is getting here for the 2 hours that you're here. If you're doing extra in order to get better and you're not actually doing that, guess what? You're not going to get better. And it all goes back to these devices.
And they don't care.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Called the coin toss.
Okay.
I went up and he flipped the coin and I won the coin toss, and so I got the silver dollar.
Cool.
And I still keep that thing as a
you still got it?
keepsake.
Oh,
yeah.
Wow.
When you look at how things have changed, because you've mentioned a lot of this, and you know you had just as good a career in the professional ranks. When you see the national anthem thing today, and how the professional game has changed, would that happen in your era?
No, it would not. And I'm so disappointed in the guys using that platform. That's not a platform you use to exhibit your feelings about things. It affects your career and your livelihood, and your business, your job, and I don't think that's ties in very well. And I think they're seeing the results of it in the people that are disregarding the games and not going to the games and not watching them on TV and everything. I think they are seeing that people don't like their disrespect for our country, and I'm certainly behind that.
Would it happen if you were playing for a team that wanted to do that?
No, I don't think so. I think we would have some fights about that. And, I think I would be with the bigger boys and we'd win. We'd win that fight.
Around the wacky, crazy, wacky. I feel good.
Bubba, we have a problem. We have a problem. Long Beach, a restaurant has been caught buying Popeye's chicken and then serving it in their restaurant for $13.
Well, what a compliment.
So it is
what
good
a
chicken.
compliment.
It is good chicken.
So they bought it at one price, sold it at a higher price, claiming it was their recipe.
Didn't they catch them bringing the boxes in the back? Is that how they saw 'em?
Yes, that was.
So basically, they're using churches as a.
No, it'd be Popeye.
I mean,
That'd be
Popeyes
Popeyes.
as a distributor. Then.
Yes.
Yeah, the person writing the story is having some fun, saying, "Look, I guess they went by the old adage: if you can't beat them, join them."
Yeah.
But they had it's Long Beach, California. They
get the name of it.
Is it Sweet
Dixie Kitchen.
Now, can it be called? Yeah. Whoa! Can it be called Sweet Dixie Chicken?
No, not for long.
They really messed up.
Uh-oh.
Bayou Billy's. I know.
Sweet Dixie tea.
And they call it a comfort food restaurant. And by the way, that's just a term that means come on in, fatties, eat whatever you want.
Comfort food, that means it's got good stuff.
That means
right?
it's great food. And don't even look. We don't even do a calorie count because we don't want to make you feel as bad. So what? And this, to Greg's point, they saw employees of Sweet Dixie Kitchen walking boxes of Popeye's chicken right through the front door, taking them back to the kitchen. One guy who busted them said he ordered the chicken and waffles to see whether or not they were serving Popeyes to the customers. He said, I realized that it was Popeye's chicken on this $13 dish. He said, I asked the waiter, how y'all cook this chicken? And the waiter admitted to me that they used Popeye's chicken. And then
well, you know they were buying it at retail. It's got to be cutting into the profit.
Well, here's what's stupid. So they comp him the meal, hoping he'll keep his mouth shut. And he goes right on to Yelp and let the world know.
Tops it up.
Night. And so
Gooden said, yeah.
Right. So then they said the restaurant owner, Kim Sanchez, said, we proudly serve Popeye's spicy tenders, the best fried chicken anywhere and from New Orleans, which are delivered twice a day. We also, in case you need to know, buy our gumbo from a friend who sells it at a local farmer's market. That's not the same, by the way. Mm-hmm. We promote usually small batch local producers on our menu. The exception is Popeyes. We can't fry at our location, and we love their fried chicken so much that we eat a ton of it in Atlanta. So I serve it. The only problem is, Kim, you can't. Can you go over and buy Popeye's chicken and then resell it?
I don't know why you can't.
Can you? I guess you can. Can you?
They work a good deal with Popeyes for buying so much. You know,
do you not think Popeyes noticed somebody that came and bought chicken twice a day in large quantities?
Well, I guess
they just sell a lot of chicken.
All right, let's go back to this.
New Orleans Spy.
This is a little bit different. As long as they're not stealing the Popeyes chicken, then selling it.
Yeah, that would be against the law.
They're paying for it. Let's say is this any different than buying something wholesale and selling it retail? Now, they're buying it retail and selling it retail.
Right.
You know, they're just saying, I bought it at retail at a price, and I sold it again at retail at a higher price.
We make our money off the waffle.
Right. And to whatever. Because what do we see? You go to restaurants now, and they'll say things like proudly serving, you know, somebody's brand. Like for instance, when you do a dessert, it has Bud's Best cookies in it.
Right.
Meaning,
but
we're letting you know we went and bought some cookies, and then we make our dessert with them, and we use this brand of cookie, this brand of ice cream. Is this any different?
But I think the people who are doing that know they're doing it, probably have an agreement.
Probably so.
Yeah, I would agree. I would think misleading the public, saying that it's your recipe is. I mean, I remember Candy and Gum with Adler. He would get the candy and then sell it outside the convenience store at a higher price.
That may be an exception. There may be.
Right, but he didn't claim that he was the one that made the candy.
So if this place had a sign up that said we proudly sell Popeye's chicken, I mean, would that make a difference?
Well, that's what they're saying. They're saying kind of what we're saying. Hey, Kim, you went and tried these different kinds, and you like Popeye's the best. That's fine, but they need to know about it. Under the sponsors.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the
6 minutes past the hour. How about it? Another hour is beginning. Kickoff hour is done, and we got a lot to do on the program today, and we'll unpack that baby right after we have the national anthem. It's 8 minutes past the hour. You have found the Rick and Bubba Show. I don't know if you were searching for it or not, but we are glad that you are here. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Man Adler, all in the mix and ready to go as we unpack the stories of the day. As Bubba refers to it correctly, it's infotainment at its best. Hey, Adler, settling in. Adler's got the YouTube channel for you. There's Blazing Silverman. What up, buddy? What up? He'll be taking your phone calls and taking care of whatever needs to be done here at the No Name Studio. The Rick and Bubba Show lives on the bleeding edge of technology, and we come to you on various platforms from Sweet Home, Alabama to the world, and we're glad that you're here. Find all the ways to get Rick and Bubba either live or archived by going to rickandbubba.com. It is all there, including something called the Wednesday Bible Study. We've been doing that about 8 years, if you can believe that. Greg, just stand right there. You look great. So anyway, today that will continue at noon Central Time, 1 o'clock Eastern on the Rick and Bubba YouTube channel. You can watch it live then. We'll be in Genesis chapter 40, 10 months in Genesis. And we'll do that today, and then it'll be archived for you if you can't catch it live not too long after it's over. So look for that today as well. Right there he sits, the silver-tongued one, the man with the golden voice, professional lunch eaters man of the year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, welcome into the little party we call Rick and Bubba. Your two fat buddies on the radio.
Bubba, how are you?
Rick, I am very well. Glad to be here, and when I say that, I really mean it, and I hope all the rest of you are doing well.
Well, you know, we talk about, and we're getting ready for this year's CD that is coming out probably mid-November, somewhere like that. And the name of this year, of course, is Where's the Bathroom?
There you go.
So
that narrowly beat out Rockets and Livers.
It did. Well,
Yeah.
You know,
close.
It's almost like I didn't want us to do too big an end zone dance on the great news about your liver, you know. And you know that's one of those titles you don't want to have to go out there and try to go. Well, looking back years later, go. Well, looking back,
a little quick.
But anyway, so I was the process of us aging, you know, just keeps bringing up more and more material. I mean, every stage of our lives, there's the material from that stage, and I hope that has been a journey for those of you that are with us. But then those of you that are younger than us, you know, it kind of helps you prepare. Yeah. You know, you start looking and you think, okay. And
I can look forward to that.
And I never and Bubba, I know you were thinking the same thing. So Bubba and I had the wife lunch yesterday together. It was the two wives and us.
We don't get to do that very much.
No, very rare, and it was a lot of fun and it was a great time. But did it hit you that we are now to the point that the conversation mainly we're all four of us talking about all of our different issues.
Yeah,
aging.
We have surgeries. You know, we
health problems,
rehab.
Why is this doing that?
Yeah.
Are y'all having this pain as well?
Yeah.
I mean, I realize we've become those old people. Don't ask us how we're doing.
Well, you know, right. Back it's kind of.
Hey guys, how y'all doing? Well,
now that you mention it,
I got this going on and this and that, and we got that
shoulder.
problem. And what was funny is after I was laughing about us having that conversation, I was telling Sherry, I said it was so funny to hear us all talk about our various struggles and ailments.
Yeah.
But anyway, I go and look, keep in mind, you have things that hurt on your body that you say, well, that's my body. I don't know what it's doing. It doesn't concern me. I think it's just part of it. Then sometimes you'll have the kind of pain that you go, that should only be associated with an injury.
Yeah.
But you can't recall any injury. And so it happened to me last night. I go through the day, and Mom and Dad, we had them over for dinner last night, and that's again, I'm gonna keep saying they need their own reality show.
Oh yeah.
And so we're Sherry makes everybody a great dinner, and we have dinner, and we discuss how Greg didn't like pumpkin. Mother couldn't believe it, and so we get into all that because we had some pumpkin on part of the menu,
right?
And so everything. We're walking around, everything's fine, and everybody said good night. Everybody tells Sherry, I said, hey, I'm caught in that weird time frame where I'm not quite ready for bed, but I can't commit to anything.
Mm-hmm.
So I think I'm just going to go ahead and get into bed, cut the lamp on, do a little reading, then I'll fade on out.
Sure.
Okay? You know what I mean? Where you hit
Yeah, I
that
know
time.
exactly.
You're
Yeah.
like,
Oh, yeah,
I'm not,
absolutely.
Yeah. And I said,
quiet there.
I can't commit to anything, but I'm not quite ready to go lay down. And but I'll fade. And, of course, as we know with the job we have, the minute you try to make your eyes look at anything too long, you're gone.
You're
right. And so out. So I go to sleep. I like that I'm asleep, and I feel like I'm sleeping good. I've had a great day. I've enjoyed my day. I don't recall any trauma.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All of a sudden, I'm woke up in the middle of the night with the inside of my knee hurting like I need surgery, and I'm like, what in the world? And so I get up and I'm standing. I'm hobbling trying to get to the bathroom. I'm like, no, this is an injury. I'm injured. And so I said, when did I injure my knee? And I'm thinking like I need to go see an orthopedic, and I'm limping around, and it's hurting so bad it keeps waking me up. Every time I go back to sleep, I wake up in pain, and so I don't know why I'm hobbling around. I have no idea, and I start thinking, what? Did I twist it? Did
It's falling apart.
How do you get hurt grilling?
That's hard to do. Anything that doesn't involve fire.
I recall grilling.
Yeah.
I recall. I did go and do a little better yesterday, but nothing. I was never doing better and went,
Coach Sherry didn't go to your workout.
No, I was actually without her yesterday.
Yeah.
So she didn't drive me into
you
the ground.
halfway did it.
Because if you remember, you know how they are. When we had the lunch yesterday, she'd already said, well, I knew that once I got ready for the lunch, and I love when they refer to this about what they pick out.
Mm-hmm.
And I just, I put on something cute. So your mom and dad are coming over. So I went ahead and did something this morning because I don't want to take this off and then change and come back. And so I've got my makeup like I want it, and my hair.
I know
like,
you hated that.
Yeah, and I got my hair, like Farrah, and I'm ready. And I said,
and then Rick said, "You're not going."
I said, "Dang it!" So
what am I gonna do?
So to put that in the mix, I didn't go as hard as I would have gone.
No, you did half a workout.
I did my normal cut corners, and
can I say what I think?
So the way I saw burpees yesterday was amazing.
To me, trying to figure out what happened is as aggravating as the injury itself.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm. But I think you always get back to this. There was nothing. It just started hurting.
Right, and
which is not good.
Inside of the knee, right knee inside.
It'll burn right there too.
So it hurting so bad it woke me up.
Did you hear your dad's voice on getting to the back? Get to the bathroom and get back.
Oh yeah, I can. But
get on the field.
If I can't figure it out, I'll just go. Well, and what's weird, you watch. By the time this day's over, it won't be hurting at all.
Yeah.
And I'm like, well, what was that? We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
You could, and you know what she said? Well, I tried to call them about a partnership. They didn't call me back.
No,
Is that what she said?
That's what she said. Look, I got into a dilemma similar to this, and it's not the same thing.
Oh, boy.
But it's similar because there was no charge. And y'all might remember this, been years ago when I first discovered that Dreamland Barbecue will deliver and cater to your house.
Oh, yeah, buddy.
Yeah.
Well, you know how you get caught up in it because, we all like to be celebrated as someone who can smoke great meats or
great
grill.
cooker.
You remember this? And a lot when they bring it with you, it doesn't have logos or anything on it. And so we took it out of the 10 deal and had the ribs out there as part of our presentation that day.
You claimed them?
Now, I was grilling other things and all that, and people just started raving about my ribs. and they just kept going on about it. And I wanted so much to say that they weren't my ribs, but I started kind of digging it.
Yeah, right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I started kind of saying that everybody really thinks, hey, Burgess has got these ribs, dog.
It's almost as good as Dreamland.
He's got this. I'll tell you one thing. This reminds me a lot of Dreamland.
You're giving them a run for their money.
Yeah, I tell you one thing, I've never had anybody get them so close. And then finally, I just, I realized that what I was doing, but I wish I had admitted it quicker than I did. You know what I mean? I kind of rode that way for a minute, and it felt good to think that I was Big Daddy. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Just for a minute, it just kind of felt good. To think that people would think I could do ribs that way.
People love my ribs.
Yeah.
And you start believing it. That's when it really gets weird. When you think, I really.
At one point,
I'm good.
I nearly crossed that line until Sherry, did that deal. Can I see you for a minute?
Right.
Which she's done a lot in the last 23 years. And she said, "Are you not going to tell them that this
You're claiming the rib,
right?
Yeah, I think that's.
Please tell me you're not claiming those ribs." And I was like, "I'm going to come clean in a minute, but let me enjoy it a minute.
Let me get to the
It's like when I was.
Now, I wish some couples had not left, before I admitted it. But I mean,
yeah, I remember when I was young.
Anybody hurt?
I claimed I sang my girlfriend a song and gave it to her on a cassette, and it was Michael English.
Did you do that? Are you sure? You said it was you. Well, she had never heard you sing before.
Right.
What if she asked you to sing it again?
Huh? Well, no, I remember that when I was young.
You could have picked somebody that just kind of sang good.
I think I even crossed it out on Sharpie on the cassette.
Here's a little song I sang for you.
I also wrote this song.
Yeah. Right. When I wrote this, I was thinking about you. Yeah. Why would you do that?
Well, we're talking about.
I got nothing to say. What am I saying? I'm not calling anybody out.
If they hadn't found a Dreamland bib, they would never been busted.
Isn't that well? Again, that's on Dreamland for not having enough logo out there.
If you logo it enough, it's hard to pass it.
Yeah. Greg, and one that's very similar, and I don't know that we ever came clean about this. If you remember, very similar, and I laugh about this because you rarely ever hear it unless you're on the Bruce Springsteen channel.
Yeah.
We did an obscure Bruce Springsteen song when Greg and I were in a band called Trapped.
Yeah.
We played it once on the show because we were talking about trap music.
It was an original.
Yeah. I don't believe we had that on the list of former bands.
No, it wasn't the name of it. It was a song.
Oh, okay.
Who am I? So it only appeared.
I thought you said a member. Of
No. It appeared. The reason why we played it on the air the other day, or I'm sorry, months ago, was that Adler brought up there's a type of music called trap music or whatever.
Right.
Yeah. I remember we made a joke and said, "Oh, you talking about this?" And it was a Bruce Springsteen song. Well, all it was a song that Springsteen did that appeared on the soundtrack.
Yeah.
So it was never a well-known Springsteen song. And we would do it, and the crowd would go nuts. And we did some originals, too, and they started saying things like, "I really like that original y'all have, Trapped. It's really good."
And I would act like I didn't hear them.
And again, it just felt so good for a minute, to say.
Yeah, I wrote that one.
Yeah.
Glad y'all enjoyed it.
Yeah, glad y'all enjoyed it. Here's a reel. And you ain't heard anything. You already hear my friend Calvin Wilburn.
You already hear him. Sounds just like my
He's going to open up for us next week. He's got a
song. I haven't dropped it off at her house.
You're awful. Wow. But anyway, by the way, there's people right now that used to come hear us play that said, "That wasn't y'all song?"
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I never said it was. I just never did credit.
You said it was.
Yeah. We'll be back. As we come back, another story that you said, did you say that Betty saw this yesterday? Is that what you told me?
Oh, the big cattle turnover.
The
She was the one telling me about it. Yeah.
Now, you said that we had how many head of cattle? Over 100?
Well, Rick, this is what's strange. The story that I've got here from AL.com is a little confusing because there's a real sharp turn in Birmingham on the interstate called Dead Man's Curve, and a truck that was carrying a bunch of cattle overturned there. Now, in
somebody
part of
coming
this,
in a little hot.
Yep.
In part of this, it says I guess they're quoting the truck driver here. No, okay, it's the rescue captain, fire and rescue captain Harold Watson. They said Harold Watson said that the truck was carrying between 45 and 145 heads of cattle.
It's a big gap.
It is a big gap.
It was flipped over on
many?
its side and said they could see the cattle.
22 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. We are back. We got a Rick and Bubba Buffalo Wild Wings charity charge coming up today. And Bubba, you got to be jacked. Somebody's going to get a check for some ham radio stuff today.
Well, they're really building up their science, and part of that is going to be a ham radio station and a curriculum that goes with it, and they're getting some help from the national organization, the ARRL, and back in the 50s and 60s, a lot of schools had ham radio stations, and I'd like to see that make a comeback.
Well, today we'll take
it's very educational.
We'll take a step in that direction. So Buffalo Wild Wings, and we'll tell you about the next opportunity on a charity charge that will be coming up on Monday. So be paying attention for that. Bubba, I know that you are not allowed to do this. Angela Lansbury, this has got Greg a little down today, has passed away at the age of 96, though. 96.
That's a good run. That's a good run.
We'll take that run.
I fall in your category on this. I thought she had already died.
Yep, I did too.
I guess the series just went off.
Now, here's your little forgotten Rick and Bubba trivia. We actually saw the little bay area, the little dock where the opening scene was shot. We saw that in Hollywood when we were there, and it's been used in many things, including the movie Jaws.
Yes, it has.
And a lot of people don't know that.
What scene is that?
Where Murder, She Wrote, they show a little
her little supposed to be her house,
a little dock area where she lives, in her neighborhood or something, but it's been used in a lot of things.
It's like you look up and like when Jaws is out there in the bay, there it is again.
Yeah, it's the same. It's the same little bay area.
Yeah,
and that was right before we drove through where the Ten Commandments filmed the flood scene.
Yeah,
which was actually we drove through it in a golf cart.
Did you?
It was a curve.
It
really was a curve that they videoed it on.
Did you ever?
And ran the film back.
Yeah,
I know she's done a lot of different things.
Was that it right there?
But did you ever watch that show?
I did not watch it on purpose. I think it was one of those that I may have seen parts by association. I want to say I think my mom used to watch that. Wasn't it on Sunday nights?
It sounds like something that our moms would watch. Oh no, Adler, I don't like your face. No, Adler, I do not like your face. Don't you say this.
My mom watched the show a lot, and so did I.
You got caught up in
Wait
it.
a minute, you watched it on purpose?
As a little kid, I actually really enjoyed the show.
Did you look forward to it?
Look, it was an old lady solving crimes, okay? How can you not like that?
It was very successful.
I gotta tell you, I liked it.
Was it on Sunday nights? When was it on?
I never saw it, I don't think.
I just saw the reruns, I think. Yeah,
I like any criminal investigative type stories.
No, I like
them. And I would watch it.
I watched a lot of those. I don't remember watching that one. I watched Cannon. I watched Barnaby Jones because it had Jed Clampett on it. And, a lot of those. How about Cannon? He couldn't run anybody down. He'd just shoot them.
All right, we've often said, let me tell you something. If fat people are in law enforcement, they're dangerous because we ain't running after you.
Nope.
Adler,
I like Beretta.
It ran.
That was good.
It ran from 1984 to 1996.
Wow.
So
quite a run.
Loved it.
Yeah. Well,
and then I might even watch Columbo right after that. You never know.
Columbo was
my
good.
little 7-year-old self. Oh, murder solve. All right.
Oh, good. Someone saved.
Did y'all watch?
One more thing.
I saw Columbo, McLeod. Do y'all remember McLeod? McLeod was good. I thought the cowboy solving murders.
Bubba liked McMillan and Wife.
Yes, he did.
Well, you know what? I remember that one.
Of course he did.
But I didn't watch it a lot.
He probably liked that heart thing too.
Heart to Heart. Oh no, we still watch Heart to Heart. Betty and I do.
Bubba,
come on.
Today we still watch it.
Now,
the Dog Freeway.
I will say this. I might as well throw myself under the bus. Talking about shows that you somehow got caught up in. When me and Lisa first got married, she liked Knots Landing. And I would throw a fit. I ain't watching that. I'd go upstairs.
It was
I
good.
watched one episode.
Yeah,
I ended up watching about 4 seasons.
Oh my gosh!
It was a spinoff of Dallas.
Yeah.
Well,
it was the brother gone bad.
It was.
Yeah. Yep.
So you guys said
I watched it.
I liked looking at things like Beretta because that was actually cool.
Okay.
And Telly Savalas, Kojak.
Kojak.
That was kind of cool.
With his lollipop.
But when somebody said, here's another person solving mysteries, Rick, it's a sassy old lady,
Right.
I wasn't interested.
Yeah, it just didn't grab you, Rick.
who writes books. I'm like, I have other things. I have other options.
I'm not proud
Well, you
of
know,
it.
the one that we watch now has Kirk Cameron's sister in it, and she doesn't write books, but she's a librarian, and she solves murders. It's down the same vein.
Same thing.
And did you say, let me correct this again because Adler just put it up. Did you still watch Heart to Heart?
We still watch Heart to Heart.
Oh, my.
And look, you look back and you go, wow, the acting wasn't as good as I thought it was, at the time.
No.
Yeah.
But Robert Wagner, I mean, how can you not love Robert Wagner?
I like Robert Wagner.
He was as cool as they come.
He was. Yeah. I will say.
Do you remember him in It Takes a Thief?
I don't.
I do, by the way.
That was good.
Didn't watch it, but I remember it being an option.
It Takes a Thief.
I'm not going to go into it because we've discussed it many times on the show, but I'm just confirming, and we're talking about shows. This weekend, while we were watching The Dog, I got on a marathon of Andy Griffith. And there ain't no better show ever.
No, there's not. It's the greatest show ever.
I forgot how good.
Greatest show ever.
Yeah. I mean, even today, it's still good. You normally look at stuff that old and go, well, that was kind of stupid.
Yeah, their humor was so clever, it's still funny.
Yeah. Oh.
It is hilarious.
But anyway, we went into that many times.
Think about
how about Don Knotts on Three's Company? You forgot he was the maintenance guy.
Mr. Furley. I hate to say it, I like the other guy better.
Yeah, I did too.
But the wife made that one.
Yeah, oh, wow.
She's fun.
But here's what this. Let me tell you. You talk about something that's
Mr.
current.
Roper.
Did you know? All right,
look at the camera.
You remember when? Yeah, I love that. Do you remember? Have you noticed now? And we talked about how now they're overusing the term gaslighting.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, Rick, it's the latest thing.
So listen to this. Listen how it all comes together. Did you know that Lansbury starred in the movie Gaslight from 1944? Where that
I
term
knew
comes
she was
from?
in a lot of movies way back. I mean, Murder, She Wrote was like her last big project.
She was in Gaslight, where that came from.
I didn't know.
How about that little tie-in today? Of course, I can't picture this, but apparently in 1949, she was also in Samson and Delilah.
We're at 49.
She was fine.
Find us a picture.
Adler.
So we're just assuming she was Delilah. Was she? Oh, my goodness.
She wasn't Samson.
No. Well, I believe you're all over that.
Yeah, but there's a lot of characters in that
That's
story.
True.
I mean,
that's true.
But anyway, she went on in 96, though.
96.
That's a
She
good
and the
run.
Queen.
That's a good run right there.
Right.
Same age as the
Her
Queen.
and the Queen went out the same year. Same age.
The First Lady of Mysteries went on in. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Tween, through the slats in the truck.
Don't you know I was a mess?
But they couldn't. They couldn't start taking them off because they thought they would be crushed.
Get me out.
So they were just stacked up in there.
Stacked up now.
Did it kill him?
Oh yeah,
apparently so, Rick. Apparently so.
Didn't they
I hope that guy that was worried about the turkeys doesn't call.
Didn't they set up a temporary pen to put them in right there on the interstate until they got them
were
all
having
out?
trouble. They didn't know really how to clear the wreck, so they put a call out for any cowboys to come and help get the cows
Wait a minute.
out.
There was a cowboy call out?
Let me give you the headline of the story. Cowboys call to rescue after cattle truck overturns in Birmingham's Dead Man Curve.
I want you to picture this. Hey, guys. We down at Dead Man's Curve, we got cattle everywhere. We need a cowboy call out. They're on the way, buddy. Do you have cowboys standing by in Metro Birmingham?
They said cowboys came in from the Jemison area to help unload the cattle.
Got that right.
They set up a makeshift corral on the interstate to contain the livestock as they unloaded them one by one. Rick, a lot of them didn't make it.
The day before, I got caught in a traffic jam over here, one of them complete stops. It's been a bad day for traffic around Birmingham. This was going on for hours. I mean, people, if you got caught up in this, you were there for a while.
It shut down a major east-west interstate for a long time.
Because they wouldn't let nobody through till they got them cows.
Hey, they called down here. They called down here to Jemison. We sent some of them cowboys up there. I got it. I mean, hey, you can't even have nothing. You can't even have a cow.
Imagine opening that door trying to get them out as they're trying to get out because they're panicking.
And they're suffocating.
I will say one thing. What a mess.
Oh, they said Chick-fil-A has actually closed.
Okay. Rick.
Well, just for one day.
That curve, it never ends. There, that on that ramp, but it
That's a
never
tough one. But
ever
guys,
ends. You
it
think,
tells
okay, I'm
you-
about to straighten up now?
The guys
45 miles an hour. It gives you a sign.
It does.
All the way in. And it even gives you some of these where you get to brum, 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 brum. You know, you run over them. It even gives you some of them.
Well, look, whoever was laying it out to begin with, you talking about missing it. When they had to connect both ends, that was tough to get it to go.
They said,
I guess they didn't realize there was a cemetery there they couldn't go through.
Right. Yeah, that's where my grandparents, one side of my grandparents are buried there. That's why we always saw it. We would always go there, go stop by the cemetery.
Yeah.
Because that turn is called Dead Man's Curve because it turns, and I mean, I'm talking about it's a hairpin turn, and as you look over the wall, it's a cemetery.
Yeah.
I've seen many a truck smashed in there.
But guys, do we not talk about that when you're coming to Birmingham? Hey, be careful.
Well, Rick,
you know we have the very well-known Dead Man Curve and all the blinking and the
there's
slow
enough
down.
signs you could land an airplane there.
Ka-tonk. We got all that. I mean, slow down. What are you doing, man?
Okay. If I could tell you this
Hit
story,
them Jake brakes.
this story
No
here,
Jake brakes.
yeah, is a little bit better. It says between 120 and 140 cattle.
A lot of
So
cows,
that's a
yeah.
little. That's a
Yeah,
little
that
better.
jump from 45 to 145
That's
is a big
a
jump.
lot.
That is.
Y'all, that's a lot of cows to be on one truck.
How many?
On one trailer.
Guys.
By the way, with that many, there were some killed, right?
It just says some of the cows inside were deceased. I mean, it's not like they were laying on the interstate.
But what I'm saying is this, though.
Some of the reports we were getting on social media, it was not painting a pretty picture.
And they were letting them out, and they were putting them in a temporary corral, the ones that could make it.
The ones that wasn't, they had them in another stack.
Yeah.
Well, I've actually seen
With the tow motor.
I've actually. I was just wondering because I just got an alert on my phone. Ribeyes are an extremely low price right now.
Yeah, right.
I was just wondering.
Yeah.
That meat's gonna be tough, though. All that adrenaline.
You're right, Greg. Well said.
Oh, I know.
Thanks,
Man, when that thing got to tipping.
Well said.
Don't you know the first one they let him out? He's like,
I know. I know.
Good Lord.
How about this?
Think y'all ever let
when you're toting livestock, it takes the wreck to another place.
I think everybody on the interstate's got to go somewhere. They got somewhere they got to be. How many people were missing somebody yesterday? Because
How about this? I've never gotten on the interstate that I said, you know what? Really doesn't matter when I get where I'm going.
I'm just going to sightsee today. Let me go up here and see what's on this road.
I'm not lying. I saw the pictures, and if you look above the cab, there's a sign that says T-Bone. I don't know if that's the driver's nickname or is that, but
hey, is he okay? We didn't talk about
I'm not making a joke.
Driver was carried to the hospital.
Pull the picture up. It says T-Bone right above the cab. Let me find it.
You know, it is sad that our first reaction is always, how's the cows?
As a matter of fact, Rick, they said firefighters had stretched out nearly a mile of hose spraying mist on the cattle, trying to keep the ones still alive cool.
I got you. I got
Till
you,
the Cowboys got
See
there.
T-Bone?
I got you. Look, bud. Right there. T-Bone. It does say it.
Where at? Oh, it does. Over the top.
It sure does.
T-Bone came.
His brakes might have gone bad. I got it because if I'm an experienced truck driver, I know about dead man's curve. You think his brakes went out?
Well, I don't know. I don't
slow
know.
down.
There's enough lights,
Sleep.
and signs over there. You could land an airplane. I mean, good night.
Right. "35 minutes now past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is our number as we work our way back. Gang's all here today, including Blazing Silverman. He'll get your phone calls if you want to join us at 866 We Be Big. We'll have meet and play today as well, and an update on Buffalo Wild Wings Rick and Bubba Charity Charge coming up next hour. Let me point you to learbubba.com. I know, and we got another. When's this next interest rate hike? November?
Coming November 1.
November 1.
Anytime they meet.
So remember, Bubba, we're not in a recession, even though everything every bill you have is higher.
You want the predictions? I just got a fresh one this morning.
Yes.
On that. Between 0.75 or a whole interest rate point going up November 1st.
Mm-hmm. What were you saying, Greg?
Biden did make a statement that next year we may be in a slight recession. That is actually the statement. You say it's been.
Well, let's go to learbubba.com. Look, there's nothing that you can do about what the Biden administration is going to do. They're there. They got elected. We're going to have to they don't have the answers. Are they delusional? Are they maniacal? I don't I don't know which one it is. But anyway, we go to learbubba.com and at least prepare. Now, there's no purchase necessary to talk to one of their experts to let them hear your situation, kind of make some suggestions on some things you can do to diversify. Now, the Kennedy silver $50 is a classic. See, if you're watching on YouTube, I'm holding one up right here. Learbubba.com is going to send you one of these. It just for no purchase necessary. It's yours. For talking to them. I love these. These are great collectibles. And all they're going to do is have a conversation with you about investing in gold and precious metals now. You don't want to be, if you remember 2008, you don't want to be in that situation. But the good news is in 2008, if you had been invested in gold, did you know, Bubba, I don't know if you remember this, it skyrocketed over 50%.
I know.
Over 50%.
We'd all be retired now.
Silver also went up big time. So he earned some of these huge profits by investing in gold, silver, and precious metals. But if you're like me, I'm not an expert on this, so I need some help. So go to learbubba.com and get that help. Also, you can call them if you would prefer, 800-707-4575. That link's also at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. All right, so I know that that we have. What are y'all laughing at? What are you? What are you?
Bubba's
and Greg
dogs over there fighting.
what are you and Greg over looking at videos of y'all's dogs?
Bubba had his two dogs fighting over Mr. Potato Head.
We moved from pictures of food we just ate.
Oh,
you know we're grubbers now.
Yeah, Bubba.
Grubber.
Yeah, I was like I say, had lunch with Bubba and Betty yesterday, and Sherry was with us. It is official. I watched how he's operating, and I'm hearing their conversations. Bubba has officially done it. He is now a grubber. Now we won't, and some of you call that foodie. We won't do that.
Just grubbers.
Bubba's moving around to some swanky restaurants and trying new dishes.
He was showing me pictures of stuff I never thought.
He's talking about shelves. He's trying new things.
Oh, he got his personal shelf.
I'm telling you, he's a grubber.
There.
He's eating small plates.
I went back and I had that last night. And that may be my favorite dish of all right now.
Now,
pork, you know what it falls under?
I want to caution you on
pork belly.
I want to caution you one thing.
Mm-hmm.
Grubbers, be careful that you're not just picking new things in a small menu that you'll only eat. I notice you're eating a lot of the same things over again.
You ever locked in?
I've got a.
Grubbers try new things.
I know, and I'm going to do that.
Okay.
But you know, a lot of these fancy places, Rick, that falls under, and you know what I'm talking about, a lot of plate, not a lot of food.
Oh, yeah.
But let me tell you,
they'll give you a lot of plate, and they'll put a little fancy squirt. They can take sauce and make it
make it beautiful.
Oh yeah, but
I couldn't take any more of that.
See
it's
there?
so good. I couldn't take it.
Yeah. But how about sometimes you are hungry and you go, I just want something I know I'm going to enjoy.
Yeah.
I don't feel like gambling right
and
now.
the bill's bigger than
but
the
that's
plate.
not a grubber.
I know. I'm just saying
That's old Bubba.
That's where he was.
Can I tell you this? Look,
he'll stick on something.
Will you look at me? Will you please go in there and not eat that and eat something else?
I will.
Well, try branch out a little.
Yeah, branch out just a little.
I will.
I'm
I've
glad
had it
you
2 or
got
3
that.
times.
No.
I know, and I'm gonna try some more stuff.
You can try new things.
I am. I'm gonna try some more.
Did you have dessert this time at all?
Maybe.
Oh, you did? You'd already had one for lunch. I thought we weren't going to have another one.
I might have.
Bubba.
Let's see.
Was it under the grubbing guys? I've never tried this before, or was it an old trusty?
Yeah.
I'm afraid it was an old trusty.
Bubba, this is not
Rick.
That's just what I'm worried about. Huh?
What are you doing?
Bubba.
Oh, he's flipping.
Oh, you don't.
Is that cheesecake?
Bubba, no.
Is that cheesecake?
Yeah.
Oh. Big that plate is.
Golly.
What's that on top? Is that caramel on the top?
Bubba.
It's good.
Rick and
I could see that from here.
Yeah,
of course, he offends all these people at these places when he asks for a bottle of ketchup.
Yeah.
I can't believe it.
You're not doing that, are you? Grubbers don't do that.
You know, if I want ketchup, I'll ask for it. But I didn't need it with any of this.
That's
other
what.
stuff.
Well, see, that's very grub-like.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I like trying it a little different. Try some different.
But so far, you're not trying anything different. You
But he likes.
These are things I tried that were different, and I really liked them, so I've tried them again and again.
I know.
Yeah, there you go.
But we're going to branch out.
They're still different.
You know what?
Adler, I sent you a picture of the cake, the pie, or whatever you call it.
I might even ask you to try a different restaurant because I know you keep going to the same one.
I've got a pretty good rotation going, and but I do like trying different. I told you about a new one you didn't know about.
You
got to go try that.
You did, and I was proud of you because that was
I've had
very
lunch here
grubber.
several times.
That was very grubber-like.
Man,
when you threw something out I didn't even know about, man, that was Grub City.
Could you tell me the flavor of the cheesecake?
There it is.
Oh my gracious!
I want to give you
There's
the
that new
name
commitment
of
to
it. I
health
can't
right there.
remember it.
I'm tell you, I bet that was good.
Oh, Bubba,
come on.
You talking about dragging it through that stuff on the side there?
Do you know what? Do you know what caramel is
like
made
an
out of?
Oreo bottom kind of
Good. Rick is made out of good.
Brown sugar and butter.
It's made out of something good.
That's all caramel is.
Well, you know
and,
what?
And it's a number one.
It must be good.
It is fantastic.
It is really good.
Yeah.
Look,
Bubba,
it was a celebration.
Well, 2 weeks of celebrating is what we're
Back
doing.
to the turkey sandwich.
Remember the great caramel squares? Just some little squares you got of caramel.
Golly. Oh my goodness!
How about this?
Tim's coming today too.
Yeah.
Oh, he's in the parking lot. He's already texted.
But you're not going to eat that.
Well, I probably will.
No.
For breakfast.
That's
our breakfast.
Rick,
you're gonna have. You just gonna get you some eggs today.
Rick,
You're on a bad track right now. You're on a binge.
No,
Rick,
that's all
look at
right.
me.
Rick, look at me and Speedy. Hey, just stop.
Okay.
Hey,
Don't
let the
turn it
man
into
celebrate.
a bender.
I'm not.
Don't turn
it
it
won't.
into.
Let the man celebrate.
I'll pull out of it.
He's going to celebrate
I'm
the
gonna
month
find
of
you.
October.
I'm gonna find you in there holding your stomach.
No, you know what? So far, so good.
I know, but just speaking.
It's kind of amazing, isn't it?
Right.
It is to me.
You take that.
I heard so many horror stories with the gallbladders too, and I was like, "Oh no, what's it going to be?"
You're just careful here.
Yeah.
I'm just telling you so far.
Why don't we call it the month to celebrate, and just for the month of October,
I don't
celebrate?
I don't even need to do
Can
that.
I tell you one thing?
But I'm gonna
though?
have a piece of chicken because I like chicken like Greg.
I love it.
The thing that you probably just want to try something that's not deep fried, but I mean,
Right.
but what I'm gonna say is this, okay? Because you
know why I like deep fried stuff, Rick? Because James Gregory made a great point. It's just you know that it's a cleaner, healthier thing because no viruses or bacteria
Right.
can survive hot grease.
You are correct.
Yeah.
COVID-19
Right.
can't live in that.
Of course, the thing that killed all that you now have ingested into your own body, but but I mean, but here's the thing.
He's a picture of health too.
Yeah.
James
Well,
Gregory.
he made a good point.
Right.
Did he though? I mean,
He did.
Well, he made a
God love.
comedic
He
point.
made a comedic
that's what
point.
let's
It
go
was a
back to
funny
that.
joke.
He's a comedian.
He's a comedian.
It was a funny joke.
We all laughed.
And
he did what he was supposed to do.
and the picture of health. So
When I think fitness,
And he owns me talking about sitting up with the dead because I had to do that as a
Right.
kid. And wow,
but
it scarred me.
But going back to this, because
want no part of that.
look, you and I are the same when it comes to our eating history.
We've been down a long road.
So what I'm saying is, let me tell you this with your gallbladder, because of me not eating very healthy, and of course, unlike you, in living a little hard, I honestly don't know what to credit when I have stomach to. Is it the gallbladder being gone, or because my stomach? I've been having these problems my whole life, so I never know when something.
They ain't a gallbladder between us.
Right, I know, but like I may have a bad stomach day, but I don't know whether it's tied to the gallbladder or just bad stomach days. I've always had.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
That's who I'd take advice from.
I'll tell you what, if you want a good laugh, that's the place.
Correct.
To go.
I'll give you that.
Funniest man in America.
You're right, absolutely.
No
right
doubt
about
he's funny.
that.
Let the man celebrate.
I will be crying if he's around.
Right. Yeah.
I'll tell you the one of the most outstanding meals we ever had in our life was with James Gregory.
Sure was.
You remember that?
If I ate it today, I'd have to be hospitalized.
I'm telling you, I've never
because I'm not in eating shape.
I can't believe we ate that much.
I'm not in eating shape anymore.
Yeah.
I mean, I can't do it anymore.
And Thanksgiving's coming up.
Bubba, what was the surgery day? Was it the 28th of September or 21st? Do you
I'll
know?
have to look back. I don't know.
Because I mean, we're just a couple weeks after that, so you just keep celebrating, right? And then we'll jump back on it.
No, I'm good. I mean, are you? Yeah, I mean, I just veered in the road yesterday. I
Yeah.
didn't
Well,
completely
yesterday
go off
was
in
a
the
day
woods.
of celebration,
Right.
lunch,
Yeah.
and
Just
dinner.
giving you some advice going forward from a person who's on this road. I'm with you, man. Just giving you some advice. Don't put two bad meals together in one day.
Yeah, well, that's a good point.
Okay, just hang on.
That happened yesterday.
Yeah, I know, and that's what I'm working.
And gonna have again this morning. Looks like.
Hey, I'm trying to. You need to just.
I'm just trying to. He wants. He's open to all this kind of stuff right now. Just trying to help.
Speedy, I have down the 21st of September was liver day.
Okay.
Liver Day. Is that what
Liver
we're calling
Day.
it now?
So this is like the 3-week anniversary of that.
Liver Day.
Yeah.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
You could.
T-Bone
It
laid her
is.
down.
I mean,
like
you
the
can
sun.
see it from miles away.
Guys, picture the inside that trailer. They were cows piled up.
Imagine how many.
Like
I mean,
90 going north.
cows are pretty big animals.
They're big.
To
brother.
have 100 some of them crammed into a trailer.
I know it.
That's a big thing.
I bet that was a dandy smell when they were all upright.
Imagine a pile of dung fell out of that.
Watch it.
Hey, they just heard something down here at Howard Jemison. Y'all head up there. I can't go up there. I can't do nothing. I'm just dealing with these idiots down here. Burgess locked herself out again. So yeah, that's a lot of cows.
If you need a bunch of cowboys, who do you call? I mean, is there a number? Is
Apparently,
there a cowboy
Jemison.
hotline?
Apparently, Jemison.
Well, I know they came from Jemison, but how do you start that process?
Who is the one person in Jemison they contacted? I need a bunch of cowboys.
Yeah, if you're with fire and rescue, do you have on your phone? Let's see, plumbers. We got cowboys right here. Let me call them.
Do you think what they do? They take
There's
a giant cowboy hat and they took that light and shoot it up in the sky, and it's a giant cowboy hat. Guys, look, there's a sign.
Yeah.
Gotta hold his ass.
That's a long way on a horse.
The face.
Greg, that's a long way on a horse. That's a 30-minute car drive.
Hey, Greg.
Really about 40 minutes to that location. We'll be back. Black Crowes remedy. Bubba, how are you?
I am better than I should be, Rick. Thank you for asking.
Yeah, well, Bubba was commenting, and we will do the story today because I'm trying to figure this thing all out.
Good luck.
Well, it never anymore can I say, well, that's not, people won't do that. That's not appropriate. We have completely lost. Yeah, I've heard about that.
What's about to happen?
For
later.
Yeah, the Marshawn Lynch thing.
Oh, yeah,
yeah, we have that. And you do love that the Raiders are watching the Raiders thing where Marshawn Lynch was tossed from the game for grabbing a referee.
Right, there was a mistake.
Yeah, but when you look, it's funny. I will say this on a much lighter note: they were back in the silver numbers where there and all that, so that was good.
It was those alternate uniforms where they went with the white pants. Now, when they do the silver pants, silver numbers, that's when
the Raiders will be going back in the 70s.
Yeah.
But anyway, that's more NFL stuff today. Now Marshawn Lynch has been ejected for putting his hands on a referee.
Shoved him and had hold of his whistle while he was shoving him. It was kind of a
$30,000 fine.
$30,000 fine also
and we'll talk about it more, but he left the bench to do that, which it could total up a game check, which would be about $80,000 for him.
Ouch.
He was immediately ejected from the game.
Yeah, I heard that was the next point. The offense was actually, he wasn't even on the field, so he ran off the sidelines.
Yep,
like a madman into the fray.
You can't do that and then shove the referee when you get there.
No.
Right.
Might be out of control.
He said that when he saw how big the fine may be, he's claimed this could be the early stages of CTE.
Yeah.
So anyway, we'll see how that goes. Anyway, so we'll talk about that. But Bubba was talking about the cowboy hat because this is the Florida. Is she a representative?
Yes, Congresswoman
out of Florida, and who's for some reason wears a cowboy hat all the time. I haven't seen that, like I said, since we had the Senate race in Alabama. But
I think she's wearing the exact same hat that I saw Ted Nugent wear one time on stage.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
But I thought this was just a one-time thing. Now I've noticed her in various cowboy hats.
That's her deal.
Mm-hmm.
So does she ride in on a horse named Sandy?
No, not that I'm aware of. No. Strange. That whole thing has got really strange. It's just constant. I thought General Kelly made an unbelievable speech about it yesterday. I don't know that it solved any of the problems or accusations, but boy, he gave a heartfelt speech about it.
Well, and a lot of people telling that. We'll play that here in a minute. We'll come back and go ahead and do that story. But I was just, I'm getting to the point now, and I said this the other day, and we've said it. We've all said it. You really can kind of sum up our country right now as we just don't have any class. I mean, we just,
Right.
I mean, we just, I mean. Nine minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is our number, and we're going phone trolling. We want to talk to you. Let's go. Make a comment, ask a question, bring some information to the table. Not designed for meaningless shout-outs or shameless plugs. We're not worried about that. But we are interested in what you have to say. Blazing Silverman is ready to go, and we take all 10 lines, and we've made them available to you so you can move right now. As you are moving, and once we get you lined up, the old buzzer will sound, and we'll move through that quickly. So you don't have to stand in line very long either. So make your move now, and let's get ready to roll and hear from you. As you are calling, let me remind you of a couple things. This Saturday, if you are traveling to Birmingham, Alabama, You'll have an opportunity if you're coming to the UAB football game, taking on either for Charlotte or UAB. You will get to spend time with Calvin Speedy Wilburn. He'll be emceeing there at Protective Stadium and for the game. So be sure and spend some time with Speedy coming up this Saturday. Looking ahead to October the 23rd, a couple of man churches going on from themanchurch.com. Rich Wingo will be in Warrior, Alabama at Crossroads Church. He'll be speaking at their next man church. They're doing the strategy. This is the next time for you to be there and hear one of our teachers. Rich Wingo will be the one. And if you haven't heard Rich, please make an effort to be there. You'll be glad that you did. Then I will be in Birmingham, Alabama, Bubba, with our old friend Randy Overstreet, the pastor there, at the church at Liberty Park. This is their second man church. I'll be speaking there. They are going to be serving food, so that is ticketed. They need to know that you're coming. That link is at themanchurch.com, but also rickandbubba.com, since I'm going to be there under upcoming events. And then, of course, we told you that tickets are on sale now to the first ever Man Church Conference coming up February 24th and 25th. Greg and I are from Oxford, Alabama. It will be there at the Performing Arts Center. Rich Wingo will be one of our teachers there. Andy Blanks. We've got Recap Gray, pastor, coming in to speak. I'll be speaking. Chuck Hooten does worship. We're going to have a breakfast you'll get invited to if you want to come on that Saturday morning, and we'll take some questions from you. Helmsy will be there trying to talk to you about teaching our curriculum if you have any questions about that. It's really a great time to learn all about the discipleship strategy we have, or if you're already doing it, come and network with other churches and talk about what's working for you, what's not working, or you could just attend for the first time and say, I just want to go to a great conference. We'll be doing fellowship also after at Big Time Entertainment. All the men will get a chance to go there and have some fun before they go home. And if you don't have those tickets yet, you can get them at themanchurch.com under upcoming events, and those are reserved seats. So once you have a seat for the weekend, you don't have to worry about keep running back in there and trying to grab it again. So coming up, we've got the Buffalo Wild Wings Rick and Bubba Charity Charge, and we've got another one coming up. We'll update you on that, and Bubba, you'll be handing out another check.
Yeah, we got a nice check to pass out today to Hope Christian, and we'll talk to those guys and learn a little more about what they're doing.
We also have some updates from last night. It was from Monday night, so night before last. And I know the kickoff hour hit some of those, but we haven't talked about it together on the big show. The one that I'm kind of hoping for is I'm hoping that Troy Aikman will stand up and tell the world that the comment he made as a former quarterback that these new rules that it's time to take the dresses off of quarterbacks. I hope that he will stand up and because this is the only way that it works. Speaking from experience, we've been through it, we've dealt with it, is the only way that you deal with bullies is to stand up and say, not going to be bullied.
Right.
Okay. Mm-hmm. What I said, it was
too
not
bad, so sad.
Was not sexist. It was not an indictment on women. It was men talking about football and the rule changes in football. And
it's just a saying.
Yeah, it's
just a saying. It's been around a long time.
Yeah, I have no history of being against women, and and this is
his mother was one, and he married one.
Right. This is people sitting around looking to be offended, which is the time we're living in. And the only way we stop that attitude is to stand up when someone says you're being this. You go, no, I'm not. Are you going to apologize? I am not.
I'm not.
I'm not. Because I know my intent. Everybody knows my intent. You're trying to come up with something that even you deep down know is not true. Mm-hmm. And I'm not going to apologize because what I said I didn't say to be offensive. Now, if you want to say you're a quarterback and I've offended you, yeah. Because it was an indictment on quarterbacks.
Yeah.
And I was a quarterback. But I
yeah.
certainly was not being offensive to women, and I'm not going to apologize for doing something that I didn't do.
Yeah, I don't
unfortunately, I don't think that's going to happen, but I wish it would.
I don't feel like Troy will unless the network makes him.
They're going to lean on him. You know they are.
And Helms, I heard you say, and I agree, I wish the cameraman, or they say cameraman, but I thought he had a microphone.
Photographer.
I thought he was audio. Why is he holding a big boom mic?
Yeah. Everybody's labeling it as cameraman. That's why I called him a cameraman.
Yeah, well, it's in here too. Yeah. It's in the story.
But he's holding a boom mic.
But he doesn't have a camera.
No.
Yeah, he's
unless
an audio
he put
man.
it down and had an audio.
He's the guy that provides the sound for
and one article is calling him a photographer.
Yeah, you see.
I know this. He got thrown on his wrong.
Yeah.
If you go on a movie set, or you go where
he's
is,
a boom operator.
This says the boom operator. He's with the sound crew. Mm-hmm. He's not with the photography crew. Mm-hmm. So I don't know why they keep calling him a cameraman because he's not one. But anyway, I wish he would have, even though now he's
wait a
gonna.
minute.
He's.
That angle looks totally different than what we saw
What are you
before.
talking about?
Doesn't look near as bad,
Listen,
by the way.
here's the deal.
It looks like that guy ran into him.
He did.
Well, no, he ran in front of him.
Yeah,
he
this
ran
is a
in
new
front of
angle.
him.
Well, yeah, but look where, I mean, he shouldn't have pushed him down.
He should have waited.
But
for
he
the-
should have waited.
Yeah.
I thought he was over mad and saw the guy kind of in his way and pushed him out. It was like we bumped into each other, and I just
The
it's
view
not as bad as I
yesterday
thought it
is
was.
totally different. It looks totally different than that.
It's the two people who bump into each other, and his reaction was to push.
Look,
Yeah, that angle makes it look like Devontae didn't see him.
He obviously walked in front of Devontae going into the tunnel. Okay,
And misjudged his crossing.
and should have stopped, let him get off the field, and then go. It's your responsibility to avoid the players. Now Devontae probably was a little aggressive.
was.
in his
He was
push.
frustrated
because they just lost the game.
But he didn't commit a crime.
No, he didn't. But it's obvious that the photographer, boom mic operator, whatever, ran in front of him and should have just let him clear it out.
The only way
He thought he could make it, and he didn't.
The only way he's a photographer or cameraman if at the end of that pole that's not a microphone and it's a camera. Because if it's a microphone, he's a sound guy.
Yeah.
Okay. And
But the real
whatever,
story
he's just a
is
grunt.
here that he has now filed a police report.
Which again, looking for the society.
How
that,
would you?
And I heard you guys say this in the kickoff hour. Don't you wish? And I think it was Helmsy said it. I agree. I so wish he would get up and say, "Hey, I was trying to get across there to get something to do my job. I crossed in front of him. I wish he had not pushed me down. I regret he did that. But hey, I'm not. He's apologized. The Raiders are. Hey, I would come back the next game with a Devontae Adams jersey on.
Yeah.
And say, hey man, I know you were frustrated. You didn't mean any ill will, and
That's
it's
ridiculous.
certainly not an assault and a criminal offense.
Ricky was
he
got taken to the hospital.
He called private transportation,
But that's
to
not
the
gonna
air- to
happen.
a hospital.
Well, Devontae should have done it. And now this guy's making it more than it should be. Like you said, he apologized online. Maybe this guy should have said, hey, lunch is on you.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
Devontae said, look, I'll buy you lunch. Come on, we're good.
Absolutely.
Guys,
And
this angle, though, this new angle I just saw looks really bad. I mean, really, really bad.
That's when he didn't know what a caddy was. He thought the guy was stealing his clubs.
Anyway, so I like how we can dream about how we wish these things would be handled.
Yeah.
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Bubba and I have been talking about, and we do. We love the products from Manscaped.com. I mean, you and I. Do people know what we mean about how when you get a product, the minute that you have it, and you go, I can feel the quality of this.
Yeah, I mean, beyond their catchy slogans, Rick, it really is a quality product. And
it is.
I love the razor. I love the way it lights up. I love the way it feels. And like I said, it just, the old term we used to, farfignugan. It feels good.
It really does. And let me tell you what's great, too, is my wife literally said to me the other day, she said, your hair is looking fantastic. Your beard looks better. What have you been doing? And I said, I'll tell you what it is. And I went in there. I said, it's these products from Manscaped.com. They have a shampoo conditioner combo. Once again, they have them in like 10 bottles. They're metal and all that. And I said, this stuff is designed for men and the way we were made. And I said, I can definitely see a difference. There's also body washes that go with it. This cutter, the Lawnmower 4.0 body trimmer we love. We wish we didn't need the Weed Whacker nose and ear trimmer.
Yeah.
We wish we didn't.
But we're in that group, though.
I know. And these products are designed for men. Men and women are equal, but they are not the same. And so if you're out there getting products from companies that are designing products for women and you're just using those, it's not the same thing. And right now, we're going to get you 20% off and free shipping if you go to manscaped.com and look at all these great products. 20% off plus free shipping. The code you need is RICK and then the number 20. That's the 20% off. RICK20 at manscaped.com. That's manscaped.com. Use the code RICK20. One time you said, well, there were pockets of places where you still people say, well, in this setting right here, we're all going to act a certain way.
Yeah, we're not talking about
right.
snobbery.
No, what we're talking
we just
about.
mean general acting like you got common sense again. I hate to keep going back to that.
Yeah, my mama called it couth.
Right.
And what I'm talking about is that is for you saying you have the ability to look at a situation and say, in this situation, in general, we as human beings with civility say, in this situation, there's certain things you just don't do.
Right.
You don't have that. That doesn't mean that you've lost your country spirit, or I've lost my culture, or
No.
this is how I was. This is what we do. There were certain things we all got in society and said, in this particular situation, there's appropriate behavior that we have all agreed on. And so I'm trying to figure out. I understand you Trump's people hate him and upset and all that, but there's just certain things you just have to think. Well, I've said it 1,000 times. There's plenty of things about Donald Trump. There's plenty of things about Rick Burgess. Okay, that if you don't want to like, you can like it, not like me for this reason, or not like him for this reason, that are legitimate.
Right.
Hey, I can give you a narrative that's absolutely true. What I don't understand is when people start going after Trump just because they hate him, and now they're going to create things that are not what they say they are. It's all becoming propaganda and fake. And that part is just hard to deal with.
Well, that's the resist movement, Rick. You have it every day. I mean, there's a goal today. We need a story pointing to Donald Trump's crazy.
So General Kelly weighs in on the congresswoman out of Florida that claims she was in the automobile with a woman whose husband was killed in the line of duty, and that President Trump's call to console her is offensive because of what he said, and General Kelly weighs in on that.
Yes, it's probably too long to play the whole thing, but hopefully we'll find some highlights.
We'll be back. All right, so Bubba, you were the one who worked a crowd into a frenzy with Build That Wall not too long ago. So we've got some wall prototypes out there now?
Yeah, they're actually building, and President Trump addressed this when he was in Huntsville a few weeks ago at the now infamous get-together.
Yes.
And he said, hey, we're fixing to build some test walls, for lack of a better term.
Right.
And they have erected 5 of what will be 8, and it's just a little segment of wall.
Right.
And it's on the Mexican border down close to San Diego right now. And there's amazing drone footage of this. Have you seen them already?
I haven't seen it. I'm looking at the pictures now, though.
And there'll be 8 when they're completed. And Donald Trump himself will go to those walls and pick out which one he likes best that will be used to build his wall.
Will you go down there and chant in front of it, build that wall?
I'd like to.
I'd like to. I'm looking at the 5 we can see in the drone footage. Which one you like the best?
Well, there's several companies in this, and did you know 2 of the walls or 2 of the segments are built by a company out of Montgomery, Alabama?
I did not know that.
Yeah.
Well, you knew.
One of them is built by an Israeli company who has already some prior experience putting up walls.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
So it'll be an interesting. Don't you know it will be a circus the day that Trump goes down to pick out the winner?
Yeah.
I mean, it's going to be like a social studies fair. He's going to walk around, look at it, kick them a little bit, and go, I think this is the one I want.
I like that. I look forward to that footage.
And here, let me give you the specs here. Let me find
maybe we can get our new Bleeding Heart Pope to go down there and bring his wall builders down there to see which one they like.
You know, I've never understood people being critical of the wall who already lives behind one. It's a little peculiar to me. It hurts the argument a little bit. But, Rick, here are some of the specs, okay? The wall must include an anti-climb feature that prevents scaling using grappling hooks. Now, some of the walls have this. Rick, this is a technique we used to use on beagle pens. They actually...
It is 6 minutes past the hour, coming to you from the No Name Studio on the bleeding edge of technology, from Sweet Home, Alabama to the world. And we are glad that you are here for a brand new hour. And we started this tradition a while ago, and it continues today, and that is the Buffalo Wild Wings, Rick and Bubba, charity charge. And here we go. So it's time for us to update you once again. Tim Spencer is here from Buffalo Wild Wings. And Bubba, I'm looking. We got another giant check as the listeners and viewers have gone out. And once again, they have eaten delicious food from participating Buffalo Wild Wings. And 10% of those food sales have gone to another great charity. Tim, first of all, welcome back.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you.
You fired up?
Yeah, I'm fired up.
So you got your big check ready?
That's a giant check, literally and figuratively.
I love that giant check.
I do too.
You can't deposit it because it won't fit in the tube, but it sure is cool to make pictures
telling
with.
you what.
Yeah.
So participating Buffalo Wild Wings are all in Sweet Home, Alabama, which is where we are located and bring you the show. That's Alabaster, Birmingham on 280, Gardendale, Tuscaloosa, Hoover on John Hawkins Parkway, downtown Birmingham, 4th Avenue South, Trussville, Pell City, Oxford, Alabama, right off the 188, off I-20, and then Chelsea, brand new on Highway 280. So those are the ones that are participating. Another opportunity coming up Monday, but let's focus on what you've already done. Pastor Rob Moore's here of River Chase Community Church, and Wayne, is it Atchison? Atchison, and with Hope Christian School. And Bubba, this was something that you brought to our attention.
Yeah, we had talked to those folks, and we know several of the members of the church, and they were trying to get together and beef up their science department a little bit and add a ham radio station, and we were glad to help them do that. Wayne, tell us a little bit about the school, because I know you've kind of been on a journey.
Oh, yeah.
It's been fun. It's been stretching in a lot of ways, even with our faith.
Amen.
We've had Hope for 33 years. Primarily, it's a home school, home education ministry, although we do have parent-directed education primarily because we have co-op classes there as well. But the journey's been fun. When Pelham flooded back in October, our facility flooded, and we had been renting from them for 11 years. And because of the severity of the flood, they didn't have the money to repair the building. So we were looking for another place to host the school. And my daughter-in-law knew Roxanne at the church and said, they've got the whole upper floor they're not using. Move in. So we did. And it's been amazing, the camaraderie, the melding of the ministry actually and the purpose, and it's been amazing.
How about that? So, Rob, that brings you into all this.
Yeah, and they actually were there before I was. I've only been the pastor 5 months.
Oh, you inherited them.
Yeah, I inherited them. No, it was huge for us because my wife and I, we homeschool our 3 girls. So when we were going through the process of talking to the church, they said we have a homeschool. And my wife was excited because she gets rid of the daughters for 1 day a week.
How about that?
So she gets her break and stuff. But no, it's been a great bringing together of 2 ministries and stuff. And we're excited for the future.
Yeah.
Because we're learning things about each other that are going to catapult both the church and the school.
Right. Yeah, it's been kind of a strange promotion, Bubba. You might not be aware of it. I found out the other day that one of the main things that are said about homeschool versus, government schools is people are now saying, Rick and Bubba were not homeschooled. And so people are like, well, we better do something. I mean, maybe we got to make a move. So that's great. So tell us the people who went out and ate the delicious food, and we've got a check we're going to tell you. Tim will tell you what it is. But first of all, tell the people what this money will do. What are you guys going to do with it?
We wanted to be a resource for the community as well as the school in establishing the ham club at the school. We're also now a testing center. I passed my technician test Sunday, so I'm looking forward.
So Wayne's
to
a new
mine.
ham.
So,
Wow.
Yeah, ham. My
7 3s to you.
Dawn has been for 14 years. She's been ham. Right. But we wanted to be a testing site for the community, as well as we're going to be using the money for equipment to set up the club, and buying curriculum actually for the school to use to have the Carnegie credits for the ham amateur radio Carnegie credit, even as a high school course. So they'll be studying all kind of science. And as we contact different ham operators worldwide, we're going to do geography studies as well.
That's good.
For what they'll be doing. So it's a whole meshing together, and emergencies, preparedness as well.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
helping the community if there's a tornado, whatever. When you have more eyes and ears out there.
Yeah.
So we want to train the students and the parents for that as well. So it's open to them also.
Really? Okay, that's really cool.
I love when Christian education makes a real commitment to science because, so many people think that those do not go together, but they actually do. And
we ain't afraid of science.
No. We know the guy that wrote the rules.
That's right.
That's right.
And and it's such good when you deal with ham radio. You cover so much science when you go from microphone to antenna and then antenna to speaker and learning how those transmission systems work and. It spills over into a lot of other things. Plus, you do have a lot of public service that can tie into that too.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm glad to see y'all doing this, Wayne, and I hope other schools follow suit and take a hard look at it too.
Yeah.
So, Tim, let's talk about the check.
I think the check will help a lot.
Yeah.
This is probably, we were just speaking, this is probably one of the largest checks we've ever written.
Oh,
so
yeah.
the turnout by our guests on that Monday were great, and we're able to cut a check for $4,600.
Let's go.
That'll work.
Hey,
Tim, thank you.
That'll work.
That's awesome.
Thank you.
We'll make that work. So thanks to all of you that went out and participated, and I'm with Bubba. Thanks to both of you, your commitment to Christian education and showing that the education system at one time they weren't afraid of seeing things through a biblical worldview, but unfortunately that has been all but removed. But that's why it's good for people to step up and say, it might have been removed by the government, but in the private sector, we can still provide.
That's right.
Yeah, and that's awesome. So coming up on Monday, another Rick and Bubba Buffalo Wild Wings charity charge at those participating locations I just gave you. And, Tim, that will be Bikes for Kids.
This one's neat, isn't it?
Yeah. This is a great organization.
Yeah, cool.
And they provide kids with bicycles. I know you think about that for Christmas, but they actually do it year-round. They're always doing it, and they work in some of the strongest Rick and Bubba areas, and they provide for foster associations. A lot of times we've been educating people on foster parents.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you end up with a child and you don't have anything. You got a lot of stuff you got to have.
Mm-hmm.
So they provide bicycles for that, also for misplaced kids. To kind of help them out, and they do provide food, clothing, and toys to kids too. But the Bike for Kids program, you start thinking about it during when you can feel Thanksgiving and Christmas coming up. But know that when you're helping them out, this actually is it's needed all the time.
Well, the way it's working, Christmas is almost here already, and you go in the stores.
I know.
Scare you a little bit.
I know. Not as much as the Halloween decorations, but yes. Like I say, we'll tell you, we just wow. Bikesforkids.club is their website. If you want to go ahead and look at that now, but coming up this Monday, the 17th of October, at all the participating Buffalo Wild Wings, just eat this delicious food, and you'll help Bikes for Kids. And thanks once again on behalf of Hope Christian School and their Ham Radio Club for the efforts that you put in at the last charge. And $4,600.
That'll work.
That'll work. So
thank you, Wayne. Thank you, Rob.
Thank you, Wayne. Rob, thank you for what you guys are doing. And thanks to all of you for helping. And Tim Spencer,
we got to thank the guests for helping.
Tim, you the man.
Yeah, thanks for using your platform to do some good.
You're like Santa Claus every month.
It is. It's what Santa Claus would be like if, instead of smelling like cinnamon, he smelled like wings.
Garlic.
We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
From
have a little segment on top that leans back that prevents you from climbing over.
So before you ever did a prototype, so the government had already sent to you. Now this has to be in it.
Yeah,
or you can't even be considered.
And Rick, it's common sense though.
Right.
So it has to have an anti-climb feature. The side facing the U.S. must blend in with its surroundings, which means it has to kind of look like desert.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. The finished wall must have gates for Border Patrol vehicles. It must withstand a 30-minute attack using anything from a sledgehammer to pickaxes, chisels, or battery-powered cutting tools.
All right, I notice we took the time frame 30 minutes. Is that how long it takes us to get there?
That's the response time.
Okay.
In the worst-case scenario.
I got you.
The structure will have to be physically imposing in height, ideally 30 foot tall, but designs of 18 foot will be considered. So he's looking at two different heights on that, okay?
All right.
So foundations must be at least 6 foot deep to prevent digging or tunneling under it without using heavy equipment. So you can't dig under it either.
Okay.
So, but Rick, this is basically like the social studies fair.
Can I tell you, I'm looking at it is. It's like a science project, and everybody brought it.
And Donald Trump's going to be the judge, and he's going to walk around and put a ribbon on one of them, and
That's
it's going to
funny.
be a big project.
Can I tell you, I'm looking at them. I really like them all. I don't know if I like this one that's not solid all the way, that has the look through there at the bottom. I'm not crazy about
this
that
is
one.
what's strange about this. If you were at the Huntsville event, you heard the president talking about that you need to be able to see through it, so you can tell who's hiding on the other side.
I guess.
And that's the only one that really meets that criteria. I don't know if that was one of the official things he put in.
But that just looks, I don't know, something about
but
that.
it's
looks
high
like,
enough too, Rick. If
looks
you
like
notice,
trouble.
you can't throw something over to somebody else of any weight.
Right.
That was. I mean, you might throw a softball over it, but
what good is that?
You can't throw a backpack. You can't, throw a paper airplane. I mean, anything other than
paper airplane.
Well, I mean, it's too high to fly something over, and it's too high to sling anything of any weight over.
It's too high to get over?
Yeah.
Too low to get under.
Too wide
Stuck
to go
in the
around.
middle. So you know what? I kind of like this one.
Which one?
It's just I like the look of it. I like the feel of it.
The blue, the one that has the blue top.
Yeah, I like how that kind of you see how I just like.
That's the
look of
one, Rick, that is from the Israeli Defense Company.
Yeah, you see, I want the
called
Israelis building that wall. They know what they're doing.
baby.
Israelis got to keep people out all the time.
Now, the one you can see through with the white bars is one of the walls created from the Montgomery, Alabama company.
Yeah.
I like. They also have the
no
one
offense to my Alabama brothers, but if I'm gonna build a wall, I'm probably gonna go with Israelis.
Yeah. Rick, they also built the one that is the solid with the thicker bottom and the slant facing the American side. So you got all kind of designs. I'm sure that they've studied this quite a bit and tried to figure out what would be best. And why do we need that wall? Well, guess what? We have a very good reason here.
A lot of profit stars today for the Rick and Bubba show, or you could call it, if you want to get a little more edgy, our we told you so segment.
Yeah, I take no pride
right
in getting those. By the way, I just want you to know, but I want the record to indicate it, just so people will know we're not just completely full of hot air.
Right.
We do have the gift of common sense.
Yeah.
It's usually those things your mom and dad told you.
So why do we need a wall? Anybody been upset about the California fires? Here we go.
Rick, the fires that we've just been reporting on, devastating 7,000 homes destroyed.
Killing folks.
Still, what was the final? What are the numbers on
I don't know
that?
the final number because we got people we got to account for first to get our numbers in.
Unbelievable devastation. Well, guess what? U.S. Immigration and Customs, ICE, the acting director confirmed Thursday that the man arrested in connection with setting the fire in Sonoma County is an illegal alien from Mexico who has twice been returned to his country. So he's in here for the third time.
Which means when you return these people, as drug enforcement people have been telling us all along, the most frustrating thing with them, you break up a drug dealer, send him back, in 24 hours he's already back because it's so easy to come across the border.
So with California declaring they're going to be a sanctuary state, are they all right with this fire? I mean, you can't have it both ways. You can't welcome in criminals to your state and then be upset about the criminal activity that they do. And that's the whole this thing of a sanctuary city is a joke.
Well, California, you have to understand, because I know what you would say, well, let's just arrest the bad ones and send them back. Well, see, we do that, and they just come right back because back to the original problem, there's no control at the border. You can't have open borders and keep law and order. You can't do it. "21 minutes now past the hour. Rick and Bubba. Thank you for being with us. Wheel of Meat still in play this week, so be looking for that. More updates on stories that we already brought you, and we've updated some of them. A couple more. The New York Giants punter is still in London and can't get back home.
The Scottish Hammer.
The Scottish Hammer.
Now, why? He has passport trouble.
Right. Correct.
Why didn't he address this before he left?
He's got a.
I guess it slipped his mind.
He has been on a work visa that was tied to his dad all this time, and had no idea that he needed to upgrade that. So,
well, let me ask you this, because just having some experience in this area, with how our dad made a living, and of course, I play a little ball, but usually there is a person that is in charge of. We've got this whole team and everybody associated with it. We got to get on the plane.
Everybody, show me your passport
to a destination and back. I've also done mission trips involving students, and somebody said long before we ever left.
Yeah,
there were people that said, I'm going to talk when we get to the airport. Everything we need to know is done.
All right, so here's what happened.
So who dropped the ball?
But to your point, the team should have had somebody that
the team should have done.
That, not him, but the team should have had to make sure everybody's passports are up
So
to
he
date.
was on a NATO visa through his father.
Right.
So he probably said to them, "Oh, here's my passport. I'm on a NATO visa through my father. It's all good." Where in actuality, he needed a work visa.
Let me tell you what's funny. I heard y'all talking about the kickoff hour. I mean, they're trying out free agent punters that he may not punt for them in the next game.
No,
Rick, when you talk about paperwork and visas, do you know how long that takes? We may never see this guy again.
Yeah. They hope to have him back by Thursday. They hope to work this all out, but to your point, Rick, they have 3 free agent kickers they're trying out in case he can't get back.
You better have them standing
He's stuck
by.
over there.
The Scottish Hammer.
The Scottish Hammer.
God, that's good.
That is so good.
I guess what do you do? Just tour?
That'll sell T-shirts.
Let me tell you,
just tour London. You're just hanging out waiting.
Boy, let me tell you,
go to Scotland.
Go to the paperwork place and sit there.
I have been fortunate. There was only one time that I was nearly retained in another country, and there is no worse feeling than for you to be out of the country and the process of getting back starts getting dicey.
You go to reach to get that passport and it ain't where it's supposed to.
It's a terrible.
You've had a friend pick it up and put it in their pocket.
Horrible feeling.
How about when they moved to the U.S. and moved to Maryland? He started. It was while he was in high school. He started playing football and just fell in love with it, but had not played up to that point.
Well,
now he's punting in the NFL.
Bubba, everybody's favorite animal rights activist that ran on the field. I love what y'all said. What do y'all calling people getting on the field now? Field invaders?
Yeah.
Field invaders.
I like that term. That's a good term.
Well, you could use the term criminal because they broke the law.
But he's not a streaker. There was the original article called him a streaker. And if you're not naked, you ain't streaking.
You're not a streaker.
And
There's
field
a song
rusher
about
doesn't sound good. I like field invader.
You're a field invader.
Yeah, that's what he was. He invaded the field. And guess what happened? He got slammed.
So now he's going to have him a lawsuit now.
Yeah.
Well, that was probably a criminal act too.
He filed a police report that he suffered a concussion.
Well,
he also said he felt a burn on his inner right bicep following the hit. But again, I know I'm living in a dream world, and I don't know why I'm dreaming of this world today on a number of stories. Why can't we take this idiot and say, all this happened because you ran onto a field illegally, to Bubba, like Bubba said.
You broke the law.
And something bad happened because you made a choice to break the law, and you brought this on yourself.
Yeah, we can't allow this kind of interruption to go on. If you want to protest outside the stadium or something, that's fine.
Yeah.
But yeah, I hope the judge throws this out and then charges him with some massive court fee. Because remember, too, a guy was hurt chasing him. Let's not forget that.
Right.
So if we're going to open all this up, then that guy needs to sue him, too, because he's tore his knee up sliding on the grass. So.
And I can hear his lawyer. He's going to say, and I know he'll use this phrase, some variation of this phrase, my client ran onto this field to protest what he believed in. Should he have expected to be jacked by one of these professional football players? And the judge needs to go, yes.
Yeah, he was in their area.
Especially when you turn to the
They don't know
sideline.
what he's got.
That's like
he's got pink smoke.
The guy could have a bomb. He could have a knife. You don't know. We can't allow this. This has to be shut totally down.
Sure.
He should have been leveled just by the way he was running.
Right.
Yeah, he did. When he made the turn and his little arms did like this.
Yeah. You see why he picked pink smoke.
He wasn't very athletic.
No.
But you're right.
Especially not laying on the turf.
If you say I'm going
Watch
on
his turn.
And boom.
I'm going onto a professional American football
I
field
loved it, by the way. I'm
with
sorry.
two sidelines filled with American football players.
Yeah.
I'm running onto a field in a country that's been attacked by terrorists
With smoke.
that have all kinds of crazy people. okay, that are doing all kinds of crazy things, and I ran onto the field, I needed to think in my mind, compute. Now, there is a chance that one of these world-class athletes will knock me off my feet to stop me from doing something that could be potentially dangerous.
Right.
Yes.
And then you go, well, I love animals so much, I'm going to do it anyway. But you don't complain about repercussions that you brought on yourself.
No.
There's one way you would have never been hit by anybody from the NFL, and that's South Field.
Exactly.
Right.
Now,
I hope the judge throws the book at him and disbars his attorney for bringing it to case.
Right.
One good thing, if he had a concussion, he don't remember what happened, and he's not traumatized.
Right. No.
Yeah.
And we were saying that we
I
hoped
did jack him
the Scottish Hammer back to the Giants punter would get back. We do have an update. He has landed.
Okay.
Oh, he's
Scottish
back already?
Hammer's
Yeah,
back.
he
Well,
landed
he got
in-
that paperwork done.
He landed in Mexico City and just coming through the southern border.
Okay.
That's a good one.
That's good.
Like
He
everybody
got
We
us.
should be good.
That's a good one.
That's a good one.
Email involving Devontae Adams. What we said about
That was a good one.
I deleted it.
Totally,
Didn't even waste my time.
totally disagree. Good morning, gentlemen. Not much I disagree with you guys on, but I'm nearly diametrically opposed to your view on the shoving incident by Devontae Adams. I've worked as a psychologist in corrections for 20 years and know that actions without logical consequences cause one to believe his behavior is tolerable or even justified. Let me stop you. Devontae Adams is going to be punished by his employer,
Yes, he is.
and he's going to have to pay $100,000 for the shove.
Pretty logical.
He's going to miss a game.
So
I think I may have made that up.
he is going to face consequences for that. The other person is seeing this as a money grab, and you also refer to him as a cameraman in the email, and he's not a cameraman. I'm so sick of it.
Rick, that's really bothering you.
That's well, you know why? Because it's not what he is.
I know. He's boom mic.
but-
He's the boom
right.
mic guy. And for some reason thought he had to be where he was going and couldn't wait.
He said it was a snap judgment made by him, and these behaviors still reflect decisions being made by da. What I want
But
to
he
say
is going to get in trouble.
Yeah. What I'm saying is I don't have any problem with Devontae Adams being punished for what he did because he's going to be. I do have a problem with us continuing to be drama queens and making things out to be bigger than they really are just so we can grab some money in the incident and play victim to a degree that's higher than what actually happened.
Yeah,
And
in all fairness,
It's not
you got-
criminal behavior, and
Yeah.
that's
Yeah.
what he put in that email.
It's not criminal. You're
It's
wrong
not.
on that. It's not criminal behavior.
You got pushed. You got pushed down. You wasn't thrown off a building.
Yeah,
Correct.
Yeah.
Right. And by the way, we just showed a clip of crazy guys running on a field. Devontae, give him the benefit of the doubt, shouldn't shoved him, but he doesn't know what that guy's doing, coming in his lane like that, catching him. He's got a helmet on. His view's obstructed. Who knows what the guy was
Well, it's
doing?
not criminal behavior.
It's not.
Bottom line. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Well, Bubba, the CIA director said use of military against North Korea has to be an option. Of course, he said the president would still prefer to use sanctions and diplomacy, but he said that Kim Jong-un has made no secret of his efforts to developing missiles capable of hitting the U.S. North Korea has conducted several tests developing its program, and the director of the CIA said on yesterday, that Trump is determined to prevent North Korea from making the breakthrough, whether it happens on Tuesday or a month from Tuesday. But he says they are on the cusp of hitting the U.S. with a nuclear missile, and we must take that serious and realize that sanctions and diplomacy may not be enough.
Rick, the last few tests they have done, especially they had one that went way up in the atmosphere and came back down.
Right.
Given the correct, if you bend that thing down just a little bit and get a little closer to the horizon, it would have had the range to get to the outlying parts of the United States. And from published reports, they say that North Korea's current problem is having a warhead that will withstand reentry, because you have to go outside the atmosphere and come back in. And when you do that and you pick up these tremendous speeds, as you come back into the atmosphere, the friction creates all this heat. We see this with the space program when the astronauts would come back in.
Yep.
And you have to have metal and alloys that are tough enough to withstand this and survive that to deliver your payload. And according to published reports, that North Korea has had a problem with that, but they say they've got that worked out now. Well, of course, with this goes back to what we were asking. Why do we keep letting them run tests on it? Why don't we sit out there off the coast, and the minute that rocket leaves their airspace, we knock it down?
Yeah, I don't know. And those questions, of course, I think the CIA director made it pretty clear, too. First of all, he said the president's made it clear he's prepared to ensure that Kim Jong-un doesn't have the capacity to hold America at risk, and we will do that by military force if we have to. Pretty funny. He joked. I don't know how to say Mike's last name. How do you say his name?
Pompano, isn't it?
Something like that. Isn't that the type of fish that is very tasty, by the way, and kind of a light fish, kind of flaky. But anyway, he said somebody asked him about if Kim Jong-un were to die, would that solve the problem? And he says, I'm not going to talk about that. He said, with respect to if Kim Jong-un should vanish, given the history of the CIA, I'm just not going to talk about that. And he said, you never know. There might be an accident. He said, you just never know.
Well, I go back to this again. North Korea is very limited in its natural resources. Virtually everything that gets there comes through China. If you look at some of these missile tests, the intelligence experts have said, look, these are Chinese launchers they're on. China holds the key to this. Don't ever, ever forget that. Right. And it's not it's not, we're cousins and we wouldn't like you to do that. It's they are the ones who have been providing them with this material and the technology to do this, and they are really responsible for it.
Well, I think what Trump's doing to that point, I think now Trump's very clear. I think we will do whatever it takes. But I think what he wants China to keep hearing are things like these comments. Because, as you said, they could stop it, and they haven't so far. They got involved in the sanctions and all that.
They do a little window dressing.
They do a little bit.
And we really don't know how deep that goes.
But like one of Trump's top security advisors also said, we're not out of time, but we're running out of time.
Right.
And this is the part, I think, where these messages go to China as they go to the American people. And it said the president's been very clear he's not going to accept this regime threatening the United States with nuclear weapons. There are those who will say, we'll just accept it, but then try to deter it. And he says the accept and deter plan for us in this administration is unacceptable. We will not accept it, and then just hope it works out.
But every day that goes by, every week, every time we do the giant wheel of meat, that's kind of our clicker here on time going by.
Right.
They get a little bit closer to being able to do that.
I want to be clear again. Bubba just said that we keep up with history and time by the wheel of meat.
We do.
That is
when the GWAM's in the promo, we go, there it is again.
And if you really think about it, we really mark it on Tuesday when we're telling you that tomorrow the wheel of meat is coming.
Correct.
When we can't believe another wheel of meat is back. We're keeping how close it is to Christmas by how many times we spend the wheel of meat.
That's right.
Y'all realize Christmas is it's here. It's
back.
It's back.
Yeah.
It's all over.
We'll be doing 12 working days of Christmas for long.
I mean, because that's really only 5 wheel of meats we start.
I know. 5 wheel of meats and one major holiday.
That really hit, I tell you. It's going to be quick.
Minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. We are back. We are back. Did he go? Let's go.
Basement Joe.
Bubba, the leader of the free world, once again has mesmerized us with another incredible speech. So we will we'll tap into that, and we'll also hear from Jake Tapper and how he really grilled Biden about Hunter Biden. And I'm saying that with tongue firmly in cheek. Hunter Biden's not going to jail. For those of y'all that think this, it's not going to happen. I mean, we pick winners and losers, and that's what socialists have always done. And Hunter is a winner, as selected by his daddy's party, and he will be protected by the party, and he will not be punished. And if you don't believe that, watch how the media acts when they're trying to ask him about Hunter being charged. There's things that if you're a true journalist, you need to ask. You now have the president, but you're not going to see that. But let's start by hearing this gifted speaker, President Joe Biden, and he first of all gets into some kind of deal about his buddies, and then he's going to attempt to talk about this bridge, which is not a good topic for the government to talk about because Florida got the bridge redone in record time because they used the private sector. They didn't wait on the government to do it. And
Rick, they got it done real quick. I mean, it was just a day or two.
Right, and the private sector got that done, like you said, in about 48 hours. So let's go to Biden first, talking about his buddies and how he is the president and why. Here we go.
I went to a little school called Holy Rosary Grade School across from the Claymont Fire Hall, and all my buddies either became a firefighter, a cop, or a priest. I wasn't qualified for any of them, so here I am. But you know.
So that's actually a funny line.
It is a funny line.
Yeah. Well, everything's looking pretty good, but then he tries to talk about the bridge, and it just goes really bad. So here we go.
Bridge because it wasn't strong enough to maintain and handle the fire truck. You know the.
Oh man, I thought he was going to say, "I'll shoot, Bubba."
Oh, shoot! Handle the fire truck.
I got to hear that again. I'm sorry. I mean that.
How far we've come from Dan Quayle not being able to spell potato.
Oh, good night. This is not exactly President Reagan communicating. Is it?
No.
It wasn't strong enough to maintain and handle the fire truck.
That sounds like a remix.
Wow.
Handle the fire truck.
Ah! Wiki, wiki, wiki. Wiki, 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 wiki. Now, Jake Tapper, boy, he's really going to grill.
Yeah,
he's going to really
Pin him to the wall, Jake.
You've got a criminal running rogue son of the president of the United States, and there's people saying we have enough to go get him. You've been hearing this over and over again. All the pictures, all the evidence, all the, and you finally have the president, and you don't ask him really about any of it. So here we go.
Our reporting, CNN's reporting, and the Washington Post reporting suggests that prosecutors think they have enough to charge your son Hunter for tax crimes and a false statement about a gun purchase. Personally and politically, how do you react to that?
Well, first of all, I'm proud of my son. This is a kid who got, not a kid, he's a grown man. He got hooked on, like many families have had happen, hooked on drugs. He's overcome that. He's established a new life. He is, I'm confident that he is, what he says and does are consistent with what happens. For example, he wrote a book about his problems and was straightforward about it. I'm proud of him. He came along and said, by the way, this thing about a gun, I didn't know anything about it, but turns out that when he made my application to purchase a gun, what happened was I guess you get asked, you get asked the question, are you on drugs, you use drugs? He said no. And he wrote about saying no in his book. So I have great confidence in my son. I love him, and he's on a straight and narrow, and he has been for a couple of years now, and I'm just so proud of him.
All right, time out. Can I point out that Hunter Biden is 52, and if he was doing this in his mid to late 40s.
Yeah, because he said a couple years.
Not a kid. He actually acknowledged that when he said it, but he's treating his son like he's a 14-year-old teenager.
Yeah, or this is something that happened when he was.
Everybody's had one of their kids have a rough patch, and he certainly.
Everybody in this room's had a rough patch.
Yeah, right, but we're not really asking about that.
No, we're not.
We're really asking about the criminal activity, and Tapper never he won't. I mean, there's some things, and you mentioned Adler, that he had available to him. He didn't ask him that were specific.
Yeah, Tapper never talks about the 10%. Tapper never talks about the big guy. A lot of people think that this gun charge and the tax evasion charge that are coming for Hunter are so that people can say, see, we're prosecuting. But they're not doing any of the prosecution that could tie him to Joe Biden.
They're doing a bait and switch.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah. Also, in the pictures when Hunter is smoking crack with these women of the night, he looks the same. It's not like it was in his 20s. He lived a
looks exactly like he does
terrible
now.
life way late into his life.
Yeah,
and again, he's trying to get us, like you said on the bait and switch, to go down the drug addiction road. Look, drug addiction is a horrible thing. Many families have had to deal with it. Certainly understand that, but that we're we're talking about the fact that your family
Your
and Hunter
illegal
Biden
activity.
has been. Have
What about
been
Hunter
involved-
selling access to you as VP?
That's a little deeper.
We
And
want
the
to
big
ask
guy
you,
coming in
We
there.
want to ask you about him selling access to you. We really.
What about the laptop?
I have you sitting right here in front of me, and you've agreed to be interviewed. If I have any desire to be seen as a true journalist, I have to ask you about this.
Yeah.
And then why don't you answer that? And we've seen all this. I mean, this has been made available to everyone. What's so funny?
Well, what did Joe himself said? You don't blank with a Biden, so nobody's going to prosecute him.
Well, you're right.
Of his own lips, we heard it.
But when you're sitting there, the thing I guess I find bizarre in the times we're living in, we know all this. I mean, people have shown it to you, and it's like he's sitting there acting like there's a chance that we don't know these things. And we haven't heard the voice messages. We haven't seen the text. We have. So explain these voicemails and these texts to me, right? Because we've seen it. It's out there, and give him his chance to explain it.
Yeah, they've cherry-picked 2 charges that they think they can get empathy from Americans because of the drug abuse, and the other being a technicality, and not really addressing the bigger issues. But that's nice job, Jake.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So
he was a terrible person and wrote a book about it. How great is that? I'm so proud of him.
Yeah, and keep in mind too, how have we helped Hunter out of this bind? He set up an art studio, and Biden's rich buddies are now paying 6 times what his art is really worth to funnel money to him.
Right.
I mean, come on, guys, y'all saw that. Millions of dollars for that stuff? Are you kidding me?
Right. Yeah. So it's.
And we also have a story too about what the FBI knew and when they knew it, Bubba.
And that's what I want to know. So what they knew.
Yeah, and some of the
when they
agents
knew it.
being Democratic donors and all that. It's just dirty. All of it is
ugly.
Yeah.
And so
it looks like Hunter Biden has used this art technique where he kind of uses a straw to blow the paint around across the canvas.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's a good look. Like,
Not a good look.
Let's not do that. Let's pick a different method.
Well, he had a lot of straws laying around.
He did.
Yeah.
And you can tell he's perfectly comfortable.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Using his talent effectively.
Wait, out? I'm supposed to out? Oh, out?
Out.
I need out. Oh, that's different.
That's
Let him paint pictures from a jail cell.
Yeah. Well, that. By the way, I'm going to say this again. That's never going to happen.
I don't know.
Nah.
Hey, you don't mess with the Biden.
No,
that's some good-looking painting.
The president made that clear for some reason to a mayor.
Yep.
Yeah, Florida.
Right. With a big sun hat on.
Right.
Don't know who was threatening him out there. I had to go to that.
Must be something he was thinking about on the plane. You know how you get out and there's something on your mind.
I tell you what.
I tell you what you don't do. I tell you what you don't do. The mayor's like, I just want to show you the rubble.
Right.
Had a hurricane.
Hey,
here.
Hurricane.
Hey, good to see you. And by the way, let me tell you something.
Right. Hey, what happened here? But hey,
I'll tell you what you ain't gonna do.
Let me tell you what, we have a very critical election coming up in less than 4 weeks. If Americans do not change this government, the way we are headed, you're going to deserve everything you get.
Yep.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It's all you'd ever want. She's the kind of
Tom Jones, baby. So a judge on ITV's version of The Voice. And that's
Adler,
independent TV
or
in
SCAD.
the UK.
Whoever's in there, try to find some pictures of Tom Jones.
Don't do that. Don't go
off of
70s.
Off of this story on Mail Online, they have some shots of him on stage from the 70s.
You don't
need
want to see that.
You need to understand that. So he's been knighted. You know, he's Sir Tom Jones.
Oh, I forgot about that.
He has revealed that he was sexually harassed in the early days of his pop career. Now, I mean, everybody now has been through this. You know, it's just
now everybody's
it's an avalanche.
Everybody's going to tell their story now.
And he said that when he first started out, this went on. He said it happens in the music industry, not only in the film industry.
Right.
And he said there are some people who abuse power. He said, now there's some good people too, but he said there's a lot of bad people who kind of get get out of control when they get this kind of power. But now, and I'm not trying to be funny here.
You're not? Really?
No.
Interesting.
Yeah. Because only 2 days a week.
You're right.
Whoa. But the way that Tom Jones dressed, the songs he sang, the way he acted on stage, the persona that he pushed forward, scared me to death.
Me too. I was looking for.
Would that encourage someone to make unwanted advances
What's
toward
new,
him?
pussycat? Whoa, whoa, whoa. What's new, pussycat? Whoa, 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 whoa.
Coming, don't misunderstand me.
I'm in no way saying it, but I am asking the question:
right.
did the way he dressed, the way he acted, the songs that he sang,
right?
Did that encourage people to think that he might be up for something that was not?
If Tom Jones
up
can't,
and up, but I can't use that term.
Right. How about that? Look, how about this? You're a music exec. You're trying to cut some sort of deal with Tom Jones. He arrives at your office. His shirt is unbuttoned down to his navel. He's got gold chains slinging. He's got chest hair blazing.
He's got more chains on than a pawn shop.
He's darker than Michael Jackson. And he comes in because he's got his tan. His pants are so tight.
Well, he doesn't sit down to make a deal. He just leans.
He couldn't. His pants are so tight. I mean, you immediately make the call when he comes in. Well, there's no gender confusion here.
No.
And then. What would you think if you were this person, rightly or wrongly, that if you made a pass at him, there might be this could not, because what do? We market. Like just a minute ago when I talked about that now I can't say that there's copies of the book. What did I do? You took from what I was sending out that I wanted you to go check them out and get one, right? Well, I'm just saying, I'm not saying, and that doesn't mean that people should be inappropriate. But I'm just saying we also got to be wise, Tom, about what kind of presentation we're putting out there. Now, he doesn't clarify whether it was a male or female that made a pass at him in the story. You don't laugh. I mean, let's not act like that's not. I mean, let's please don't act like that. Oh, of course it was a.
You're talking about Sir Tom.
Yeah. Tom Jones is going to talk about sexual harassment. I'm sorry. I mean, that is almost as funny as Hillary Clinton talking about it. Not quite as funny, but it's almost.
Now, is this before the metal hit the ground or after?
I knew you were going to say that too.
Y'all, no one has addressed that.
It's the new long face.
It is the new long face.
It's the new one.
Y'all, we had metal falling out of her pants. You could hear it jingling on the thing. I mean, what in the world?
Right, and no metal fell out of Tom Jones' pants. I want to be clear.
I don't know how we're going to make it, but I think you might need to leave
Greg's not
today.
here. We're all out there running out in the pasture right now. We're wide open.
It's like a cool morning after a long, hot summer.
Somebody took our saddle off.
How about this? I'm going to go in and get a brush down. I'm out there running.
Hold your
all
hat
day.
again, Speedy. How do you do it when you're riding? Oh, he's right. He's double timing it now. He's getting it across that pasture.
Well, let me ask you all this. Tom Jones made this comment, so let me ask you what you think. Here's his comment. What's tried on women is tried on men as well, but not as much, though. It was only once. Would you take that a female exec?
It was a female.
Yeah, it was a female.
Yeah.
Okay.
Whoa. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
So, what's up, music exec? Whoa, whoa, whoa. So, anyway, oh, my goodness. Jerry went to a Tom Jones concert in the 80s.
Oh, my God.
All right, we're back. It is 10 minutes to the top of the hour. Look at Blazing Silverman in there. He's ready to take your phone calls. Why don't you join us now? 866-WE-BE-BIG. All 10 lines are available. And Blazing Silverman will get you lined up and ready to go as we chat with you, the greatest, most powerful, most influential listening audience in the world. And we look forward to chatting with you if you make the move to join us now to add to the conversation or bring up something else you would like for us to speak on. Let me point you, as we're opening up the phone lines now, to fieldofgreens.com. Great product. Already had my first shake today. of Field of Greens. If you're looking to get the doctor recommended 6 cups a day of veggies and fruits, this is a way to do it. You'll find that in fieldofgreens.com. They'll help you get that done. And it is delicious. It's not something that's difficult to drink. So I know some of you say, oh, some of these, I've heard these superfoods, but now this is it doesn't taste bad at all. And you'll really love it if you put it into some orange juice or something like that. But it's pretty good just with water. So whatever you prefer. It's got prebiotics. It is, of course, gluten-free. It's certified non-GMO. It's organic. And you can get it. All you need is right there in these shakes, 2 of them a day. And you will see and feel the difference. I do, and I love this product. So get yours now by going to fieldofgreens.com. Use the code Bubba, and you'll get 15% off the first order, then 10% off any follow orders after that. And I've ordered probably 4 times now. So you'll love it. Let's go to the phones. 866-WE-BE-BIG. Let's start with Austin in Montgomery, listening to us on I-92. Austin, how you doing?
Good. How about you guys?
Fantastic.
So I got a question for Bubba, and anybody can really answer it. My question is, what would you guys think Ronald Reagan would do, and how would he think about this country in the state it is in?
Well, I guess we can go back to what he did before.
I think if you go back to some of his early speeches, he addressed it.
He did. He would no doubt lower taxes. He would no doubt build the military back up. You probably wouldn't see the social experiments going on with the military.
Regulation, needless stuff.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, nobody wants anything goes, which is, I think, the goal of some people nowadays.
The government would be shrunk as soon as possible.
Right.
Yeah, as you said, with all that.
And we would probably, let's look at when he went in, what was going on.
It's very
similar. We had inflation running away, and we didn't have anything backing it up like the money supply we got now. We had stagnation. You remember that? That was in the misery index.
Uh-huh.
And we had a lot of the very similar problems, and look what he did to get us out of it. So I would highly recommend whoever the president is in the future, Democrat, Republican, whatever, follow that game plan because we know it works.
Chris, Fort Rucker, go ahead.
Yeah, changing the names of a lot of forts. I'm a retired Army officer, and with Flight School at Fort Rucker, and they're changing it to Fort Noakdale, and they're changing probably the names of Fort Stewart, Fort Bragg, Fort Hood, several other ones as a result of, I don't know if it's Black Lives Matter or current progressive issue, and I'm not trying to stir any pots. But it just seems to me we're back to the revisionist history issue, and it's a little frustrating, to me as an older guy and somebody that grew up in the Army. And Bragg means something, and Stewart means something, and Hood means something. And just comment.
Chris, I think it's interesting to ask this question: how did they get to be named that to begin with?
Yeah. How did that take place?
How was that at the end of the Civil War ever allowed to happen to begin with? Well, obviously there was a different feeling about it, or it never would have happened. And I don't know, I wasn't there, but a lot of these guys that were named after were American soldiers before they broke off and went with the Confederacy, and they were honored by having these forts named after them. I don't know, did some of them supersede the Civil War? I'm not leading everybody down a path here. I'm just curious.
No, I think what you're saying sounds bizarre. Actually research something, and that is, why have these names remained so long after the Civil War and never really were brought up for, hey, we can't let this go on, but now we're so upset about it, we're going to change the names, and we're applying all kinds of pressure. Now, if you want to go back and say the original intent of these names, I've looked at the history of it, I think that's wrong, and I don't think that's right, and I think they ought to be changed based on the reason they were named to begin with. Okay. But you need to go back and find out why. I love your point. I think you're good. At least know how those names got there, then decide if you're against it.
Mm-hmm. But it seems to me that if someone had gone to war with the United States and they had killed many, many United States soldiers, okay? How were they allowed to keep that name? Let me ask you this, how was Robert E. Lee allowed to walk away and become president of a university? How come Jefferson Davis was not hung? I mean, I'm just, by using today's standards, there had to be a different feeling at the end of this, that it was not as much hatred for the other side as we've had enough. This needs to end. We need to come together. And I've heard people say, and I don't know if this is true, that a lot of those forts were allowed to be named after Confederate generals as a part of the healing process, and say, we'll let you honor your general, but now it's a U.S. military place. I don't know if that's true or not. But I just, you start thinking about how was this allowed, it really brings up a lot of questions, doesn't it?
Well, we know that a lot of them were high-ranking and well-respected generals before the Civil War.
Yeah, before they broke away.
Right.
But you would think if you leave me and go away, we're still going to allow you to keep the name on it. I mean, there obviously was some reason they allowed that to happen, and I don't fully grasp it unless it was some kind of conciliatory thing to bring everybody back together. Because apparently they were not as offended by it,
And I think
200 something. When was it? Whatever the war, however many years it was back, 1865, as they are now, which is odd, really, that we'd be more offended now than when we were burying soldiers that were died.
I agree.
And I think the people, and that's the guy was that have served, when they think the names of these forts, they don't think about that person. Right. They think about that fort and what it specializes in. I've had generations of my family that served at this fort and that fort. They don't think about who the person is. They don't think about Rucker, Benning, all these people. They identify that as that fort, and like I say, maybe they have family history that served there, and what, depending on what your specialty in the armed services is, that's where you go. That's what they think about. They don't think about who the person was.
Or they may have been a Confederate officer or was a part of that. I'm like you. I don't think that ever comes to mind, really.
No, I'm talking modern days. Nowadays, they don't even.
Did
the
I
majority
see,
of people that's been there probably know who it is.
Did I see that one of those are going to be renamed after Hal Moore? It's going to be Fort Moore.
I don't know. I don't know that.
Right.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's Benning or Rucker. I saw the list the other day, but I can't remember. But I did see Hal Moore's name on it.
Right.
And maybe some of them need to be renamed for some more contemporary heroes. I don't know. But it seems like the way that they're going about it now is.
Well, the problems we got with our military right now, the things we're doing to our military right now that's making us less safe and making our military less effective, I'd like for us to spend just as much passion on that as what the name of the fort is.
You need to.
Didn't get a lot of calls in because that was a question that led to a great discussion. We'll do a top of the hour break. We'll come back. We'll catch some more of your calls on the other side.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Jerry, how about it, buddy?
Oh, it's Terry.
Hey, Terry. I'm sorry. They put Jerry on the board.
I actually went to a Tom Jones concert on a double date with my mom in the early 80s.
Well, how was that?
It was interesting. Actually, it was a lot of fun. You're forgetting that women used to throw their panties up on stage.
There it is. You're just right out there with it. You just said it so straight, too, with you and your mama sitting there.
Yeah.
I mean, please tell me you and your mama didn't do that together.
No.
Okay, good.
You didn't throw nothing on stage.
Yeah. Well, Terry, let me ask you this, because I have to look up here and see Jerry. I almost said Jerry again.
Yeah, right.
So, the show that you saw, do you think if you ran into Tom later that would indicate that he might have a certain lifestyle or something?
Oh, absolutely. And I mean, and you talk about Elvis's hips. Tom Jones' hips was swinging its way like nothing going on there.
Yeah, I remember my mom covering my eyes when he was on the Tonight Show once.
Yeah,
I didn't understand it. You know what I mean? He'd get out there. I'm talking about y'all. It made Elvis look like that he'd have been invited to actually sing at Sunday school.
Terry, so let me be sure I got this right from a female perspective, that the way he dressed, the way he carried himself, the songs he sang might give you an indication that he would be up for something that maybe somebody else would not.
Absolutely.
Right.
And with more than one person.
Over there, and ladies and gentlemen.
Whoa, whoa, whoa!
What's up? Terry Jerry?
I just think it's a fair question considering how
absolutely it's
those
a fair
questions
question.
are treated on the other side.
Thanks for asking.
If you're leaving us, have a big
And look, when Tom says no, he means no. No matter what he said and done, the whole
no
night
matter
before
what,
that.
no matter what he's wearing,
Right.
no matter what he's saying, no matter how many
Whoa,
no matter how many undergarments he reached down and picked up. Rick and Bubba show. All right, let's go with something positive, something good. We got back from another trip to Nicaragua. And we were over there with Pastor Aragon and his wife, Darling, are here today watching the show. They're back in the States, and we'll be going back over there next March, as we normally do during the spring break. Go over and do some work with Pastor Aragon. Well, the last time we were there, last March, I was introduced to a fine young man named Dennis Soto. And Dennis is in our golden ticket seats today from Nicaragua. And so we were there and we met him, and he and his mom were talking to us, and Pastor Aragon knew of the need, being the pastor there in the area. And he had been attacked by people who were trying to rob him. And one of the things they wanted was his phone. And when he didn't want them to have it, they actually chopped his arm off with a machete. And then robbed him. And, of course, he was a driver, what he did for a living. And, of course, that made that very difficult. And after we talked to the mom, and I was talking to Pastor Aragon and Bill Brazil, who's here, who always heads up the trip over there and also hosts Coffee Buzz, the podcast, but with me and Jeff Erickson every now and then. So anyway, we were over there, and I said, you know what, if we go back and get on the show and talk about this, you know, the United States of America, for all its faults, it's a very giving country. And I said, I'm just going to go back and bring up this story and see if there's somebody that would step forward that may want to provide for this young man, a prosthetic arm and hand that may be able to get him back to where he can work again. We brought it up, and we did have a lot of responses, and we started kind of weeding out where they were located, how we could get Dennis here. So I want everybody to be clear. We had multiple responses with different things they could do. Well, Todd Clay, who works with the Hanger Clinic out of Birmingham, Alabama, and you were telling us in the break, Todd, that this organization has been around since the Civil War, when they started providing prosthetics for people who were maimed in that war, right?
That's correct.
Yeah, I don't know if we can still say that today. You may not be allowed to talk about the Civil War anymore, but that did really happen, and that is how you guys started. So, and you told us in the break what your title was, but we can't pronounce it.
I'm a prosthetist.
Watch it.
I don't know if you predict the future or
right.
Are you
right?
Prosthetist.
Can you say it?
Is that right? Prosthetist.
That's right. Yeah.
I'm going to say you're the guy that makes prosthetics and fits them on people. Can I say that?
Sounds good.
All right. So Hanger Clinic, you guys decided to do that. And in the beginning, I want to be clear, Todd did not ask to be on the show. They just wanted to do what they felt called to do, help this fine young man out and move on. And, you know, one of the reasons why we started talking about it is we knew Pastor Aragon was in town, that Dennis was in town, wanted to see them before they left. And I just thought it'd be a good opportunity because this is not about you, it's not about Hanger Clinic, but I wanted the people who listen to this show and drink the BuzzBox coffee and because you guys provided everything that he needed, but we didn't ask for you to pay for everything because it's a big expense. One of the things we need to do is to get Dennis here and, you know, get airplanes and tickets and travel expenses and all of that, and that was taken from the Bronner Burgess Memorial Fund, and there's people that listen to the show, watch it, drink BuzzBox coffee that are making that fund available. So I want you to know that all of you in the audience played a big role in Dennis sitting here today with his new prosthetic arm and hand. So Todd, tell us what you guys were able to do for Dennis.
Well, first of all, I think I need to be honest to say that when I first heard of this story, I didn't want to do it. And I think that's important to understand that I was very busy. I was, in fact, going to Nicaragua for a mission trip, and one of my friends heard this on the show when y'all brought it up and reached out to me to say, hey, I think this might be a good thing for you and your company to get involved in.
Here we come. 6 minutes past the hour. Thank you for being with us. Now, Will of Meat still in play, hasn't spun. Wednesday Bible study back today. Genesis 40. We'll walk through that. Some tough questions in that one. So we'll go through that today as we walk through the book of Genesis. Been doing that for month number 10 now. It'll be live at noon Central, 1 o'clock Eastern on our YouTube channel. If you are a subscriber, you'll get an alert that that's taking place. And then it'll be archived soon after if you want to grab it on your own time, and that's what most of you do. You can do that as well, either on our YouTube channel or our podcast archives. Bubba, welcome back for a brand new hour.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us.
Phone calls are still standing by, and we didn't get many of those in last hour, and we'll get more of your comments. You can join us, too, if you'd like to. Blazing Silverman will get your phone calls ready to go. Let's go to Terry. Terry, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you today?
Hey, I'm doing great, thanks.
Thanks for listening.
I, first of all, yes, that was a good conversation with the last guy from Rucker. I'm not too far from there. I wanted to ask you guys if, because you have far more knowledge than I do about the subject, biblically, what is happening and fulfillment of prophecy, as well as the climate of this world, do you guys really think we'll see another presidential election?
Well, that's one of those things that I don't ever want to move past what Scripture has spoken to clearly, because it's been spoken to clearly. Mm-hmm. And Christ told us that nobody knows the day, nobody knows the time, and nobody knows the hour. But there's birth pains that can help you on when this thing is drawing. You have to think to yourself, when you're talking about prophecy and you're talking about Scripture, you're not talking about the United States of America only. You're talking about the whole world.
Right.
And the center of the universe, I hate to break this to Americans, isn't the United States of America. I have been to the center of the universe, and it's called Israel. And there's you need to keep an eye on them when we're talking about what's going on. We're really not that big a player in the end times. You could even argue that we've already done our part by being the first ones who said Israel is a nation.
Yeah, helping them get reorganized.
And that was prophecy that had to be fulfilled before Christ would return.
1949.
Yeah, and since then, we've just kind of been hanging out and funding the advancement of the gospel to the rest of the world. And that's been the main role that we have done as far as the kingdom of God is concerned. So I'm real careful about staying away from getting real specific, because Jesus told me not to. And he said that you need to worry about today. Tomorrow has all the trouble that you need, and you're not guaranteed tomorrow. If I die today, I'm going to face the Lord, and it really won't matter who gets elected in the next presidential election or when they build the temple. Because I'm going to face the Lord that day. So I just always stay in the mindset that I'm closer to his return or my death today than I was yesterday, and I normally don't move ahead of that.
I know when we saw Hal Lindsey, not Hal Lindsey.
Yeah.
What is his name? Hal Lindsey? Yeah, that did 1984, The Countdown to Armageddon.
Okay.
You remember when you saw that, you were pretty much so walking out of the theater that you'd never get out of the 80s.
Oh, yeah. That's true, yeah.
And he had all the facts to back it up. But, I think, again, you can tell the season and, birth pains. And as Rick said, I think it's real dangerous to go much further than that. But we know that Israel had to be restored as a nation, and they have been. There's also indications, at least the way I read it, that the temple has to be rebuilt, which it has not been yet. But again, you could get into some theological debate about that. So I think the main thing is that we live every day, and that's something that I had to deal with a little bit recently, is to remember that.
Yeah.
So I think that's wise advice. And if we see a presidential election or not, what are we doing today?
Yeah, and I think a lot of times what we do. And I'm not talking about you, Terry, so this is not directed at you. I'm talking about human beings and our fallen state. because I don't know how you live your life, and I won't pretend any that I do. But I think that because I remember having these feelings when I was younger, I really would like to know when Jesus is coming back so I can get my act together before he does. But I'm gonna push it to the end and live like I want to live. And then hopefully, right before the clock runs out, I'm gonna try to get my act together so I won't go to hell. And I think some of that is a pursuit of what do I need to do? But I think we need to. He said, "Make disciples." And you do that till I come back. And don't let me catch you, by the way, coming back and you not be doing that. Man, he had analogy after analogy after analogy, not to the lost. The lost is real simple: repent or perish. Now, let me talk to all of you that claim that you've repented and have been redeemed. Everything else I'm talking about is about y'all. And I told y'all to be doing my work until I come back. And it won't be good if I come back and I catch you not doing what I told you to do. That's not going to be a good indicator. You don't want to dread me coming back. You want to look forward to me coming back. So I've realized that if I'll just do what he told me to do, I really don't have time for much else. And so it is interesting. I don't mind talking about it, but it is. We are headed to the end. But think about what Bubba said. Can you imagine, Terry, if we were alive during World War II, and some few people still were? Can you imagine you've got a evil man trying to eradicate God's chosen people from the earth? You've got the whole world in a war. I mean, I would have been thinking we will never see. I mean, Christ is coming back. This is the end. I mean, this has to be the end. And it wasn't. But you know why? Because Satan has no idea when the end is. And he's just throwing up three-pointers and throwing to the end zone, trying to make something happen. There's where you see these evil people rise up, and you go, "Oh, this is the Antichrist," and or this is it, and it's him rising these people up and making war and doing stuff. But he's all under the. I mean, he can't do anything that God doesn't allow him to do, and he knows he's defeated, and he's trying to take as many of us with him as he can through deception. But I just think about all the times Bubba mentioned one in the 80s, that one I can't imagine being alive during the World Wars and thinking this isn't the end. But
I remember my mom telling me she thought that she'd never see adulthood.
Oh yeah. Oh, our mom and dad talked about the Cuban Missile Crisis.
Oh yeah.
They're sitting there watching Russia roll up on Cuba, and we're doing a standoff, and they're all thinking this is the end of the world. Mm-hmm. So I think we just do what he told us to do, and trust that he'll end your life, my life, and this world when he knows the time is right.
Yep. The way it was designed.
Yeah. So, but interesting thought. Let's go to Eric in Alabama. Eric, go ahead.
Hey, fellas.
Hey.
Hey, I just wanted to talk about being offended for a minute.
Mm-hmm.
Every time I go in the store, this companies like Nabisco and Lance and all them, they got crackers. And that just offends me. I just can't tell you how much.
That's good. That's good. I'll tell you, some of the advertising campaigns out there, they've picked who they care about getting offended, and guess what? We didn't make the cut.
No, we didn't.
Matt in Huntsville, 100.3 The River. Matt, go ahead.
Hey, guys. So a lot of research would be nice to have when these people come up complaining. So many of these forts that were named after Confederate generals weren't named until World War II. 1942 is when most of them got named, because pre that there wasn't that much of a need for big forts. And also you have to look into, there's a different culture. It was almost like a war of respect back then.
Yeah.
Or a culture of respect that, hey, these guys were allowed to do this by our founders.
Yep.
Hence why you didn't see Jefferson Davis hung.
That's right.
So a lot of these guys went off after the war, as Lee said, put down the flag. We tried, good effort, but we failed. So back to the Union we go. Longstreet, who was number 2 to Lee, he was ambassador to the Ottoman Empire after the war for the United States.
Well, like Bubba said, and the things that Robert E. Lee kept doing on behalf of the country, I mean, it's
yeah, I mean, think about this. This is give you a real life thought on this. What if after 9/11, Osama bin Laden had come in and said, I will surrender as long as I'm not punished. And we let him become the president of Islamic studies of some university in New Jersey.
Right.
I mean, that's exactly what happened with Lee. And I'm like, what? But Lee was worse. He killed more soldiers.
Yeah. It's I know that sometimes these things are hard to fathom, but we're looking at it through a different lens. We'll be back 16 minutes past the hour, and that's where presentism, why it doesn't work. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And you need to reach out to the Rick and Bubba show and let them know that you're willing to do it. Well, I wanted to go to Nicaragua to build houses. I'd been busy at work, 2 years, not many breaks, and didn't want to have anything to do with prosthetics when I went to Nicaragua. So I ignored the message that my friend sent me, but it was heavy on my heart. I knew that this young man had a pretty tragic accident, and I knew that he needed help. So I sort of had a moment with God and just said, God, if you keep this on my heart for more than a few days, I'll respond to it. But for now, I'm going to let it go. And I know there's many people out here in Birmingham that would be willing to help this young man, and I'm going to let it be one of them and not me and my company. Well, it wasn't long after that I received a text message from someone else that wanted to do this, but they were down in Montgomery, works for our company, and he said that he had volunteered me to do this because he knew I was in Birmingham. He knew that I'd be willing to do this and my company would be willing to do it. So that was the next sort of nudge that I got from God, that I needed to respond to this. But I still needed a little more hammering on my head. And I said, well, God, I know that's a good sign, but I might need a little bit more because I am very busy. I know I'm going to Nicaragua. If this gentleman happens to be from the area that I'm from, I'll do this. So I reached out to the show, said that I'd be willing to do this, but where is this gentleman from? Well, it just so happened that he was from the area that I was going to do my mission trip. So that was the last straw. I said, God, that it only takes me 3 times to get hit over the head to do something.
For a minute, I was about to say, who are you, Gideon?
That's right.
How many more
the only
fleeces?
thing left was a burning bush out there.
Well, fortunately, it only took 3 times, and I had the opportunity to go and see Dennis in Nicaragua, met in a hotel room with Daniel, measured him for his arm. And this week has been a very humbling week for me to see just something that I do every day in my practice that can change a young man's life and get him back to what he was doing before.
Well, it's an incredible story. Dennis has been showing us already getting where he can work the hand, because a part of when you get a prosthetic like this, you need to know how to use it, operate it, and he's already doing very well with it.
That's right.
Yeah, I was watching him just a minute ago. Even moving it around and just the smile on his face and what I love about it, our part in this is really nothing. I mean, Bill, I talked about Bill. Bill's been working tirelessly to set this up. You've been working. The Aragons obviously have done that. But the thing I wanted to know, just to your point, the one thing we were able to do is to tell an audience, this is what's going on, and people like you and all your associates are in the audience. And I just sensed in my spirit the minute that we met him that God, back to our point, just like he had gifted you in this area, hey, God was just immediately saying, you have a platform, you can get this handled. If you bring this up, I mean, the platform that I've afforded you, somebody will step forward and do this for the young man. And so thank you for answering the call, even though it took 3 fleeces, you did it. Well, I was talking with a young man about this just this week. Who was telling me about how do you know when God wants you to do something, and I think you just may have helped him. He will tell you, won't he?
That's right.
So I do want to thank all of you in the audience, and I do want to thank you, Todd, and all the folks at Hanger Clinic, Bill Brazil, the Aragons for also doing their part as a pastor to try to help somebody in the flock. And then there's Dennis Soto here today, and we'll get some pictures with him so you can see that today too. And thanks for all of you that were making this happen. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Bubba.
Hey now. Hey now. The boys and the girls.
Rick and Bubba show, we're back. Gang's all here today. Thank you for being with us. COVID update. Here we are with the ongoing, as time moves, wow, the things that we are learning. I hope we learn from them, not to repeat them in the future. So we'll update you. Got a full-blown segment here. Let's start. Pfizer's executive, Janine, is that how you say her name? Janine Small is talking to the EU Parliament. And this is you're not going to believe this, Bus. Have you seen what she's about to admit?
I know.
All right, listen. Now, remember what you were told about the vaccines and transmission. Well, if you get vaccine, you're going back your life. And that way you're not a threat to anyone, you're not a threat. And you're going to hear from...
see your daughters play.
Yeah, from the executive of Pfizer. We never said that this was intended to keep transmission from happening. So here she is talking to the EU.
So a question then for you, Ms. Small, where I would like a clear answer, please.
So there are no misunderstandings. Was the Pfizer COVID vaccine tested on stopping the transmission of the virus before it entered the market? If not, please say it clearly. If yes, are you willing to share the data with this committee? And I really want a straight answer, yes or no, and I'm looking forward to it. Thank you very much.
Regarding the question around, did we know about stopping immunization before it's entered the market? No. We had to really move at the speed of science to really understand what is taking place in the market. And from that point of view, we had to do everything at risk.
No, we didn't know whether it was going to stop transmission or not.
Well, again...
But I think she's telling the truth, but why were we told otherwise?
Yeah.
I'm not saying
I understand because we had people dying. There was a rush on. It was called warp speed for a reason, and they were making their best guess on a lot of things. Now, hindsight now, it's going to look a little bit different, but at least she's being honest about it.
But they knew that when they did it, and that's not what they were telling us.
Why didn't they come out and correct the politicians and say, well, they're not telling y'all the truth?
Right.
Well, we know that. We know we can't make that claim.
Yeah.
There were so many people saying so many things that had no idea what they were saying and no way to back it up. And it was on both sides. I mean, you had all kind of crazy claims going on. And,
but wouldn't you call a press conference and go, whoa. Where was Pfizer? No. We don't know whether it's going to stop transmission or not.
Well, they didn't want to do that, Rick, because they're afraid that would stop people from getting it. And then they wouldn't be vaccinated, and we'd have more spread of it and all that kind of stuff. They were here's the best way to put this: they were willing to sacrifice a group of people for the greater good of what they considered a bigger group of people.
Dr. Drew, remember him?
Yep.
So Dr. Drew, we're gonna go with him from 2020 to 2022, and you're gonna see, as you would expect, I think. That his view on a lot of things changes throughout that process. So,
and I'm going to say what year it is as we go through this as he says it.
Okay. I have an appointment to get the vaccine tomorrow.
This is
the
2020.
Pfizer vaccine, but I can't care less whether it's Moderna or Pfizer. Yeah, just get it to me. And I had a horrible reaction to the vaccine. I have a son that had a terrible reaction to it, and I'm really very, very concerned.
And I did get the booster. Which I had double Pfizer and Moderna booster 3 weeks to the day of the fall. Is there anything that you've seen about time-wise? Because, when I asked the doctors about that, they said, normally... Okay, go ahead.
2 to 3 weeks. 2 to 3 weeks is where you see a lot of this stuff. I have a friend that got the booster,
2022.
And he got really destroyed by it. He still can't walk across the room. He's having all kinds of symptoms. There's a lot of funny stuff. We don't really know what it all is and where it's coming from, but it's still worth doing it. I'm not at the point where I'm saying that it's still worth the risk. Before these vaccines, myocarditis was a freaking medical emergency. First of all, rare. You rarely saw it, and if you saw it, That person is going into the hospital right now.
This is later in
They
2022.
could die any second with an arrhythmia. They could end up with a cardiac transplant because of a cardiomyopathy. You don't know where you're going, and it is a serious medical emergency. And people talk about like, well, one in 1,500, maybe 1 in 3,000 myocarditis. So what? So what? Think about this spike protein, whether it's from the infection or from the vaccines that is doing some endovascular damage of some type. But what do you say?
You're right. The spike protein is what's doing it, but you have just injected in you a roadmap that says start creating this toxic thing that's going to attack all of your organ systems and it's going to attach itself to the endothelium of your vasculature. So, yeah, and there's no off switch. But I think that you are
September
underestimating the
2022.
amount of data that's actually out there with regard to these events.
The study came out in Circulation this week that suggested that in men under 40, the risk of myocarditis is 5 times higher from the Moderna vaccine than from COVID itself. Right there. That would qualify as misinformation, even though it's factually accurate.
Well, there you go. Dr. Drew's changed through the 2 years.
Sure has.
He was like, give it to me now. Now he's like, uh-oh.
That's because we had so many people telling us, get vaccinated for others. We had President Biden saying, if you get the vaccine, you're not going to get it. We were lied to, and we were pressured by so many people, by the media, by everybody. And really, this should have been for high-risk people from the get-go.
Yep.
If you are super high risk to perish from COVID-19, you should get the vaccine. I got the Johnson & Johnson vaccine because I thought when I went to go visit my grandparents in a couple months, that would protect them. But that wasn't the case. No. I got the vaccine, and then somebody sent me an email and said, hey, man, that's not going to prevent transmission. That's just going to give you an easier time with COVID-19. And I did a little bit more research, and I was like, you're right. Yep. You're right. And so we were lied to. We were pressured. We were discriminated against. All in the name of, I believe, making some money and controlling people. That's what I think. That's just my opinion.
Oh, well, there was a lot of money in play, and we.
But there was pressure too. Remember, we had people dying, and hey, get this out, and here's money. Go make it. I mean, it's. There's a lot of things in play. It was a complicated scenario, but you see what it turned out to be, and we did sacrifice. You heard Dr. Drew, one of his things. We sacrificed a group of people to try to get everybody else vaccinated.
And you were a bad person if you didn't want to get it. You're a terrible person that hates people and wants people to die if you don't get it.
Yeah, we have one more clip. We will. You're not going to believe this comes from actually Canada on that note about how discriminated people were that were against it.
Rick and Bubba.
It was a few years ago. We had Ron Hall on the program. He had authored the book Same Kind of Different as Me, talking about, of course, the story of his life and when he encountered and became friends with Denver Moore, and they went around and did a tour together, speaking at various events, and incredible story. The book was a huge success. Well, now it is a movie, and I've had the pleasure of seeing the movie and a little pre-screening. I can tell you it is fantastic. Greg Kinnear plays Ron Hall. His wife Debbie, played by Renee Zellweger, and also we have I cannot pronounce the great actor who's playing Denver. I mean his name is very difficult to pronounce, but Ron will do that with me. But you know who else has a great role in this movie?
Greg Kinnear?
No, I can say that one.
Oh.
Try who's playing Denver. You've seen him in a lot of stuff, but try that name.
Yeah, I'll just let him tell us that.
Yeah, how does Sam say it?
Let's see, Denver. It would go. We're going to go right here. Let's see what Sam says.
Jaimin Hounsou.
Okay, all right.
Jaimin Hounsou
plays Denver and does a tremendous job. But you know who plays Ron?
I'm not used to the silent D, Rick. I apologize.
You know who plays Ron's estranged father, Earl, and does a great job in this?
I do. I've seen it. I've got it here in front of me.
The great John Voight.
I know it.
And he, all of the actors do an incredible job in this, and Ron joins us now. Ron, welcome back to the Rick and Bubba Show. How are you?
Hey, it's good. It's only been about 7 or 8 years, hasn't it?
Yeah, really. I was thinking, when I said a few years, my mind said, I bet it's been a lot more than a few.
Yeah.
I was starting to think if my phone still ain't ringing, I'm assuming it still ain't you.
Ron, you had to feel good when Greg Kinnear got the role to play you. You probably thought, well, there we go, typecasting again.
Yeah.
No, I actually had to coach him on how to be an arrogant, white, self-centered art dealer.
But you'll go down in history when people hear your name, they'll think of his face. That has to be a positive, right?
Why not just the opposite?
That's true. That's true. Well, Ron, the story is incredible. Your testimony, we enjoyed. But anytime you're able to unpack something in great detail in a book, when they start talking about a movie, how many times have we all thought, can you really capture this in a movie? And I went into the movie, Ron, probably as you did the first time you saw it, and I have to admit, I was like, there's no way this is going to live up to the book. Because I was very moved by the book and the details there. You could really see everything in your mind. And now a movie is going to say, well, we're going to show you how we see it, and we're going to try to condense this all down into a little less than 2 hours. And that's not always easy. But in my humble opinion, your opinion would mean a lot more. I thought they did a great job with it.
Well, I appreciate your humble opinion because I wrote the screenplay and produced the film. Because I'd had 2 failed attempts on people who tried to make it something that it wasn't. And I had a big old legal battle with a big new Hollywood studio. And I told them, my truth is better than your fiction, and I'm never going to let your story be on the film, on the big screen, and my truth will ultimately appear there. And it cost me dearly, but, I stood my ground, and I'm so thankful. I'm so proud of this film. Last night we screened it here in Jackson, Mississippi, so where we actually shot the film. And, there's critics talking about this film this morning that are talking Oscar buzz for Djimon Hounsou. Now, I know you had trouble with that name, but that D is silent, so you just say Djimon Hounsou. And he's one of the great character actors of all time, and a lot of people are saying this is one of the all-time great performances for an actor.
No doubt about it. There's everybody in it's good. We talked about Voight, who's good, and Kinnear and Zellweger, they're good too. But I thought he was phenomenal. Did he portray, because I guess in the book, how you read something years back and you kind of forgot some of the details. I remember you telling us this when you were on the show, but I didn't realize how dangerous Denver really was in the beginning. And boy, does he do a good job of scaring you to death.
Hey, well, he scared me even the first night that he moved in with me. He just kind of flipped out after he moved in my house and took a big swing at me with his baseball bat. I'd forgotten he was still carrying it by the time he moved in with me, but he did. I scared him. The first night he slept in my house, he actually didn't sleep in the house. He went out and stayed in the bushes, and I went looking for him, and all of a sudden that was a mistake. So,
yeah. Well,
he was a crazy man who turned out not to be so crazy. He turned out to be the wisest man I've ever known in my life. And obviously, this is a great story. This is a story that America needs to hear today. And the same kind of difference as me really delivers the message, I think, for America right now.
It's 35 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, we're back. MyStore.com. Oh, Mike Lindell, buddy. He's a mover and a shaker, isn't he? And right now he's moving into the second most consumed product in the world, second only to water, to agua, and that is coffee. Lindell's moved into the coffee world. He's in the coffee area. You know what he's part of, don't you, Bubba? Big Coffee. If you would like delicious coffee and get some My Coffee right now, you'll love it. Go to mystore.com. This is where Lindell set up a kind of competition to Amazon.com, where entrepreneurs that couldn't get the time of day from Amazon can still bring their product to you, the consumer, and you decide if you want it or not. My Coffee is a product that you can find there, and we're going to save you 25%, top 2% Arabica beans available in the world. And we've talked to you about the quality of coffee, something we've educated you on for a while here on the show. It features low acidity. That way you don't have the heartburn when you have a higher quality coffee. The flavor is rich, the texture smooth, easy to drink. Just go to mystore.com, enter the code Bubba, save 25% off your order of My Coffee. Then pick the roasting preference you like, whether you like whole bean or ground. They even have a decaf option for you. So go to mystore.com with that code Bubba. Save 25% off your purchase of My Coffee. All right, so we have one more clip to play, and then we're learning as we go. And I will tell you, well, let's hear the clip first. This is from Canada, and you know how Canada treated the unvaccinated. Good gracious. So this is the inaugural press conference in Alberta for their new premier. Listen to the comments that are made by her concerning Canada.
The community that faced the most restrictions on their freedoms in the last year were those who made a choice not to be vaccinated. I don't think I've ever experienced a situation in my lifetime where a person was fired from their job, or not allowed to watch their kids play hockey, or not allowed to go visit a loved one in long-term care or hospital, or not allowed to go get on a plane to either go across the country to see family or even travel across the border. So they have been the most discriminated against group that I've ever witnessed in my lifetime. That's a pretty extreme level of discrimination that we have seen. I don't take away any of the discrimination that I've seen in those other groups that you mentioned, but this has been an extraordinary time in the last year in particular. And I want people to know that I find that unacceptable, that we are not going to create a segregated society on the basis of a medical choice.
Bingo. And that's out of Alberta. Yeah. Well, and it's true, and people are talking about right now, you still hear the ads running. I was watching football over the weekend. Every time they would come in and out of the break, football fans, go get the booster. If you really love people, and all this kind of stuff. And that's the part. If these things are available, and if you think it's right for you and for your family and your situation, then by all means you make that decision on your own with your doctors that you trust. But what we're talking about that we now know was incorrect was the propaganda and the brainwashing. Sherry and I literally sat at a dinner one night and were told that how could we hate people so much, and why don't we love people because we won't get the vaccine? And of course Sherry and I were like, what? And of course Sherry didn't tolerate that narrative very long, and because what are you talking about? And now what we know is that part of the narrative was completely false. And what's going to happen is what happened with the tobacco companies, unless now where they're going to have problems. It's just going to be a PR battle because, Bubba, as you've been saying, because of the emergency situation that we were told we were in. They are exempt from any repercussions for anything they may have caused in the rush to get these to market.
Yeah, that was part of the deal.
That was part of the deal. Mm-hmm. But from a public relations standpoint, and that's all I'm talking about here, because I don't think there's going to be any repercussions available. Remember what they finally got the tobacco companies on? And that's what you just heard from this CEO from Pfizer.
It's what they knew, and they kept it secret.
Yep. They proved that this was not a mistake. They had the information that they were addicting people to tobacco. The tobacco was killing them, and they knew it, and they never put it on the labels, and they didn't address it, and they let it go on. And what the tobacco companies are saying, well, we're just now finding this out, so we're all in. We'll help you. And they found out that they knew it long before they ever publicly admitted it and put the warnings on the packs. And so this is kind of a damning comment that we just heard before the EU for someone high ranking of Pfizer say, well, we knew it wasn't going to keep the transmission of the virus. Well, you knew that? Well, didn't you hear people saying that it would? Why did y'all not step in and correct that? So again, though, I think all you can be is mad. I don't think there's going to be any, but we need to learn from this and don't keep making decisions that may not be wise. But it's your business. But the part that's being addressed is it should be handled that way by those of us that choose not to use these treatments and use other treatments as well. You shouldn't demonize people because the narrative that you thought you had, well, you people won't get vaccinated, you're going to get it, infect people and kill them. Don't you love people? And now we know that really wasn't the case. we could get it and pass it on to people whether we had a vaccine or not. And we're really finding out that if you were perfectly healthy, probably you wanted to stay away from it because you were likely going to be okay anyway. And some of this might be worse than just actually have gotten COVID and gotten over it. So
it was just a pressured time.
It was.
Where we had a frenzy going on, and there was not time to step back and take a look at it. That was the problem, because we had people dying. We had people screaming, do something, and it was a pressure-packed time, that's for sure.
Well, I would say I agree with you 100% on that, and I would say we still made level-headed decisions as individuals here. Some got it, some didn't, over level-headed decisions. And what I would say is, though, don't let all this information come to light now. Use it on the decisions you're making, because there still is it's not as strong, but there still is look, you got to get all this stuff now. Mm-hmm. Are you going to die, and are you going to kill other people? Just be a good person. And what? I mean, so that at least now, the only thing, like I said, that will be damning, and that's about all it can be because of the agreements that we made in an emergency, is when it kind of breaks your heart when you know that they knew some things they acted like they didn't know yet. Mm-hmm. And when that comes to light, then you need to take a note of that.
Yep. And we were never told, be healthy, stay active.
Right.
We were told stay indoors.
Right.
We were never told keep your immune system strong. And we were never said that people that are highest at risk, those are the people that can be isolated if they want to. The rest of you, let's not trash our economy. Let's not trash people's spirits. Let's not freak everybody out. Let's not do that. We were never told any of that. It's just such a crazy thing to have lived through, and I'm not going to let it happen again to me and my family. That's not happening again.
Putting kids in masks for hours on end. And the damage that's done, and we're seeing you see him even saying this twin thing he's talking about. Look, if influenza gives us a harder time this season coming up, it's going to give us a harder time because of what we did. Yep. Because we compromised people's immune system by isolating people away unnecessarily.
And we've messed up kids' development. My wife is a teacher, and she's seeing it. She's seeing it in these kids, y'all. They're behind several years. Do y'all want to hear Biden say you're not going to get it if you get vaccinated?
Yeah.
Here's a presidential town hall on CNN.
You're okay. You're not going to get COVID if you have these vaccinations.
That's not true. I got vaccinated and I got COVID, buddy.
That was incorrect information.
Greg too. But and now did it help you? Hopefully,
I don't know.
Hopefully.
Either that or just badassness.
One or the other. Tiger blood, buddy.
Come on. We've all had it to some level, and we don't have anybody on here who didn't get it at all, did we?
I had it twice.
I had it once, and if I had it again, I didn't know it.
Yeah, that's me.
Speedy had it 4 times.
Five, Greg.
Yeah, so even in here, the vaccinated and the unvaccinated all had about the same experience.
Yeah, it really did.
So anyway, we'll come back 15 minutes to the top of the hour. So there's your ongoing. But you need to, don't let this information be coming out and you not get it and apply it for future decisions that you may or may not have. 15 minutes to the top of the hour. 866 We Be Big is the number. More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba.
I totally agree. This is I wish I could get everybody to go sit down together and say, with all this chaos and revisionist of history and bringing up old stuff, and let's sit down and watch this together, because my wife and I got to go to one of the pre-screenings, and we left there we couldn't say enough good things about it. And now that explains it. I didn't know the story that people tried to buy the story and say we want to do a movie, and I commend you for not allowing it to happen until it was done the way that you approved of.
Well, I appreciate it. My friends put up the money, and because we all believed in the story. Denver my old homeless buddy. You know, he was a poor man but was wise, but he became a rich man who was the dang smartest guy I ever met.
Well, and did you feel a huge? This is I know the answer to this, but I want you to expand on it. The responsibility to be sure that Denver was portrayed exactly the way he would want to be portrayed.
Yes, and as well as my late wife. You know,
Yeah.
I'm the keeper of this story. God has trusted me with the responsibility to tell it and tell it to honor them, and most of all honor him, because this is a story that really is a God-given story, and it's something that I wanted to do my best to honor all of those as I told the story and as we portrayed it on the screen. That's why we have first-class actors here. This is a real story. It really happened, and you just don't want to cheapen it. So we went all the way with Oscar-winning actors, Oscar-winning producers, and film and screenwriters, and everything else in this movie. I was just one of screenwriters, but anyway, I'm so proud of this film. And
well, you should be. And you could see it too, and it does matter. I know sometimes we're saying, well, it does matter to try to get the folks who are good at their craft. And, Kinnear and Zellweger and Voight, that didn't surprise me because actually we did a movie with him called Woodlong, so I know him.
Oh,
yeah, I know him from a faith standpoint. Kinnear and Zellweger I didn't know, and I didn't know, all these other actors did, but I've seen their passion for it. They love the story as well.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, tell you, Renee Zellweger is out on the promotional tour for us. She's not charging us anything. She loves this story. It connected with her. If you saw John Boyd and me on TV the other day in Los Angeles, I mean, he breaks up crying about this story. He said it's really one of the most powerful stories he's ever had a part to be a part of the story, but he can't even talk about this movie without crying. And it's a very emotional movie, but it's so powerful and so timely. It's this movie's been delayed. Hollywood didn't want this film out there. Hollywood was afraid of this film, thinking that they just don't like really good true stories. They want to make something up and kill everybody and blow up the world and have dragons become Jesus. Who knows? So
right. Well, Ron, you said that you didn't like the way they were portraying it, and without giving the plot away, was it just you just didn't like the way the characters came across, or what was it particularly they did you didn't care for?
They took the central character out of it. They took my wife Debbie, who had a dream about a homeless man, and then they made my daughter a goth that was a drug addict. That we kicked her out of the house, and she was living under a bridge. And she and Denver run off to New York City and open an art gallery together. Now, how much does that have to do the same different as me?
I mean, that's not even close to the same story, is it?
No.
Well,
I mean, I had a heart attack when I read that screenplay written by an Italian atheist, so.
Well, they didn't like the fact that what the movie is saying correctly is that your wife is a woman of God. Your wife felt like that God showed her this man was coming into your life, and all of this in your life was changed by the gospel, and you being changed by being transformed by Jesus Christ and your faith, which God using this man for both of you to end up at his feet, and Hollywood wants nothing to do with that. They don't want to think that all the race relation problems in this country could be solved by Jesus Christ. They surely don't want that.
Yes, and they say, oh, this is just another white savior movie. This is how somebody that thought was the craziest, most dangerous homeless man on the streets of Fort Worth, Texas. An African-American man. He's the one who saved our family. He saved my marriage. He saved my life. He saved me from myself and repaired the relationship with my father. This was an amazing story that I wasn't prepared to live.
Happy birthday! Happy birthday! Happy birthday!
9 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Man, we hitting a lot of topics today, baby. A lot of topics today. global warming, climate change, man-made, then maybe this and that. Buy some carbon credits, electric cars, bicycles, save the world. Yeah, and we're going back to 1992 today, and we're going to Bubba. This is going to bring a tear to a glass eye. Burn, baby, burn. Burn, baby, burn. Burn, baby, burn. Climate change update. So Adler has pulled a little audio for us today. Is this audio only? They got some video in it too. And this is, are we going to remember the great Rush Limbaugh here in our global warming update today? Yeah. So tell me what this is going to be, and then let's let it run.
This is Al Gore and Rush Limbaugh, and you're going to hear some talking points from Al Gore that sound pretty familiar. They kind of sound like what we hear a lot still now. So,
all right, so this is 1992?
Yes.
All right, here we go.
Let's see. There we go.
Problems like acid rain. Now we've got a whole new category of global or strategic problems, which include the hole in the ozone layer, which now could appear above the United States, global climate change, the destruction of the rainforest at a rate that means they'll be totally gone in another few decades unless we stop, the pollution of the oceans and the atmosphere, and the like. These represent brand new challenges that call for a new kind of response.
Rush, I've listened to you many afternoons, as you know, and you tend to, I don't want to say you dismiss all of these issues, but at least you dismiss them as having been proven beyond a shadow of a doubt.
Well, absolutely. I don't think that there's anything conclusive about what Senator Gore said, with all due respect. I think, for example, there is no ozone hole over the United States. If we want to get into detailed discussion of ozone depletion, we can, but I think, Ted, that there is not a crisis. See, this is the problem I have. I don't think the Earth is fragile. I don't think the ecology is fragilely balanced. And I think that the doomsday industry that is typified by members of the Hollywood acting community who say we've only got 10 years left to save our planet, we've got to act now. There's no way, if what these people say is true, that we can solve these problems in 10 years anyway. It's budget time in Washington. NASA's being cut. And I think that this fright and doom scenario is designed to frighten people. Everything in this country today seems to be a crisis. We can't do anything without it being having to face it as a crisis. We don't have any time to think about it. There are as many scientists, maybe even more, on the opposite side of all of these doomsday predictions, and I think that they need to be listened to. Yeah, oh, yes, there are.
That's not true. If I could jump in there, Ted, where the ozone hole is concerned, for example, the linkage between these chemicals, chlorofluorocarbons, and the ozone hole is established. There may be 1/100th of 1% of the scientific community that disputes it.
Oh, no. It's far more than that. Ted, that the environmental movement, as fueled by the militants who lead it, I think is the new home of socialism.
The ozone hole is threatening to open up above North America, above Kennebunkport, and still we're not reacting.
That's Al Gore in 1992.
Yeah, I guess we all got through it, didn't we? I mean,
well, there was no ozone hole above Kennebunkport, and none above North America. There was one that opened up over Australia one time, but again, it looks like it was more of a natural phenomenon. Australia was not known for having high fluorocarbon outputs or air conditioner leaks higher than anywhere else in the world. So, sometimes these things, like Rush said, they're just bigger, and we can't really tie a cause and effect to it. It's a big planet, and it has a way of taking care of itself. And by fact of that, we had an ice age. We had a time that the Earth was covered by ice down past a point where it should have ever thawed out, okay? It was reflecting more light and heat back up into space than it was absorbing. We should still be a frozen snowball today, but we are not, because the Earth reacted and it balanced itself back out to back of the climate we have today. So, can man affect it? Rick, we've talked about pollution. We had, the story about Fruithurst, Alabama yesterday, and I did get an email from the principal there. I don't know if you saw that. thanking us for bringing attention to it. Nobody wants dirty water. Nobody wants dirty air, and we always need to be looking to be sure that we're not causing more issues than we're correcting in our industrial world. But we also, like Rush said, we have a group of socialists that have tied. This has become their Trojan horse to get control of everything, and that is global warming.
No, you're right. And first of all, let me give you an apology for not getting closer over there and putting my arm around you while Rush was talking.
Yeah. I missed the Rush.
That's wow. But no, you're right. And that, you know how sometimes you have the question. You remember that? What was that guy's name, Greg? This is your area, and he had a pretty large cash reward if you could prove that magic was real to him.
Oh, Randy, the amazing
Randy. yeah. And he would
or psychics,
and he would
had like $1 million.
Yeah, and none of them did it.
They never have.
Bubba and I need to do something differently because the point that Bubba just made, we have brought up how many times, Bubba, and I know you probably like me have done it privately too. If you believe we had the Ice Age, then we know the fact that we're sitting here right now, it melted.
Yes, and it shouldn't have. It was below the freeze line where it should have ever been able to thaw out.
So how did the Earth warm itself up, melt all that off with no industry? And some of you believe not even human beings yet.
Right.
So
we've got to find that answer before we can look into the more contemporary problem.
Because that would point that the Earth has had some wide range in climate on its own through natural phenomenon for as old as you think the Earth may or may not be.
Y'all, and we're just in a point of a lot of stability right now. The output of our nearest star, what we call the sun, and our orbit around it, just a few miles variance in that orbit causes dramatic temperature changes. And so a little bit of wobble in the orbit can cause us to heat up or cool down. And that's the only explanation for that and volcanic activity that we ever got out of the Ice Age. And we had an Ice Age and we had a little Ice Age. So we've done this several times.
And we've showed y'all the headlines from the 70s, Time Magazine, and all that was telling us to brace ourselves for the next Ice Age.
Right.
Like Gore,
I have it framed in my office.
Yeah, and what about people like Al Gore, which saw this, 92?
Yeah.
And then you had other celebrities that come out with predictions, that things that should have by now already happened.
10 years.
Right.
10 years.
And we made it.
And none of them have happened. And now they keep bumping it to, it'll be 50 years from now.
I hate to bring this up, but Ted Danza was one of them.
Yeah, he was.
I know.
And,
we all loved him as Sam, but we don't like him up there. Well, he said we had like 5 to 10 years or something ridiculous.
Yeah, I think the number he threw out about, let's see, how long we've been doing this?
Almost 30.
Almost 30 years, and he threw out 12 years when the show first started.
Yeah.
So, I mean,
we're wrong again.
Overdue.
Yeah.
Wrong again.
Top of the hour. If you're leaving us today, we'll miss you. Lord willing, we'll talk to you tomorrow. You got more. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I was comfortable and wealthy and happy in my life. I wasn't looking for some crazy homeless man to come in and flip my switch and repaint the canvas of my life. But that's exactly what happened. I'm telling you, through God used him as an instrument to get a hold of me. And I'm telling you, he rattled my cage, and I came out as a different person. So,
well, Ron, thanks for sharing your story. Thanks for making sure we got it right going to the screen, even though that probably cost you a lot of money. I bet people would have wrote you a big check if they could have done what they wanted to with it. So thanks for passing that test, by God, by the way. Same kind of different as me is it's out today. And so
out today. Well,
congratulations, Ron.
Thanks, Ron.
That's awesome.
Congratulations, buddy.
All right. Thank you, guys. Hey, don't wait so long to call me back.
Okay. Ron Hall, he wrote the book. He wrote the screenplay. Same kind of different as me. Put this down. If you're tired of the garbage you're having to tolerate to be entertained, go actually watch a movie that's going to be used to actually impact you. Same kind of different as me. It's on everywhere. Make sure you go see it this weekend. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Well, Rick, shopkeepers in Hawaii now, of all places, are now treating
Spam's big in Hawaii
as a luxury item and are putting them behind plastic covers next to high-end technology products after a string of thefts. Did you know that?
No, so spam is
a black market on spam is booming in such a way that store owners in Hawaii are now locking down their canned meats behind bars.
This is great.
Spam, which is especially popular in Hawaii, is now being treated like a luxury item. People keep stealing cans of the cooked meat.
I'd use the term cooked meat loosely.
Yeah, and Rick, in Honolulu, police are offering a $1,000 reward for a man who entered a store earlier this month and grabbed an entire case of spam.
All right, now help me out on this.
And Rick punched a security guard who tried to apprehend him on the way out. He wanted spam so bad that he stole it and punched the security guard.
Give him spam. Guys, spam, I mean, have you ever had spam, sir? You have? Raise your hand if you have not had spam.
I have never had spam.
What?
Oh my gosh.
I have never had spam.
That just adds to the list for you today.
I have never had it. I'm sorry.
You're on a roll today,
You've
aren't you,
never
buddy?
had fried spam for a meal.
I have
not.
not.
Run it through a little ketchup.
I know you live in Vestavia.
No, that has nothing to do with it.
Hey, let's don't overlook grilled spam.
Oh, Rick, however you fix it. Man, it's good stuff.
It's okay.
I love spam.
Yeah.
Rick, in Pearl City, a part of Oahu, a suspect grabbed 8 cases of spam and dashed out of a supermarket at full speed.
Where was it?
Pearl City.
Where's that?
In Oahu.
Bubba, I'm going to Hawaii here for Christmas.
I know. Should you carry some spam over there and try to sell it on the street?
Do you think they'll pull it out of my luggage if I check it? Because you can put spam anywhere it won't fit.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
Rick, it's become a target because of the demand of it for it is so high. It's easy to grab and then sell for quick cash.
Bubba, picture me in Hawaii at some tourist trap, okay? And there's a huge line, or everything's kind of dragging. I said, out of my pocket, I just put a little can of spam. I'd like to get up in the front of the line. He said, I'd like to have a better seat to luau, if you know what I'm saying. There might be some spam in it. How about that? I might actually do. Hey, I don't like my seats here at the luau. A little spam, I could move.
Rick, they're saying that undercover police have broken up several networks that was peddling spam out of the back of their car in seedy alleys in Hawaii.
It's changed my whole vacation. My whole trip's changed because I got to find ways to drop key phrases. Like if they said something, Mr. Burgess, do you want me to take that one, or are you going to carry that one to your room? And I can say, well, I don't give a spam what you do. Look, and all of a sudden he looks at me, I'm looking at him, if you know what I mean. If you need me to give a spam, I could. You know what I mean?
How
about we upgrade to a suite? You give a spam if we do? You know what I mean?
Of all things, for there to be a run on, spam.
Mm-hmm. I like this. Guys, if you don't think I'm packing spam for this trip, you're out of your mind. I mean, I can go get a case of it, what, $2.50? Mm-hmm. How can there be a black market on something that's so cheap?
I know. And Rick, this is an ongoing theme. I don't know if you remember the story out of Germany where German police are on the hunt for a guy who stole a Nutella truck carrying 22 tons of the spread.
I love this. Spam I am. Spam I am. That spam I am. That spam I am. Have you met that spam I am?
Of all things that I thought would be treated like razors, I never thought spam would be part of it.
Picture me in Hawaii, just cans of it everywhere, and I'm like Big Papa there, the spam man. Oh, the spam man can. Hey, guys, I'm bringing it.
Wouldn't that be funny to have a picture of you just laying in a big bed full of spam cans?
Count on it. Look, all of a sudden, waiter comes over to wait.
see it.
Waiter comes over to wait on you. Look, you sign the credit card, lay it there, and put a can of spam next to it. Come back the next night, Mr. Burgess, we got your table looking out over the water.
Right up front. Right up front.
I'm doing it, by the way. Count on me to have some spam.
You got to.
Count on it.
We used to have a lot of spam,
We used to have spam
shirts.
Oh yeah, I got that. It's blue with red, yellow writing on it.
I love it. All right, what is spam?
I don't want to know
Rick, it's the
that.
processed meat of the new millennium's what it is.
Have we ever?
Rick,
Why we talk
look,
about that?
You don't ask too many questions dealing with spam.
Let's all sing it. Everybody sing it. Somebody say, Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Children sing, here we go.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Coming to you from the No Name Studio. On the bleeding edge of technology from Sweet Home, Alabama to the world. And right there sits Bill Bubba Bus.
Rick, glad to be here. I mean it when I say it, and thank you. We love being here, and we appreciate you being a part of the little program we call Rick and Bubba.
You got Speedy, Helmsy, Greg, Adler, Blaze, and Silverman all here. We'll get to more of your phone calls this hour. Bubba, now, you know that I don't do emojis, so this is not really going to apply to me. But for
Rick, I've seen your emojis.
I don't do
you
emojis.
Send me some heart ones.
Yeah, I do not. Greg, I don't use emojis in the conversations with men because I'm heterosexual.
There you go.
But anyway, I leave that for my gay friends.
There you go. They can have
all right.
But anyway,
I'm guilty of using them every now and then.
Like Rick said.
But you're glad to be here and you mean it.
Bubba, who am I to judge? So anyway, apparently Gen Z.
Hey, how about that bunch?
Yeah, Gen Z
That's a good.
is going to be
Tell
rolling.
you what, they're not overworked.
Gen Z is well, you know, Greg. I've talked to some Gen Zers, and they don't want to be associated.
You got
with,
exceptions.
with the millennials. They're like, we're not millennials. Quit acting like we're millennials.
Well, that's a good point.
But anyway, some of them are trying to make the turn and say we want to be no nonsense. We want to get after it. We don't want to be lumped in with them.
Maybe there's hope.
But I'll tell you this, though, you're going to look like an old fogey if you use these emojis because apparently they're now no longer mod. Again, it won't be an issue.
It's going to affect my life.
It won't affect my life at all. But for those of you that use emojis and you want to look like you're hip to the groove, and I know, Speedy, this is important to you. You like to stay hip to the groove and be a little more mod.
I don't know
and
he's on cutting edge.
Yeah, he likes to be just a little more. He likes to use trendy phrases.
I'm representing the show.
Right, and I like to stay on top of it.
Stadium guy.
Yeah, right. You know, so anyway, do not use thumbs up anymore.
I don't get this.
I didn't know that was
So
aggressive.
thumbs up is negative?
It's
that was
bad
aggressive.
form, Greg.
Thumbs up has been a sign for okay and acknowledgement. Rick,
Yeah.
I think as long as humans have been around.
It came before the emoji. You know what I'm saying? This is not an emoji. This was way before
I don't think the emoji crowd gets to dictate what symbols we
they can't
use.
call thumbs up or the bird.
Greg, and a shocker, one that probably was the only shot anybody would ever get an emoji from you, and that is the doo-doo pile.
I know. I see it up there. Now, I was about to say the same thing. If I'm going to use one, there it is.
Yeah, that would be the one.
Or the one I just sent y'all.
That's what that is.
No, I just sent you.
Don't they have
another
one?
one?
The only other one Greg would use.
Okay.
Don't
that's
they
funny.
also have a dung pile with the steam coming off of it?
I don't know, Greg. I
That's a stinky one.
I actually asked Apple to remove the emojis possibility for me option when they came out with all the ones that had like two men on a wedding cake and all that.
Pregnant man.
Pregnant man. I said, I don't want any of that. I'll just take it off my phone.
Now, notice it's not put up here. It's offensive.
Right.
The pregnant man's
no.
nowhere near
Oh,
there.
no. All those.
Now, a pile of dung, you can't have a smiling pile of dung, but we can have a pregnant man.
Apparently, we can't have a monkey with hands over his eyes.
I kind of like that one, too.
We can't have the OK symbol.
A-OK.
We
Oh,
can't-
no. We know why, Rick. That right there. Remember, they've linked it to
That's
everything.
right. I didn't know they were
Illuminati all the way to white
Fear the
supremacy.
beak.
clapping hands. We don't like.
And this is
Red heart, we don't like. The check mark, we don't like.
Lips.
Only old people use these.
That's what
right?
they're saying.
Yeah.
And I don't know what
Well, I
this one is.
qualify.
What's this little face down here? Does that mean yikes? Does that mean yikes? Is that a yikes?
Which one?
Little face down there.
at the bottom.
Yeah, that or I'm mad. One of the two.
Is it?
It's got a name. I don't know what it says on there, but I forget.
Rick, back to cutting
I'm
edge.
showing teeth.
Yeah,
I've read the story.
Oh, that's good. But I will say this, this is some of the problem. First of all, male to male is out. Okay. But even dealing with even my wife, I'm just going to tell you this, and I'm just going to be transparent here because you know that I'm a bit of a softie. Okay, and
most people think of you that way.
Yeah,
absolutely.
I'm going to go ahead and say it, which is one of the things that you know, and you know, I'm a fan of it encouraging text. Y'all know that.
Yes, right. I love encouraging text.
Probably, I'm not exaggerating. Rare is the exception. I'm talking about down in the 1 percentile that I don't text my wife something encouraging to start the day. When I get up, I leave her a text every day telling her how I love her, I appreciate her, hope this goes with whatever.
And a quick little dung pile. Go ahead.
And I will sometimes go, a paragraph of my devotion and love to her. And you know what I get back? Either a thumbs up or a heart. Mm-hmm. And I got to tell you what, that
hurts your feelings a little bit.
That infuriates me.
Yeah.
I'm like, I can't get 2 sentences. Yeah. It's, and I just think it's too easy to go, yeah, okay, acknowledged. Give me something. It's.
You mean like laughed at, emphasized?
Yeah. It's just, acknowledged. Thanks for spending, 10, 15 minutes on this heartfelt text. Acknowledged.
You know what I like?
Check.
I like to send different emojis and send Betty a message and see if she can figure it out.
That's good. That's real good.
You're like 5 in a row.
You talking about fun with emojis? Is that what you're talking about?
That's it.
Yeah. Well, the thing that, remember when that first started, I think we did a show about that. I was like, when my wife was sending me emojis, I don't know whether to rush home or her stomach's bothering her.
Right.
I can't see what those faces are saying.
I
That's
can't
a good
either.
point.
Is she sick or am I supposed to come home?
Yeah.
I just, it's hard to, those faces, they're not large enough and detailed enough for me to know what the expression is. I can't see the faces. I never can.
I think a lot of this is the context of it too. Like the thumbs up, I was reading the article, it can be viewed by some people as passive aggressive when you just send a thumbs up, but that depends.
Passive aggressive.
There we're back to that again.
I'm so tired of that
I
word.
am too.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
It's
I'm
That's
not gonna-
stupid
gaslighting.
word.
Done with that and gaslighting.
Thank you. But how about this? I won't be passive aggressive. If I'm aggressive, you'll know it.
Right. That is a good
There
way
is
to
no
be.
passive version.
Passive aggressiveness gets nothing accomplished.
How's thumbs up that?
You're just poisoning yourself. Well, say, for example, like if you send a really long message to somebody that says, hey, I think that you and I really need to sit down and talk and we can work some things out. And, I really respect you, but we need to talk about some stuff. And if they just send back a thumbs up and that's it, that could be viewed as like, whoa, but it all, like I said, it just depends on the context.
Like they're kind of disregarding.
Yes. But,
yeah, whatever.
My wife sends me a message, hey, can you pick up some milk? I send a thumbs up back. That's fine and appropriate. I'm not saying these people are right, but I'm just saying that's what they're saying.
That's what they're saying.
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
I got you. Only old people use them.
Evidently,
This is also their way of acting as if they have everything in life figured out, and us old people don't.
Is there anything? Is there anything?
As we go to work in the bank, and they're in Mama's basement.
How about this? I love young people. That I'm inspired by young people, the right ones. But I like the ones that are aware. I don't like for young people to claim they could possibly know more than I know when they haven't lived anywhere near as long as me.
Yeah.
Okay, you're not smarter than me. I'm sorry. And I don't mean you don't have the potential to be.
Right.
Everybody has potential to be smarter than me. Frankly, that's a low bar.
Sure.
But I'm saying you can't be as knowledgeable as me, and you don't have the wisdom I have. It's impossible for you to have it, and I'm offended that you would have the audacity to think otherwise.
Yeah,
definitely.
Yeah.
I believe the
have
children.
some respect.
I believe the children are the future.
I do too.
But you're right.
What if you teach them well?
With wisdom comes, that time builds wisdom.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm, yeah. And look, I'm excited about it, and you're smart enough to get around people and try to get wisdom.
Yeah.
But if you're walking around young thinking you don't understand how little you know, that's just showing how little you know.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Evidently, the reaction GIFs or whatever they're called, the little quick little clips or whatever. Evidently, that's something that old people do too. But that's like my favorite.
Those are funny.
That's my favorite thing to do. So I'm old.
And I will go and I'm not into hardly any of this because I can't figure out how to do it.
Correct.
But those are funny.
Yeah.
Well, like when something happens.
Oh yeah.
Somebody,
Oh yeah.
Yes. It's fantastic.
Did you
Dancing baby? Did you? Yes.
Greg,
some of the footage is
oh,
just
yeah.
incredible.
Do you remember in Saving Private Ryan they had the pool of everybody trying to figure out who Tom Hanks' character, what he did for a living before he came in there?
Yes.
This something similar has happened inside the group of men that I know. They have a competition going who can get Rick to send an emoji. If anybody can document that he texts you an emoji, that person wins the pool. And because I don't do it.
But you have sent them. What'd you call it? GIF?
Yeah. Well, that's funny.
Those are funny.
Those are very funny.
Now, if we're going to be funny with it, I'm good. We're not going to communicate with it.
Look, I just typed in redneck GIF, and look what you get. It's fantastic. It's with an American flag standing in the rain. Come on.
Don't get no better than
Phone calls are next. Let's go, Blazing Silverman. Get them lined up. Here we go.
Rick and Bubba.
All right, folks. Joined us, already been riding around since the kickoff hour. They've been with us today, and we do want to welcome right now News Talk 105.7 and 540 KMLB Northern Louisiana, now in the Rick and Bubba radio family.
Welcome.
Glad to have you guys there, and we actually, it's funny, almost as if it was planned. I think Phil Robertson's going to be on the show here pretty soon.
Really?
We're coming right out of their world down there now.
Cool. Well, I know there'll be some shock and awe there in Louisiana this morning.
Yes.
But hang with us.
Yeah.
And we tell everybody, give us 30 days, and we'll try to put the weight on.
Well, here's what I'm thinking. We go on a lot of places, and you think when we go on there could be culture shock. I would think there still would be some, just the way we do radio compared to other radio.
Right.
But I think culture-wise, us in Northern Louisiana, probably not as big a step.
Well,
at least these are our
true.
people.
That's
You know what I mean? There are people. So you guys should pick it up pretty quick. And, again, within 30 days, do not make the decision on whether you like the show today. But within 30 days, if you still hate us, it's probably over, but most of you should come around by then.
We can kind of give you, the outline of how this is going to go, but I'd really prefer to wait till we're sure they're on the air, because sometimes when we have a new station joining the family, and I don't even know how many we've got now. It's 60 or 70 something.
It varies week to week because we get, somebody could drop us at any moment, somebody could add us.
Right.
It's
you just try to gain more than you lose.
Right.
And so I'd rather know that we're on the air.
Check, test.
At KMLB.
Test 1 2.
Great call letters.
Checking 1 2. Check 1 2. So if you
it's
are
fun to say KMLB.
If you're listening to us right now on News Talk 105.7 and 540 KMLB, call us at 866 We Be Big.
Yes,
that's the number, because we must have complete clarification and confirmation that we're on the air, and then we'll go forward telling you about the show.
Also got a website, rickandbubba.com, with all that contact information on there if you need to pull that up.
Here we go. Looks like Chuck's going to confirm us. Chuck, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. How are you? Testing 1 2.
Check.
Morning. How are you guys?
We're good, Chuck.
Oh, well, y'all definitely on. I didn't know what was going on, but it's way better than what it was.
Well, now, are you familiar with this show at all, or is today your first time to know anything about it?
I remember y'all when I had XM radio for a little while.
Okay.
And I liked it, and then I got rid of XM radio.
Well, now we're there. We're in your area. The show will run locally 5 till 8. So you'll have the Rick and Bubba Show live now. So we're excited.
It's a definite plus for y'all to be on.
Well, thank you. It's an honor to be there. It's a great area. Love the people there in the Monroe and Northern Louisiana area. So spread the word that Rick and Bubba is in town. So we are live and we are on the air.
Oh, I will definitely let everybody know, because you're with the Night Owl bunch. We're all a group of bounty hunters.
Oh.
We're all getting off work right now.
Okay, great. Great. It feels so good to hear from you and not be nervous now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, you know us. If we come knocking on your door, it's usually not a good thing.
No, trust me. I know that. So thank you. Thank you very much, Chuck, and appreciate the work you do.
Thanks a lot. You guys have a good day.
All right, so hello to the bounty hunters that are coming off the late shift.
Wow.
After the late gig. So we're on. It's happening.
Check.
So there we go.
Sure.
And
So,
because of that part of the world, there should be some familiarity with us, we hope.
Right. So we probably need to just introduce the show in somewhat general terms to everybody.
Right. Okay, so what you have is, if you caught the kickoff hour, that's Speedy, Greg, and Hounds. That's going to be locally for you guys, your 5 o'clock hour, because they're on Central Time Zone. So that will be Speedy, Helms, Greg. Adler also chimed in today. Adler handles our TV. Their RBTV is an option on one of our subscription services, too. And, of course, Adler does a lot of stuff for the show, too. So that's the 4 guys that were in the kickoff hour. And if you're just joining us, you'll hear them coming in and out. I mentioned our intern program. Those are interns that screen phone calls and do other stuff. We've been doing an intern program for a long time. We refer to Rick and Bubba University. That's where we train them and hand out degrees in common sense, which all of you in northern Louisiana and around the country would agree has now become a superpower.
Yes.
And I am Rick of Rick and Bubba, and over there's Bubba.
And I'm Bubba.
Right. And the show is a show about anything.
Right.
I was talking over the weekend with my wife, and I said, I really honestly don't think the elements that we include in a show, I honestly don't think there's another show that does what we do. Now, there may be, but there may be some that are similar, but I don't know that there's, because most people say you've got to do one of the things that we do and don't do the others. There goes that phone troll music. There it goes. Blazing Silverman's ready to go. 866 We Be Big is the number. Lines are open. Let's go.
Directory assistance.
Erica 212. Some are still standing by. Some are ready.
This is Mr. Rhythm and Blues.
Are you ready? It's open. 866 We Be Big. Fire up. Let's hear from you.
Got what's cold, he said. But don't call us child, we'll call you.
Anybody got any guesses on what's going on there, you think?
I don't know, but somebody's Aunt June's here.
Bobby is out of the great state of Alabama. You can join us, too. Bobby gets us started trolling.
Keep them phones a-trolling.
Here we come from trolling.
Phone troll.
Bobby, you got 30. Go.
Hey, guys. Hope you're doing well. Hey, just on the emojis, just out of respect, you got to think about Bill Paxton probably inspired the poop emoji in Weird Science in the movie with Anthony Michael Hall.
Oh, yeah.
And I think Kelly LeBrock was the actress, and Chet was his name in the movie.
Oh, yeah.
Chet was great. Chet. She turned him into that big pile.
Yeah. Oh, Chet. Chet's right up there with McFly.
Yeah. What about when Chet flipping around, wedging him real bad?
Oh, Chet. Let's go to Lynn in Wetumpka. Lynn, 30 seconds. Bring it in.
First of all, I need to say roll tide.
Big game Saturday.
Always make sure you wear glasses when you send emojis, because I accidentally sent the middle finger to a friend of mine by accident, or was it?
Or was it now?
Oh, so sorry I sent that to you.
The old subconscious.
It was an accident.
Yeah. What?
We've talked about this on the air, but there was about a 6-month period where my wife would send these articles to her patients and whatnot.
This.
And she thought she was using the pointer finger. Like she'd put a link and she'd say point up. And the entire time she was using the bird emoji because she wasn't using glasses. And I'll never forget her really good friend, dear friend,
so
and this
good.
is where you need this person.
Oh, you got to have
Came to her one day and said, "Hey, do you realize that you're sending the bird emoji with these articles?"
God, that's good.
And hey,
And all
and
these
y'all
people
know
thinking,
Amanda crushed Amanda. She was
Oh.
like, "I cannot believe." So then she went on a 2-hour tour of her phone to find everybody in there that should have done that and apologize.
I bet they were all thinking,
Don't
man,
you
she
know
really
they were
wants
like-
us to
they were
read
like,
this
wow.
article.
I know.
You know?
Does she think I didn't read it?
Yeah. She think I'm not interested.
Austin, 30 seconds. Go ahead. Boy, that's good. Austin.
Hello?
Yeah, go ahead, buddy.
Yes, sir. Hey, I was calling a quick question. Do you think that the NFL should face more repercussions for putting Tua back on the field?
No.
Why is that so?
I just think, it's there's been enough talked about, and the doctor's been fired, and the NFL's
Get over a concussion.
He passed protocol.
I mean, I don't understand.
he passed protocol. I don't think the NFL's
Or didn't he say he had a back problem?
did.
He was wanting to get back in.
But, and again, and I'm not saying.
But how's the
But we
NFL
act
responsible
like,
for
though, that second slam, if he hadn't had that first one, they think the second one wouldn't have done it.
Yeah, that had
You know, it could have had all the problems he has with the crinkled up hands and all that just from that one play. It didn't
Yeah.
have to be that he came back too soon.
And the NFL's just going off the information that the doctor and the coaches gave them. They don't go down there and make those decisions.
Yeah.
And they go, we have a protocol. Did he work through it? Yes. Okay. And then, so how are they responsible?
Rough game, guys.
We continue. Let's go to Mike. Mike, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Yeah, Mike.
Yeah, Mikey.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey.
First time caller.
Oh, I'm so glad you called, buddy. What's on your mind?
While we're on the subject of emojis, I just want to say the thumbs up emoji, I hate it and it ticks me off. So I wish people would quit using that.
All right.
All right, but
There
I'm
you go.
sorry to hear that.
Yeah, well, and you're not
You know what I
supposed
think of that?
Yeah.
What's that, cell
Yay.
phone number?
A-OK. Check mark. Let's go to John in North Carolina. John, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, John Parsons from North Carolina. Long-time listener, first-time caller. But
First and
since we're
last.
identifying as things other than what's that?
Go ahead. You went first and last name. I thought, a first and last namer. So, John, go ahead.
So since we're able to identify as things that we are apparently not, I was born in 92, and I should be a millennial, but I do not identify as a millennial. I identify as Gen Z.
I don't know why it's not any stranger than what we're allowing.
I'll be honest with you. I actually would go along with that.
Go ahead and go Gen X if you're going to do that.
Yeah. Let's go.
I can't keep up with all my
I don't know
gens.
which
I
ones.
where they
We
go.
broke it down. I don't know what I am.
Ed, 30 seconds, Eddie. Go ahead.
Ed, come on.
Yes, hey, I got a dear friend that used to think LOL meant lots of love, and she'd get a text like somebody's mama died, and then she'd send back LOL.
Oh no!
Somebody finally straightened her out on it. Yeah, I was in a car wreck today. LOL.
Oh no!
Well,
that's almost up there with Amanda.
That's funny. That's a good.
I still think Amanda's maybe worse.
Bad news, my grandmother passed today. Well, LOL to you and your family.
And good for you.
What?
Why are we laughing out loud?
Let's go to Joe.
She knows what
in Auburn. Joe, go ahead.
Yeah, I want to talk about Troy Aikman. I wish that he would put these cancel culture folks put their mind in a blender and just say, hey, I was raised that we don't hit people in dresses. And if you guys think that we need to be doing that, then there's a lot of domestic abuse victims out here that would really not agree with that.
That would be smart.
Yeah, double it back on them. Double it back. 2 points for turnaround.
Let's go to Eric in Columbus, Mississippi. Laser 96.1. Go.
Where guys are y'all?
Great. Good.
All right. I'm not sure if y'all have covered this or not yet, but I think it was Monday when I saw there was a press conference Joe Biden was at. He actually had his pants on backwards. I'm sure Adler can pull it up.
Not true.
I saw this too.
I saw it.
I didn't know if it was real, but I did.
It can't be real. It's got to be somebody messing with it. That can't be real. Y'all think it's real?
I think he has the potential, but I'm not sure.
No
if this
way.
is right.
From what I saw, it did look like it, but they actually weren't. But there was a picture where it did look like his pocket faced backwards.
Yeah,
which is funny.
But do we even need that to know his?
Oh yeah, that's so minor compared to what we hear every day.
I can't believe we've gotten past. You can describe America in one word.
Yeah.
The fact that at times he talks like a tape being rewound, that's not enough.
Yeah, that'll do it.
Bottom of the hour, 866 We Be Big is our number. More of the Rick and Bubba show coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And we do them all. We do sports, we do religion, we do politics, we do goofy. We do it all.
A lot of goofy.
Yeah, we do a little bit of all.
Entangled in all of that.
Yeah.
But we don't really fit in one mold.
No.
We'll bounce around. We do talk about headlines. I call it back porch radio.
Right.
What do you talk about sitting on the back porch?
Yeah. We'll talk about the great outdoors, which I know that part of the country loves a lot.
And boy, that started here. I'm so fired up. I had a great weekend.
Yeah. We do it. We do it all. So where Seinfeld was a show about nothing, this is a show about anything. So
and it could bounce around.
Right.
I mean, we also say, hey, you never know.
And I must warn you because I want to. There's nothing worse than something happening. You go, you didn't warn me.
Right.
It's different if somebody says, well, now he said that was coming.
Right.
You must understand right now if there's any excitement in you saying, thank goodness these guys are just going to be who they are. Well, now that's always going to be some days what you don't like about it.
Right.
Because sometimes the fact that we're just who we are and talk about whatever we feel like talking about, if it's not something you're into, some days that's going to be, well, that's what I don't like about you. Right.
Well, we're just not professional enough to pull off anything else.
Oh,
so
no.
It's kind of what you get.
No.
We're going on, and gosh, I don't want to start this debate again. 24 years of doing the show, which is somewhat
we'll end year
an
23.
oddity in itself.
We'll end year 23 and our birthday on January the 4th, I think, or whatever.
Yeah, the first day of the year, work day.
First work day of January will be our 24th birthday.
Right.
I have to look at it like birthdays.
Yeah.
So that
well, that's a good way to look at it.
Yeah. If I was born in 64 on October 3rd, so last October 3rd, they declared me 53. Yeah. So we were born.
Have you double-checked the math?
Yeah.
I have to get a calculator out.
We were born on the first workday of January in 1994.
Yes.
So this would be our 24th year since it's 2018.
Full time.
Right.
We were a year and a half part time.
But we don't count that.
Yeah, but I mean it was there.
Yeah.
So.
It wasn't the Rick and Bubba show then.
Right.
So
but mischief was going on that far back.
Oh yes, it was. The Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. 866 We Be Big as a number. All right, so much to do going forward on the program. Also, keep paying attention. Masterbuilt's giving us these electric smokers that we will be giving away throughout the week. So be listening for your chance to win an electric smoker from Masterbuilt as well. All right, so this past weekend, I know, Bubba, you mentioned for different parts of the country, speaking of the outdoors, all have different stuff going on. Bow season. Some people have gun season. Some of it short, some of them long. But in our state where we live, bow season just started now for the second weekend. You got to go do something?
Rick, I love primitive weapons.
Oh, yeah, sure you do.
Nothing like a crossbow that you put in a coffee cup at 50 yards away.
Yeah,
that's my favorite.
Yeah,
it was great. We got out. It was great to get out and get in a tree again. A little warmer than I wanted it to be Saturday afternoon, but overall, a lot of fun. One of my buddies killed a deer, and we have usually in the beginning of the bow season, we have what we call bow Olympics, where we get out and we do all kind of extreme bow shooting. So,
right.
Congratulations to a good friend Bobby Dooley who won that. So,
okay, good.
Yeah, that was big. So,
yeah, so
he hit several deer targets at 105 yards downhill.
That's good.
That's a pretty good shot.
That is.
That's a pretty good shot.
Yeah, that's laying it out there.
So, getting back up in a tree, though, that was fun. I put a few pictures out on Twitter this morning. It's just fun to get back out there in nature,
Oh, yeah. Yeah, absolutely. So that's what,
And I wish that first frost would come on, but
right. Well,
knock a few things down.
Right. Where we've lived, it just and I know a lot of you have the same deal. Just when you think you think, well, here it is, and then it'll shoot back up, and then
I know. Just when you think.
Right.
And we had a couple of feeders on our property. We supplemental feed during the winter legally, of course, but they got water in them when we had the hurricanes come through. We've had two rounds of hurricanes over the past month, and they got water in there, and that stuff got wet, and it gets like concrete in there, and it starts fermenting. And Rick, I thought we were good night. I thought somebody was making Jack Daniels down there on one of the fields.
Well,
I've never seen anything like it.
You had a little corn liquor going in.
Boy, we did.
Yeah.
I said, we got to get that out of there before it blows. I mean, my goodness.
Yeah.
And when it gets to making up, it starts sweating. You know what I mean? It releases stuff.
Yeah.
It's good.
Well, it's bad when you put hunters out and you say, what'd you see today? And said, I saw 2 does and 3 hobos.
But we usually don't have that.
They're all coming into the feeder.
Hey, a little red tea.
We usually don't have that problem, but we just had extreme wind and rain blowing sideways, so can't do much with that.
Looking good there, boss.
Yeah, a little sleepy.
What world is that?
Somebody's a little bit sleep.
Hanging up, got my safety harness on.
Is that
hanging there
Sasquatch or-
behind.
Of course.
I got a ghillie suit on.
Yeah, that's right, baby.
Bigfoot does exist.
He does.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother.
35 minutes now past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is the number. As we work our way back. Bubba, I enjoyed yesterday talking to John Crebier, didn't you? With Clean Pods?
Yeah, it was a lot of fun.
That was a big honor for them.
Clean Pods.
To be recognized by their industry, something you and I will never know the feeling. Cleanpods.com/Bubba. It really is just a better way to clean. Did you hear him talking about, I didn't realize that they had gotten a lot of commercial cleaning companies and said, try our products. And if you like them, you keep them. If you don't, you give them back. And the overwhelming majority of them said, hey, these are better products. They're less expensive. We like how it works. That would also include just listeners of our program who, here's an email right here, I'm a clean freak, decided to give them a try. They do the job very well. They leave your house smelling fabulous. Thanks, guys. Love the show. Listen when you guys recommend products. I make a move. Glad to do. Well, if you need something for the clean the windows, glass, bathroom, kitchens, floors. They even have a pet urine spray that they've created. But with cleanpods.com/Bubba, I sense, Bubba, that this is one of those times where a client comes on and you can see they're going to be an industry changer.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
You can tell big things are happening here because this is just smart. Once you see what they're doing, you kind of go, why didn't somebody think about this before?
Yeah, so you go pick out your bundle. We'll get you 10% off and free shipping, whatever clean pods you need. They send those to you along with 5 spray bottles. You put the pods in the packs, they're concentrate, inside the spray bottle that they provide, and these are commercial grade. I mean, they're high quality. And then you just fill it up with water, shake them up, and you're off and running, which means if you get down to it, about $2 for an entire bottle of cleaning, and you're underway, and many more sprays for a lot less money.
There you go.
Makes
sense.
It's just better. And they don't have some of the harsh chemicals the old stuff has, which is great, because we certainly want to be good stewards. I like how they told us yesterday, we're not environmentalists, we're conservationists.
Right, I can agree with that.
Which we are, too. So go to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. You can find it there, or go directly to cleanpods.com/Bubba, and let us know. Let us know what you think about it. We'll pass that along to them, and we love hearing it, too, and we're using these in our homes, and we're loving it. So there you go. All right, couple of things. Adler's got, we're always trying to be educational on this program. You know that's our goal.
Right.
One of our goals. This is shoulder and neck exercises. Now, Adler said he was a little disappointed there's not more of them. I'm actually thankful there's not more. I like that it's only 3 because I don't want to do a lot of them. And you're saying these are shoulder and neck exercises we should do every day. For what reason?
Well, we sit at computers a lot.
Yeah.
A lot of society's sitting around at computers a
yeah.
lot these days. And y'all, I forgot to bring my pillow on the beach trip this past weekend. And I have a crick in my neck that won't go away. So you know how I said I was old earlier in the segment about emojis and stuff? I'm officially old. My neck is. I have to bring a pillow with me now these days.
Yeah.
But
Got your
I
own
thought
pillar.
I thought these stretches were pretty good.
Now, why do you have this top on? That didn't make sense.
Well, that way you can see my scapula moving. And that's available at Lululemon. I got it from Lululemon.
You did.
Or my wife did, but she lets me borrow it. But that one's pretty good. Put your hands behind your head and kind of do like, what would you call that?
I call that
flapping your wings.
Flapping my wings.
Like we used to do sit-ups.
So we take our hands and we clasp them together behind our heads, and now it looks like we have wings. And we take our wings and we bring them in and we push them back out. Is that correct?
That's, I guess so.
Stretches a lot.
If you're not watching us, can you get what I'm saying there? Does that make sense?
Yes.
The second one is rolling your shoulder.
Nothing like showing stretches on
Helmsy
radio.
actually has a Lululemon
We're
shirt
telling
on,
about
so
it,
he's
Greg. You
doing
be
really
quiet.
well.
You're not supposed to tell people that, Speedy.
Yeah.
It really is, by the way.
So what are we doing now?
It's comfortable. And then
I don't
this,
know. You're
this-
standing there now.
This next one is hands on your hip.
Hands on your hip. Hands on your hip.
Hands on your hip.
what we
Look
got?
like it.
Roll your shoulders back. Roll your shoulders back. Oh, my
there's
collarbones.
anybody can make this
I
up.
feel that.
My
A little
collarbones
intense.
are breaking every time I do it.
What's this
What are
one?
you
Bubba?
doing? What are you doing, Bubba?
Here's the last one. He's doing the last one right here, and that's kind of like your hands are up, and then you kind of go out.
Karate chops.
I feel like this
I don't
person's just doing a bunch of weird stuff.
I don't know.
Well,
To
Greg,
see
why
if we'll
don't you
all
I
do
do
can
it.
feel it. I can feel it. Feels good.
I can too.
Oh, I don't know. That's kind of what the motion you're doing. I don't know. You tell me.
Bubba, you can do it like this then.
I can't tell you how many times, especially at the old studio, we'd go down the hall, Adler be up against the wall. He always had
God
a
love
new
him, he's built
stretch.
like a pretzel.
I really am. Y'all, I saw a picture of myself with my shirt off from the back.
Looking
from
good.
From the front, I look kind of normal. My lower back is
all right,
is very messed up.
Don't be self-conscious about
Do y'all remember when I was going to yoga to fix my back?
Oh, yeah. Goat yoga.
You'd always get in the back, though.
It wasn't goat yoga.
It's hot
and
yoga.
I got in the front, not the back, Speedy.
It's hot yoga.
It was hot
If
yoga.
you just
which
joined
is-
us.
Which is cool.
Right.
Which is
cool.
tough. That means you're tough.
Right.
But y'all, my back is still sunken in. I'm still trying to.
Well, buddy,
to
you got some,
combat that.
some orthopedic issues.
And I still, when I lay down on my bench at my house to do like bench press and things like that, my back is still making that fart sound. So I want to clarify to everybody that was in a yoga class with me, that was my back squirting out air. I was not just ripping large, okay? I was not just ripping large over and over in that yoga class, okay?
When you lay on a bench, do bench press, what kind of room are we talking about? What could go through there under the tunnel?
It is probably like a water bottle.
Wow.
wow.
And I have to flatten it out.
You got some serious scoliosis.
And when I flatten it out, it goes like it's a good one.
Yeah, I used to.
I've heard people do that.
I used to lay up there at the public pool and let water get in that little small of your back.
That's
You
good.
can do some good ones.
All right, so I'm not the only one that it happens to.
No,
Okay, I feel better.
Now we can't get a water bottle under our back while we're laying on the bench.
I'm
we're
trying
not at hot yoga.
I'm trying to reduce that.
Namaste.
Namaste to you and yours.
Mama take.
But
If you're into that mystic crap,
while I'm clarifying things, Went to the beach with my family this past weekend. It was great.
While clarifying things.
When we got back to the beach house from the beach, I would actually rinse off with Ruby in the shower. I keep my underwear on in the shower, and I need everybody to know that. Ruby,
did you say that on the show and not clarify that?
I didn't clear that to my. I just realized I didn't clarify that to my family, and so I'm just clarifying that to everybody.
So you just feel like you should tell everybody.
I'm no Joe Biden. I keep my underwear on in the shower when I'm with my kids. So just so everybody knows.
Just put her in the tub.
Thanks for that.
Yeah, and that does diminish some of the trauma.
There wasn't a tub in the room, Greg. Sorry. Yeah.
Wow. Really?
Yeah. So that ruins your little theory, buddy.
It sounded like you were staying in a nice place.
Actually, it really was because my dad paid for it, not me.
That's right.
Yeah. Not me. It was actually where
now we have one commode and a.
It was where they filmed the Truman Show. So you guys know which place.
Oh,
it was.
I know exactly where you're talking about.
Yeah.
Seaside.
I did get in a fight with one lady, but that's fine. You know.
What? Oh, share. Please share.
All right, I'll tell you. I didn't want to bring.
Let it out, man.
Let it out, little man.
It was the last night we're there, and they've got this little square.
Don't you love when he gets frustrated with people?
They have this town square, right?
Oh, it's a great town square.
It is. It is. It's a very nice place. It was our first time as a family to stay there.
By the way, did you find that place that's new in the back where they do the chocolate bananas now?
Yes.
Oh, wow.
Yes. There's always money.
That's new, by the way.
There's always money in the banana stand.
I bet that's good.
That's from Arrested Development. Sorry. So it's our last night there. We just did the family pictures on the beach, which I executed perfectly with a tripod and a timer.
Not trying to brag.
Right. Pretty much saved the family vacation with that.
Pretty
much.
Great. Not trying to brag.
We then go to the food truck area in the square.
Love it.
And
know
it's a
exactly where
madhouse.
you were.
It's a madhouse.
It is a madhouse.
It's like teen.
I don't go there anymore.
It's like Teen Street going on out there. Like what's going on? Every kid has a backpack and a bike, and they all have like a boom box in their backpack, and they're playing their terrible music, and they're running around. The beach was awesome. The beach was great. Like we didn't have, there was no competition. It was fantastic. But at night, it was a
you know
little
why?
tough.
Because thankfully, there's a generation now for us getting the beach. Sad for our society. There's a generation of people that are afraid of the beach. They're afraid of the sun.
Yes, yeah. Just put on sunscreen, hang out for 2 hours, and leave. It's fine. Also,
But they love in food trucks.
I'm a morning beach guy and an evening beach guy.
Only.
I don't go during the day. I do not go during the day.
Only midday nap.
Another thing, Ruby, we kind of geared up like, hey, we're gonna fly kites at the beach. It's gonna be awesome because generally there's a wind of some kind at the beach. Y'all, the grass reeds on the dunes were not moving.
No.
I get out there,
one day
and they're just holding
Tell
still.
me you didn't hype that up.
So I ran a lot with a kite.
Tell me you didn't hype up to your daughter all the way down there. We're going to do kites.
Luckily, she's so young. I was able to just stand in front of her and just like wave the kite like this, and she thought she was doing something.
But what happened with you getting in the altercation?
All right, so it's the last night. We're dealing with Teen Street, and it's just like mania. Kids are running around. Teenagers. A lot of that. We get to a food truck and we make our order, and there's the little edge of the little town square Coliseum little thing.
Yeah, I know
we're sitting on the edge right there, and it's me and Ruby and my pregnant wife, and we're just sitting there. We're so miserable. We're just waiting for our food so we can take it home and eat in quiet at the beach house.
Not a great decision.
And there are some kids that looked like they were like maybe 7 years old, and I don't know where they found this huge block of ice. But they had a huge block of ice, and they're standing on the edge of this little Coliseum and smashing it, throwing it against the ground for a long time.
Little amphitheater.
5, 6, 7 minutes. And then the ice starts hitting me. I got hit by ice 3 times, and I said, "That's it. I'm not going to be.
He's become us.
I'm not going to let ice hit me. I'm not going to let ice hit my little kid or
I'll
my
give it
pregnant
one.
wife." And I said, "Please stop throwing ice. I've been hit by ice three times. Please stop throwing ice." And the kids that were throwing the ice were very close to us, and there was also a woman who was very close to this group of like 5 kids.
I love this.
The woman, who I did not look at, I did not address her, I didn't even talk to her. She goes, hey, just so you know, these are not my kids, okay? These are not my kids.
What is she talking about?
And I'm like, okay, great. I just don't want to be hit by ice. Why? I'm not even talking to you, lady.
Lady.
And she's like, hey, just so you know, okay? And by the way, what, you're waiting for your food? Well, you can go over there then.
Oh,
and
wait a minute.
What? We're just sitting here.
Just a minute.
We're just sitting here, you psycho lady. So you want me, my 2-year-old, and my pregnant wife to go stand over there because these 5-year-old kids are throwing ice and ice shards are flying everywhere? Is that what you're saying to me? Or am I taking crazy pills? Am I in the Truman Show right now? What's going on?
Oh, that's good. Well, I like that.
And she was like, well, fine. I'm like, yeah, fine. I'm not even talking to you, but
Yeah,
God
fine.
bless you. I hope you have a great rest of the day.
You finished with that?
Yes, I did. And then she said, then she said, God bless you back to me, but it was in a way that the words did not really mean.
Right.
Sure.
I'm trying to figure out why she cared.
Why? What do you? Why? I'm not even talking to you, lady. I didn't even look at you. I didn't even address you. And the way that she said "God bless you" was very passive aggressive.
Yeah,
I'll tell you that.
thumbs up.
Back to that
Thumbs
again.
up emoji, too.
Yeah.
And then I argued with her in my head for the rest of the night.
That's good.
Yeah, you know how it goes.
Does that help? It helps me.
It was a beautiful family vacation, though.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All in.
Yeah. That's,
Good
somebody
night.
said, how'd that big old bush get up that tree? Hurricane must have blown it up in there.
You know what the deer thought? The part of the tree broke and fell down. It was bending over.
Boy, that's a big bush of mistletoe there. Man.
Yeah, you just don't see a lot of big bushy things hanging up in a tree that's 270 pounds.
No, sure don't.
But there it was.
So that's good. Well, it's you officially get it going, and something about the first time you get out in there and all that. Just
Man, and I love crossbow. Just shooting that thing. It's so smooth.
Yeah.
That's fun. That's good stuff.
Yeah.
No news. You know, I was out of the news loop. I got back to the house and watched a little football, but
Yeah, this weekend, same with me. I didn't. We had a ball game Friday night, high school with son playing, and then I did get to introduce Bubba out with the state championship team.
Friday night. Yeah, that was real nice. We
yeah.
appreciate being included in those ceremonies at our high school.
Yeah, you notice I made sure you got your prop in there too.
Yeah, I appreciate it. I think that maybe our other assistant coach was skipped in that. So I heard him say, "Here we go again."
Well, let me.
I said, "Look, I swear, I had nothing to do with the script."
Well, let me explain to you. The script didn't have anybody but the head coach on it.
Okay.
Yeah, I added you.
Okay.
Oh, well done, friend.
If I'd have known about the other guy, I would have put. I added him too. Yeah. So
well, 'cause he's on the payroll there. It's kind of a big deal, but
on the script, only the head coach was listed, but I wasn't gonna have any of that.
And we all know who the real head coach is.
Hey,
okay, so we didn't know what had happened. So that explains.
No,
Thank you for clearing that
all
up.
they had was the head coach, but I was having none of that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So, matter of fact, I was this close to calling you the face. And I thought,
Oh no,
Rick.
The face with the one forgot wouldn't be good.
Yeah,
so.
well, I didn't know that. If I'd have known that, then it could have really got bad. I didn't have any idea. So what we're talking about is I actually do the PA for our home high school, and Bubba is a assistant coach with the tennis team. They
volunteer,
and
assistant.
they won the state last year, and they reckon them and all the other state champions.
Boy, had a good spring, didn't
it? Yeah, the girls soccer won state, track team won state, and on the girls side, and
boys
and
tennis.
We had a javelin world state record.
Oh, yeah.
And all this.
Yeah.
So we had all kinds of stuff.
I was able to get home and watch. All the markets have their local football highlights from the local TV stations, and they hop around to different
Did
games.
you see JJ?
And when they went to the Briarwood game, it said that the state champions were recognized, on the field, and the one person that showed was Bubba holding his ring like this, and it went down.
Here we go.
Well, I mean, but the face,
paid assistant left out again.
Yeah. Volunteer coach that runs everything.
You were doing the announcements, and we were looking up and enjoying all that. And I looked back the other way, and there was our old buddy JJ Pruitt from our local Fox affiliate, and had the camera right there. I was like, hey,
Well, look,
there he is.
listen behind the scenes, because you
listen.
You can't get anybody to listen.
No.
You know what I mean?
No.
So and it was a big old huge thing. We had a lot to do in the pregame this time. A lot of pressure on PA guy.
Yeah.
And so the dance team was going to dance to begin with. So I called for the state champion and coaches to go get in the end zone. And then they were going to do the dance. Then they were going to come out, as I started saying, now let's your attention to the middle of the field. Well, of course, all of them just start walking on the field before the dance team has even danced.
Yeah.
And I looked, and I leading the way. There he was.
Oh,
I thought,
sure.
I thought, look, there's Bubba in the game. And I was like,
I don't think we were listening real well.
not
to the instructions.
a lot of instructions.
So we didn't know there was a dance thing, so we had
Did you
to
get
back
into
up.
that?
Huh?
Of course,
I started just to join in.
Yeah, I thought, and I was so hoping he would. But it was so funny. I thought to myself, "There's nothing I can do here." And you see the guy on the field who's trying to get everybody back in the end zone, and the girls are looking at the press box to their instructor going, and I'm just sitting there look, Bubba just walking right down the middle of the field. Visor just blazing.
Sure.
Ready to go.
The face is here.
Ready to go.
Get off the field. The face wants on.
And Bubba, you were telling me about a video, some video and audio we're about to play.
Yeah, there's a little video been put out, and I assume it's the White House or the Republican National Committee that's put it out, talking about the tax cut, what they're wanting to achieve, and tying it into an event that happened, gosh, I forget how many years it is now. They'll tell you in the video. 30? Is it 30 years ago?
It's over 30 years since.
When President Reagan signed our last big tax overhaul.
So here it is.
The last major tax reform was passed more than 30 years ago in 1986. But our country and our economy cannot take off like they should unless we transform America's outdated, complex, and extremely burdensome tax code.
We'll be refueling the American growth economy with the kind of incentives that help create record new businesses.
Lower taxes mean bigger paychecks, more jobs, and stronger growth. And we are committed to helping parents.
Minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. Wednesday Bible study back today. Genesis chapter 40. Look for it live on the YouTube channel. And then archived soon after for your consumption on your own time. Hey, and it's showering out. So as we're wrapping up another hour together, Speedy was telling us that his son, who's a coach and a teacher, now they have those theme days that they have at school for pep rallies and things like that, and he's texted you about 80s. It's 80s Day.
Yeah.
And he's asking, for me, when you think about the 80s.
Oh, wow.
And how they should dress, for women, there's a lot to work with. I don't even remember how men, because I was never, I know this shocks everybody. I was never trendy. I've really worn the same type of clothing my entire life.
Mm-hmm. Parachute pants.
Parachute pants, I remember those. I was, of course, too large to wear them.
Right.
I never got that opportunity.
I have an occasional terry cloth shirt or maybe a silk shirt or something.
Mm-hmm. Was it late 80s or early 90s where we tight rolled our jeans at the bottom?
Late 80s.
That was late 80s.
That might have gone into the 90s.
I remember doing that.
Members only jacket?
Definitely. Oh, for
Yeah.
sure. And I had one. It was a charcoal gray one.
I bet you
And
would.
I lost it. I don't know what happened.
I remember old charcoal gray. I had a maroon one, but I remember charcoal gray.
I had a black and a maroon, I think.
Striped button-up shirt with sleeves rolled up.
Yeah. All these are ideas, and to your point, he sent Terry and I this text, jokingly said, "I just need to go to your closet, Dad." And there still might be some stuff in there.
Well, Sherry,
but he does need some help because all the
Oh,
teachers are supposed to dress this 80s style.
And they'll be able to do plenty with the hair and all this kind of stuff and the whole Madonna thing and
Yeah.
But there's some 80s right there. I don't remember those shorts.
Tell him to dress as Brett
Greg
Michaels.
does. Greg wore those shorts.
Oh, sure.
That
yeah.
is Greg, I think.
It is Greg. But Sherry asked me. We went through a store the other day, and I didn't know this, but undoubtedly, the terry cloth is attempting to come back.
Yeah.
And she said, "Would you wear that shirt right there?" And I didn't like the design. I said, "No, I wouldn't wear that." I said, "Now let me tell you something. You get me one that's maybe a kind of a brown hue."
Yeah. Oh yeah. Two-tone, two-color.
Golden eagle
I
necklace.
said, I put that golden eagle necklace back on. You won't be able to keep me off your mind.
That your mom got it through Avon.
Hey, let me get some sun on me now.
Yeah.
I need to have a little tan rocking.
Right.
But all that works.
Yeah, and that's what I told him. I said, I'll go to the experts in case I'm missing something. Unfortunately, he'd have to put a wig on because he keeps his hair like shaved.
That we didn't do any of that. Our hair was longer.
Of course, you remember when we were in school, they did 50s dress day. Remember the people like Fonzie and the girls had poodle skirts and all that.
I never did.
So now they're doing 80s.
Right. Yeah.
I don't think I ever participated in theme day. Because we played on the football team, they wouldn't let us.
That's true. If it's on Friday, we
Yeah,
wear a jersey.
And I don't know if the student body is doing that. The teachers are supposed to do it, but I don't know if the students are doing it. I just know that, and I guess this is going to be in the yearbook because he mentioned
That's
that.
funny.
So, I mean,
so he's got to look the part.
Is he going to find stuff?
Oh, yeah. He said he was running to the thrift store today, too.
Whatever
to
happened
look through it.
Whatever happened to your 80s stuff? Did it just fade away over the years?
Yeah, I don't know what happens to all that. I can't remember where it is. I bet you if I was to go home, well, my parents live, there might be still something hanging in the closet. I don't know.
I'm thinking to myself, where is my gold eagle chain?
Yeah.
I mean, where is it?
I know, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
what happens to all that?
Straight leg
Levi's.
I never got to participate in that. Thighs too big. Thighs too big. I was still walking around
and you can wear Rodale coaching shoes, white with a black tie.
I remember those.
The new saying is, or they're called dad jeans. and it's just a style, and it kind of is that rolled up look, but they're really just short, is what they are, with like some high top Adidas or Converse.
Yeah.
Very 80s like.
And you remember
and everybody tucked their shirt in back then too.
Oh yes, the Levi's had your length and waist size on the back. Everybody could see it.
Yeah.
Now, do they call them dad jeans, but the younger generation wears them, or
That's just
we
the
got
name of 'em.
dads out there actually wearing them?
No, that's just the
kids
name.
wearing them.
That's the
Calling
name
needed
of 'em.
that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Of course, I mean, probably would be inappropriate if he had any like he had cocaine on his. I mean,
Right.
I mean, it was.
It would be. There was a run.
80s.
There was a run in the 80s where,
Yeah, those Letterman
But
jackets.
that's probably not the way to go.
Probably
no,
not.
Rick.
The Letterman jackets were in, and
Yeah.
so he's trying to find, because he's
yeah.
back at his alma mater teaching,
I may have
and he's trying to find his old Letterman's jacket
Oh,
from
yeah.
back in the day.
Kids dress like they're. I'm sorry. Kids dress like they're in the 90s/80s right now. Have you guys noticed
Yeah,
that?
yeah,
Like,
everything
they roll
comes
up
back around.
Like you
Yeah.
were just saying,
a
they roll
lot
up.
of little kids with mullets.
You could do a loose roll.
That's true.
too.
The
Yeah.
mullet is on fire.
A loose roll or a tight roll on your jeans, either one.
Yes, and a big puffy like denim shirt.
Mm-hmm.
That's super 80s.
Yeah, denim was really in.
I've actually got a JSU Letterman jacket that I
Oh,
could let
gosh.
him have.
That's good.
It looks like that
Oh, yeah.
right there, but it's JSU.
Yeah, we're pulling all kinds of stuff out of the closet, and
I don't think he'd want a Glencoe one. That's why I said Jacksonville.
no. I think he found his old high school one, which would fit since that's where he is now.
Mm-hmm.
But some of the pictures, I just didn't dress like that because I've looked online, and
I
it's
know. I think I wore Levi's every day. Is all I wore.
Mm-hmm.
Just I must have been nice.
You can kind of just crank it up a notch and just go like almost aerobics, some big reflective glasses, and a mullet kind of thing.
Yeah.
And that's like 80s on steroids, I feel like.
Yeah, and then there's the Run DMC look too. That was
Adidas, not.
I
could get in my high school Letterman jacket, but he probably didn't want all them patches on
it. Weigh him down, Rick.
Right.
How would he move, Rick?
Yeah, I don't know how he might not be able to get around.
No.
Ooh, what about a denim vest with sleeveless?
Ooh.
Yeah. and you got to tease your hair. You got to have big hair.
Yeah, big hair was critical.
Oh yeah. Man, but his hair's so short, he's going to
he's got to wig it.
Yeah,
He's got to go wig.
I thought about going back to some of the older pictures of your dad coaching with the Rydell shorts on. Real
Oh
tight.
yeah, the foam hat.
Yeah,
no gender confusion there.
No, we'd go that route, but
so that
socks pulled up,
right?
Just below the knees.
Oh,
Just before we get out of here today, I want to tell you, I think I've pulled a muscle doing all those stretches a segment before.
It's not good, buddy.
Serious business. I think I did. I have pulled something in my neck. Like I'm over here going.
It was supposed to keep you from doing
They're
that.
designed to help, buddy.
I know.
Hey, thanks for being with us. If your time with the Rick and Bubba show is wrapping up now, have a great day, and Lord willing, we'll talk to you tomorrow. If you got more Rick and Bubba on the menu today, stick around after the top of the hour break. The show will continue.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.